Mardi and a Voyage Thither, Volume 2 of 2, by Herman Melville, narrated by Brian Godwin. Chapter 1, Marama. We were now voyaging straight for Marama, where lived and reigned in mystery the High Pontiff of the adjoining isles, Prince, Priest, and God, in his own proper person, great Lord Paramount over many kings in Mardi, his hands full of scepters and crosshaires. Soon, rounding a lofty and insulated shore, the great central peak of the island came in sight, domineering over the neighboring hills, the same aspiring pinnacle descried in drawing near the archipelago and the Chamois. "Tall peak of Ofo," cried Babbalanja, "how comes it that thy shadow so broods over Mardi, flinging new shades upon spots already shaded by the hillsides, shade upon shade?" "Yes, so it is," said Yumi sadly, "that where the shadows fall, gay flowers refuse to spring, and men long dwelling therein become shady of face and of soul." "Hast thou come out from the shadows of Ofo?" inquires the stranger, of one with a clouded brow. "It was by this same peak," said Moe, "that the nimble god Ru, a great sinner above, came down from the skies a very long time ago. 3 skips and a jump, and he landed on the plain. But alas, poor Ru, though easy the descent, there was no climbing back." "No wonder then," said Babbalanja, "that the peak is inaccessible to man, though with a strange infatuation many still make pilgrimages thereto, and wearily climb and climb till slipping from the rocks they fall headlong backward, and oftentimes perish at the base." "Aye," said Moe, "in vain on all sides of the peak various paths are tried. In vain new ones are cut through the cliffs and the brambles. Ofo yet remains inaccessible." "Nevertheless," said Babbalanja, "by some it is believed that those who by dint of hard struggling climb so high as to become invisible from the plain, that these have attained the summit, though others much doubt whether their becoming invisible is not because of their having fallen and perished by the way." "And wherefore," said Media, "do you mortals undertake the ascent at all? Why not be content on the plain? And even if attainable, why would you do that upon that lofty clouded summit? Or how can you hope to breathe that rarefied air unfitted for your human lungs?" "True, my lord," said Babbalanja, "and Bardiana asserts that the plain alone was intended for man, who should be content to dwell under the shade of its groves, though the roots thereof descend into the darkness of the earth. But, my lord, you well know that there are those in Mardi who secretly regard all stories connected with this peak as inventions of the people of Marama. They deny that anything is to be gained by making a pilgrimage thereto, and for warranty they appeal to the sayings of the great prophet Alma." Cried Moe, "But Alma is also quoted by others in vindication of the pilgrimages to Ofo. They declare that the prophet himself was the first pilgrim that thitherward journeyed, that from thence he departed to the skies." Now, excepting this same peak, Marama is all rolling hill and dale, like the sea after a storm, which then seems not to roll but to stand still, poising its mountains. Yet the landscape of Marama has not the merriness of meadows, partly because of the shadow of Ofo, and partly because of the solemn groves in which the marae and temples are buried. According to Moe, not one solitary tree bearing fruit, not one esculent root grows in all the isle, the population wholly depending upon the large tribute remitted from the neighboring shores. "Is it not that the soil is unproductive," said Moe, "that these things are so? It is extremely fertile, but the inhabitants say that it would be wrong to make a breadfruit orchard of the holy island." "And hence, my lord," said Babbalanja, "while others are charged with the business of their temporal welfare, these islanders take no thought of the morrow, and broad Marama lies one fertile waste in the lagoon." Chapter 2, They Land. Coming close to the island, the pennons and trappings of our canoes were removed, and Vivi was commanded to descend from the shark's mouth, and for a time to lay aside his conch. In token of reverence, our paddlers also stripped to the waist, an example which even Media followed, though as a king the same homage he rendered was at times rendered himself. At every place hitherto visited, joyous crowds stood ready to hail our arrival, but the shores of Marama were silent and forlorn. Said Babbalanja, "It looks not as if the lost one were here." At length we landed in a little cove nigh a valley, which Mohi called Uma, and here in silence we beached our canoes. But presently there came to us an old man, with a beard white as the mane of a pale horse. He was clad in a midnight robe, he fanned himself with a fan of faded leaves. A child led him by the hand, for he was blind, wearing a green plantain leaf over his plaited brow. Him Media accosted, making mention who we were, and on what errand we came, to seek out Yila and behold the isle. Whereupon Pani, was such his name, gave us a courteous reception, and lavishly promised to discover sweet Yila, declaring that in Marama, if anywhere, the long-lost maiden must be found. He assured us that throughout the whole land he would lead us, leaving no place desirable to be searched unexplored. And so saying, he conducted us to his dwelling for refreshment and repose. It was large and lofty. Nearby, however, were many miserable hovels, with squalid inmates. But the old man's retreat was exceedingly comfortable, especially abounding in mats for lounging. His rafters were bowed down by calabashes of good cheer. During the repast which ensued, blind Pani, freely partaking, enlarged upon the merit of abstinence, declaring that a thatch overhead and a coconut tree comprised all that was necessary for the temporal welfare of a Mardian. More than this, he assured us was sinful. He now made known that he officiated as guide in this quarter of the country, and that, as he had renounced all other pursuits to devote himself to showing strangers the island, and more particularly the best way to ascend lofty Ofo, he was necessitated to seek remuneration for his toil. My lord, then whispered Moe to Media, the great prophet Alma always declared that without charge this island was free to all. What recompense do you desire, old man? Said Media to Path. What I seek is but little, 20 rolls of fine tapa, 2 scores of mats of best upland grass, 1 canoe load of breadfruit and yams, 10 gourds of wine, and 40 strings of teeth. You are a large company, but my requisitions are small. Very small, said Moe. You are extortionate, good Pani, said Media, and what wants an aged mortal like you with all these things? I thought superfluities were worthless, nay, sinful, said Babbalanja. Is not this your habitation already more than abundantly supplied with all desirable furnishings? Asked Yumi. I am but a lowly laborer, said the old man, meekly crossing his arms, but does not the lowliest laborer ask and receive his reward? And shall I miss mine? But I beg charity of none. What I ask I demand, in the dread name of great Alma, who appointed me a guide. And to and fro he strode, groping as he went. Marking his blindness, whispered Babbalanja to Media, my lord, methinks this Pani must be a poor guide. In this journey's inland, his little child leads him. Why not then take the guide's guide? But Pani would not part with the child. Then said Mohi in a low voice, my lord Media, though I am no appointed guide, yet will I undertake to lead you all right over all the island, for I am an old man and have been here oft myself, though I cannot undertake to conduct you up the peak of Ofo into more secret temples. Then Pani said, and what mortal may this be who pretends to thread the labyrinthine wilds of Marama? Beware. He is one with eyes that can see, made answer Babbalanja. Follow him not, said Pani, for he will lead thee astray. No Yila will he find, and having no warrant as a guide, the curses of Alma will accompany him. Now this was not altogether without effect, for Pani and his fathers before him had always filled the office of guide. Nevertheless, Media at last decided that this time Mohi should conduct us, which, being communicated to Pani, he desired us to remove from his roof. So withdrawing to the skirt of a neighboring grove, we lingered a while to refresh ourselves for the journey in prospect. As we were reclined, there came up from the seaside a party of pilgrims but newly arrived. Apprised of their coming, Path and his child went out to meet them, and standing in the path he cried, I am the appointed guide. In the name of Alma I conduct all pilgrims to the temples. This must be the worthy Path, said one of the strangers, turning upon the rest. Let us take him, then, for our guide, cried they, and all grew near. But upon accosting him, they were told that he guided none without recompense, and now, being informed that the foremost of the pilgrims was one Divino, a wealthy chief of a distant island, Pani demanded of him his requital. But the other demurred, and by many soft speeches at length abated the recompense of 3 promissory coconuts, which he then covenanted to send Pani at some future day. The next pilgrim accosted was a sad-eyed maiden in decent but scanty raiment, who, without seeking to diminish Pani's demands, promptly placed in his hands a small hoard of the money of Mardi. Take it, holy guide, said she, this is all I have. But the third pilgrim, one Fana, a hale matron in handsome apparel, needed no asking to bestow her goods. Calling upon her attendants to advance with their burdens, she quickly unrolled them and wound round and round Pani, fold after fold of the costliest tapas, and filled both hands with teeth, and his mouth with the same savory marmalade, and poured oil upon his head, and knelt and besought of him a blessing. From the bottom of my heart I bless thee, said Pani, and still holding her hands, exclaimed, Take example from this woman, O Divino, and do ye likewise, ye pilgrims all. Not today, said Divino. We are not rich, like unto Fauna, said the rest. Now the next pilgrim was a very old and miserable man, stone-blind, covered with rags, and supporting his steps with a staff. My recompense, said Path. Alas, I have naught to give, behold my poverty. I cannot see, replied Path, but feeling of his garments he said, Thou wouldst deceive me, hast thou not this robe and this staff? O merciful Pani, take not my all, wailed the pilgrim, but his worthless gabardine was thrust into the dwelling of the guide. Meanwhile, the matron was still enveloping Path in her interminable tapas. But the sad-eyed maiden, removing her upper mantle, threw it over the naked form of the beggar. The fifth pilgrim was a youth of an open, ingenuous aspect, and with an eye full of eyes, his step was light. Who art thou? Cried Pani, as the stripling touched him in passing. I go to ascend the peak, said the boy. Then take me for guide. No, I am strong and lithesome, alone must I go. But how knowest thou the way? There are many ways, the right one I must seek for myself. Ah, poor deluded one, sighed Path, and thus it is ever with youth, and rejecting the monitions of wisdom, suffer they must. Go on and perish. Turning, the boy exclaimed, Though I act counter to thy counsels, O Pani, I but follow the divine instinct in me. Poor youth, murmured Babbalanja, how earnestly he struggles in his bonds, but thou rejecting a guide, still he clings to that legend of the peak. The rest of the pilgrims now tarried with the guide, preparing for their journey inland. Chapter 3. They passed through the woods. Refreshed by our stay in the grove, we rose and placed ourselves under the guidance of Mohi, who went on in advance. Winding our way among jungles, we came to a deep hollow planted with one gigantic palm shaft, belted round by saplings springing from its roots. But Laocoon-like, sire and son stood locked in the serpent folds of gnarled, distorted banyans, and the banyan bark, eating into their vital wood, corrupted their veins of sap, till all those palm nuts were poison chalices. Nearby stood clean-limbed, comely macaneals with lustrous leaves and golden fruit. You would have deemed them trees of life, but underneath their branches grew no blades of grass, no herb nor moss. The bare earth was scorched by heaven's own dews, filtrated through the fatal foliage. Farther on there frowned a grove of blended banyan boughs, thick-ranked macaneals, and many a upas, their summit gilded by the sun, but below deep shadows darkening nightshade ferns and mandrakes. Buried in their midst and dimly seen among large leaves, all halberd-shaped, were piles of stone, supporting fallen temples of bamboo. Thereon frogs leaped in dampness, trailing round their slime. Thick hung the rafters with lines of pendant sloths. The upas trees dropped darkness round. So dense the shade, nocturnal birds found there perpetual night, and throve on poisoned air. Owls hooted from dead boughs, or one by one sailed on by silent pinions. Cranes stalked abroad or brooded in the marshes. Adders hissed, bats smote the darkness, ravens croaked, and vampires fixed on slumbering lizards fanned the sultry air. Chapter 4. Hivahi, 1848. Now those doleful woodlands passed. Straightway converse was renewed, and much discourse took place concerning Hivahi, pontiff of the isle. For during our first friendly conversation with Pani, Media had inquired for Hivahi, and sought to know in what part of the island he abode, whereto Pani had replied that the pontiff would be invisible for several days to come, being engaged with particular company. And upon further inquiry as to who were the personages monopolizing his hospitalities, Media was dumb when informed that they were no other than certain incorporeal deities from above, passing the Capricorn solstice at Marama. As we on journeyed, much curiosity being expressed to know more of the pontiff and his guests, old Mohi, familiar with these things, was commanded to enlighten the company. He complied, and his recital was not a little significant of the occasional credulity of chroniclers. According to his statement, the deities entertained by Hivahi belonged to the third class of immortals. These, however, were far elevated above the corporal demigods of Mardi. Indeed, in Hivahi's eyes, the greatest demigods were his gourds. Little wonder, then, that their superiors were accounted the most genteel characters on his visiting list. These immortals were wonderfully fastidious and dainty as to the atmosphere they breathed, inhaling no sublunary air, but that of the elevated interior, where the pontiff had a rural lodge for the special accommodation of impalpable guests, who were entertained at very small cost, dinners being unnecessary and dormitories superfluous. But Hivahi permitted not the presence of these celestial grandees to interfere with his own solid comfort. Passing his mornings in highly intensified chat, he thrice reclined at his ease, partaking of a fine plantain pudding and pouring out from a calabash of celestial old wine. Meanwhile, carrying on the flow of soul with his guests, and truly the sight of their entertainer thus enjoying himself in the flesh while they themselves starved on the ether, must have been exceedingly provoking to these aristocratic and aerial strangers. It was reported, furthermore, that Hivahi, one of the haughtiest of pontiffs, purposely treated his angelical guests thus cavalierly, in order to convince them that though a denizen of earth, a sublunarian, and respect in heaven, a mere provincial, he, Hivahi, accounted himself full as good as seraphim from the capital, and that too at the Capricorn solstice or any time of the year. Strongly bent was Hivahi upon humbling their supercilious pretensions. Besides, was he not accounted a great god in the land, supreme, having power of life and death, essaying the deposition of kings, and dwelling in moody state all by himself in the goodliest island of Mardi? Though here be it said that his assumptions of temporal supremacy were but seldom made good by express interference with the secular concerns of the neighboring monarchs, who by force of arms were too apt to argue against his claims to authority. However, in theory they bowed to it, and now for the genealogy of Hivahi, for 1,847 Hivahitis were alleged to have gone before him. He came in a right line from the divine Hivahi I, the original grantee of the empire of men's souls, and the first swayer of a crosier. The present pontiff's descent was unquestionable, his dignity having been transmitted through none but heirs male, the whole procession of high priests being the fruit of successive marriages between uterine brother and sister. A conjunction deemed incestuous in some lands, but here held the only fit channel for the pure transmission of elevated rank. Added to the hereditary appellation Hivahi, which simply denoted the sacerdotal station of the pontiffs, and was but seldom employed in current discourse, they were individualized by a distinct name bestowed upon them at birth, and the degree of consideration in which they were held may be inferred from the fact that during the lifetime of a pontiff, the leading sound in his name was banned to ordinary uses. Whence at every new accession in the archiepiscopal throne, it came to pass that multitudes of words and phrases were either essentially modified or wholly dropped. Wherefore the language of Marama was incessantly fluctuating, and had become so full of jargonings that the birds in the groves were greatly puzzled, not knowing where lay the virtue of sounds so incoherent. And in a good measure this held true of all the tongues spoken throughout the archipelago, the birds marveling at mankind, and mankind at the birds, wondering how they would continually sing when, for all men knew to the contrary, it was impossible they could be holding intelligent discourse. And thus, though for thousands of years men and birds have been dwelling together in Mardi, they remained wholly ignorant of each other's secrets, the islander regarding the fowl as a senseless songster, forever in the clouds, and the foul hem as a screeching crane, destitute of pinions and lofty aspirations. Over and above numerous other miraculous powers imputed to the pontiffs as spiritual potentates, there was ascribed to them one special privilege of a secular nature, that of healing with the touch of bites of the ravenous sharks swarming throughout the lagoon, which these they were supposed to be upon the most friendly terms, according to popular accounts, sociably bathing with them in the sea, permitting them to rub their noses against their priestly thighs, playfully mouthing their hands with all their tiers of teeth. At the ordination of a pontiff, the ceremony was not deemed complete until embarking in his barge. He was saluted high priest by 3 sharks drawing near, with teeth turned up swimming beside his canoe. These monsters were deified in Marama. Had altars there, it was deemed worse than homicide to kill one. And what if they destroy human life, say the islanders? Are they not sacred? Now, many more wonderful things were related touching Hivahi, and though one could not but doubt the validity of many prerogatives ascribed to him, it was nevertheless hard to do otherwise than entertain for the pontiff that sort of profound consideration, which all render to those who indisputably possess the power of quenching human life with a wish. Chapter 5. They Visit the Great Marai. As garrulous guide to the party, Braidbeard soon brought us nigh the great Marai of Marama, the burial place of the pontiffs, and a rural promenade for certain idols there inhabiting. Our way now led through the bed of a shallow water course, Mohi observing as he went that our feet were being washed at every step, whereas to tread the dusty earth would be to desecrate the holy Marai by transferring thereto the base soil of a less sacred ground. Here and there, thatched arbors were thrown over the stream for the accommodation of devotees who, in these consecrated waters issuing from a spring in the Marai, bathed their garments that long life might ensue. Yet as Braidbeard assured us, sometimes it happened that divers feeble old men zealously donning their raiment immediately after immersion became afflicted with rheumatics, and instances were related of their falling down dead in this their pursuit of longevity. Coming to the marae, we found it enclosed by a wall, and while the rest were surmounting it, Mohi was busily engaged in the apparently childish occupation of collecting pebbles. Of these, however, to our no small surprise, he presently made use, by irreverently throwing them all at objects to which he was desirous of directing attention. In this manner, he pointed out a black boar's head suspended from a bough. Full 20 of these sentries were on post of the neighboring trees. Proceeding, we came to a hillock of bone-dry sand, resting upon the otherwise loamy soil, possessing a secret preservative virtue. This sand had, ages ago, been brought from a distant land to furnish a sepulchre for the pontiffs, who here, side by side and sire by son, slumbered all peacefully in the fellowship of the grave. Mohi declared that, were the sepulchre to be opened, it would be the resurrection of the whole line of high priests. But a resurrection of bones, after all, said Babbalanja, ever osseous in his allusions to the departed. Passing on, we came to a number of runic-looking stones, all over hieroglyphical inscriptions, and placed round an elliptical aperture, where welled up the sacred spring of the marae, clear as crystal, and showing through its waters 2 tiers of sharp, tusk-like stones, the mouth of Oro, so called. And it was held that if any secular hand should be immersed in the spring, straight upon it those stony jaws would close. But next came to a large image of a dark-hued stone, representing a burly man with an overgrown head, an abdomen hollowed out, and open for inspection. Therein were relics of bones. Before this image we paused, and whether or no it was Mohi's purpose to make us tourists quake with his recitals, his revelations were far from agreeable. At certain seasons, human beings were offered to the idol, which being an epicure in the matter of sacrifices, would accept of no ordinary fare. To ensure his digestion, all indirect routes to the interior were avoided, the sacrifices being packed in the ventricle itself. Near to this image of Delima, so called, a solitary forest tree was pointed out, leafless and dead to the core, but from its boughs hang numerous baskets, brimming over with melons, grapes, and guavas, and daily these baskets were replenished. As we here stood, there passed a hungry figure in ragged raiment, hollow cheeks and hollow eyes. Wistfully, he eyed the offerings, but retreated, knowing it was sacrilege to touch them. There they must decay in honor of the god Anana, for so this dead tree was denominated by Mohi. Now, as we were thus strolling about the marae, the old chronicler elucidating its mysteries, we suddenly spied Pani and the pilgrims approaching the image of Delima, his child leading the guide. This, began Pani, pointing to the idol of stone, is the holy god Anana, who lives in the sap of this green and flourishing tree. Thou meanest not, surely, this stone image we behold, said Divino. I mean the tree, said the guide. It is no stone image. Strange, muttered the chief. Were it not a guide that spoke, I would deny it. As it is, I hold my peace. Mystery of mysteries, cried the blind old pilgrim. Is it then a stone image that Pani calls a tree? Oh, Oro, that I had eyes to see, that I might verily behold it, and then believe it to what it is not. That so I might prove the largeness of my faith, and so merit the blessing of Alma. Thrice sacred Anana, murmured the sad-eyed maiden, falling upon her knees before Delima, receive my adoration. Of thee I know nothing, but what the guide has spoken. I am but a poor, weak-minded maiden, judging not for myself, but leaning upon others that are wiser. These things are above me. I am afraid to think. In Alma's name receive my homage. And she flung flowers before the god. But Fauna, the hale matron, turning upon Pani, exclaimed, receive more gifts, O guide. And again she showered them upon him. Upon this, the willful boy, who would not have Pani for his guide, entered the marae, and perceiving the group before the image, walked rapidly to where they were. And beholding the idol, he regarded it attentively and said, this must be the image of Delima, but I am not sure. Nay, cried the blind pilgrim, it is the holy tree Anana, thou wayward boy. A tree? Whatever it may be, it is not that. Thou art blind, old man. And though blind, I have that which thou lackest. Then said Pani, turning upon the boy, depart from the holy marae, and corrupt not the hearts of these pilgrims. Depart, I say, and in the sacred name of Alma, perish in thy endeavors to climb the peak. I may perish there in truth, said the boy with sadness, but it shall be in the path revealed to me in my dream. And think not, O guide, that I perfectly rely upon gaining that lofty summit. I will climb high also with hope, not faith. O mighty Oro, help me. Be not impious, said Pani, pronounce not Oro's sacred name too lightly. Oro is but a sound, said the boy. They call the supreme god Ati in my native isle. It is the soundless thought of him, O guide, that is in me. Hark to his rhapsodies, hark, how he prates of mysteries that not even Hivahi can fathom. Nor he, nor thou, nor I, nor any. Oro to all is Oro the unknown. Why claim to know Oro, then, better than others? I am not so vain, and I have little to substitute for what I cannot receive, but I feel Oro in me, yet cannot declare the thought. Proud boy, thy humility is a pretense. At heart, thou deemest thyself wiser than Mardi. Not near so wise. To believe is a haughty thing. My very doubts humiliate me. I weep and doubt. All Mardi may be light, and I too simple to discern. He is mad, said the chief Divino. Never before heard I such words. They are thoughts, muttered the guide. Poor fool, cried Fauna. Lost youth, sighed the maiden. He is but a child, said the beggar. These whims will soon depart. Once I was like him, but, praise be to Alma, in the hour of sickness I repented, feeble old man that I am. It is because I am young and in health, said the boy, that I more nourish the thoughts that are born of my youth and my health. I am fresh from my Maker, soul and body unwrinkled. On thy sick couch, old man, they took thee at advantage. Turn from the blasphemer, cried Pani, hence, thou evil one, to the perdition in store. I will go my ways, said the boy, but Oro will shape the end. And he quitted the marae. After conducting the party round the sacred enclosure, assisting his way with his staff for his child had left him, Pani seated himself on a low, mossy stone, grimly surrounded by idols, and directed the pilgrims to return to his habitation, where ere long he would rejoin them. The pilgrims departed. He remained in profound meditation, while backward and forward an invisible plowshare turned up the long furrows on his brow. Long he was silent, then muttered to himself, That boy, that wild, wise boy has stabbed me to the heart. His thoughts are my suspicions, but he is honest, yet I harm none. Multitudes must have unspoken meditations as well as I. Do we then mutually deceive? Off masks, mankind, that I may know what warranty of fellowship with others my own thoughts possess. Why, upon this one theme, O Oro, must all dissemble? Our thoughts are not our own, whate'er it may be. An honest thought must have some germ of truth. But we must set, as flows the general stream, I blindly follow, where I seem to lead. The crowd of pilgrims is so great, they see not that there is none to guide. It hinges upon this, have we angelic spirits? But in vain, O Oro, I essay to live out this poor, blind body, fit dwelling for my sightless soul. Death, death, blind, am I dead? For blindness seems the consciousness of death. Will my grave be more dark than all is now? From dark to dark, what is this subtle something that is in me, and eludes me? Will it have no end? What then did it begin? All is chaos. What is this shining light in heaven, the sun they tell me of, or do they lie? Methinks it might blaze convictions, but I brood and grope in blackness. I am dumb with doubt, yet 'tis not doubt, but worse, I doubt my doubt. Oh, ye all-wise spirits in the air, how can ye witness all this woe and give no sign? Would that mine were a settled doubt, like that wild boy's who without faith seems full of it. The undoubting doubter believes the most. Oh, that I were he! Methinks that daring boy hath Alma in him, struggling to be free. But those pilgrims, that trusting girl, what if they saw me as I am? Peace, peace, my soul, on, mask again. And he staggered from the marae. Chapter 6. They discourse of the gods of Mardi, and Braidbeard tells of one phony. Walking from the sacred enclosure, Moe discoursed in the plurality of gods in the land, a subject suggested by the multitudinous idols we had just been beholding. Said Moe, these gods of wood and of stone are nothing in number to the gods in the air. You breathe not a breath without inhaling, you touch not a leaf without ruffling a spirit. There are gods of heaven and gods of earth, gods of sea and of land, gods of peace and of war, gods of rook and of fell, gods of ghosts and of thieves, of singers and dancers, of lean men and house thatchers. Gods glance in the eyes of birds and sparkle in the crests of the waves. Gods merrily swing in the boughs of the trees and merrily sing in the brook. Gods are here and there and everywhere. You are never alone for them. If this be so, Braidbeard, said Babbalanja, our inmost thoughts are overheard, but not by eavesdroppers. However, my lord, these gods to whom he alludes merely belong to the semi-intelligibles, the divided unities in unity, thin side of the first Adita. Indeed, said Media. Semi-intelligible, say you, philosopher, cried Mohi. Then prithee, make it appear so, for what you say seems gibberish to me. Babbalanja, said Media, no more of your abstrusities. What know you, mortals, of us gods and demigods? But tell me, Mohi, how many of your deities of rock and fin think you there are? Have you no statistical table? My lord, at the lowliest computation there must be at least 3 billion trillions of quintillions. A mere unit, said Babbalanja. Old man, would you express an infinite number? Then take the sum of the follies of Mardi for your multiplicand, and for your multiplier, the totality of sublinarians that never have been heard of since there became no more, and the product shall exceed your quintillions, even though all their units were nonillions. Have done, Babbalanja, cried Media. You are showing the sinister vein in your marble. Have done. Take a warm bath and make tepid your cold blood. But come, Mohi, tell us of the ways of this Marama, something of the Marai and its idols, if you please. And straightway Braidbeard proceeded with a narration, its substance as follows. It seems there was a particular family upon the island whose members, for many generations, have been set apart as sacrifices for the deity called Dolima. They were marked by a sad and melancholy aspect and a certain involuntary shrinking when passing the Marai. And though when it came to the last, some of these unfortunates went joyfully to their doom, declaring that they glorified to die in the service of holy Dolima, still there were others who audaciously endeavored to shun their fate upon the approach of the festival, fleeing to the innermost wilderness of the island. But little availed their flight, for swift on their track sped the hereditary butler of the insulted god, one Ziki, whose duty it was to provide the sacrifices. And when crouching in some covert, the fugitive spied Ziki's approach. So fearful did he become of the vengeance of the deity he sought to evade, that renouncing all hope of escape, he would burst from his lair, exclaiming, "Come and kill!" baring his breast for the javelin that slew him. The chronicles of Marama were full of horrors. In the wild heart of the island was said still to lurk the remnant of the band of warriors who, in the days of the sire of the present pontiff, had risen in arms to dethrone him, headed by Phony, an upstart prophet, a personage distinguished for the uncommon beauty of his person. With terrible carnage, these warriors had been defeated, and the survivors, fleeing into the interior, for 30 days were pursued by the victors. But though many were overtaken and speared, a number survived, who at last, wandering forlorn and in despair, like demoniacs, ran wild into the woods. And the islanders who at times penetrated into the wilderness, for the purpose of procuring rare herbs, often sacred from their path some spectre glaring through the foliage. Thrice had these demoniacs been discovered prowling about the inhabited portions of the isle, and at daybreak an attendant of the holy Marai once came upon a frightful figure, doubled with age, helping itself to the offerings in the image of Dolima. The demoniac was slain, and from his ineffaceable tattooing, it was proved that this was no other than Phony, the false prophet, the splendid form he had carried into the rebel fight, now squalid with age and misery. Chapter 7. They visit the lake of Yamo. From the Marai, we bent our steps toward an unoccupied arbor, and here, refreshing ourselves with the viands presented by Borobola, we passed the night, and next morning proceeded to voyage round to the opposite quarter of the island, where in the sacred lake of Yamo stood the famous Temple of Oro, also the great gallery of the inferior deities. The lake was but a portion of the smooth lagoon, made separate by an arm of wooded reef, extended from the high western shore of the island and curving round toward a promontory, leaving a narrow channel to the sea almost invisible, however, from the landlocked interior. In this lake were many islets, all green with groves. Its main shore was a steep acclivity with jutting points, each crowned with mossy old altars of stone or ruinous temples, darkly reflected in the green glassy water, while from its long line of stately trees the low reef side of the lake looked one verdant bluff. Gliding in upon Yamo, its many islets greeted us, like a little Mardi, but ever and anon we started at long lines of phantoms in the water, reflections of the long line of images on the shore. Toward the inlet of Dolzono we first directed our way, and there we beheld the great gallery of the gods, a mighty temple resting on the 100 tall pillars of palm, each based, below the surface, on the buried body of a man. Its nave, one vista of idols, names carved on their foreheads: Ogre, Tripu, Indri Marvoki, Partzillo, Vivivi, Jojijo Jorora, Jorkraki, and innumerable others. Crowds of attendants were new grouping the images. "My lord, you behold one of their principal occupations," said Moe. Said Media, "I have heard much of the feigned image of Mujo, the nursing mother. Can you point it out, Braidbeard?" "My lord, when last here I saw Mujo at the head of this file, but they must have removed it. I see it not now." "Do these attendants then," said Babbalanja, "so continually new marshal the idols, that visiting the gallery today you are at a loss tomorrow?" "Even so," said Braidbeard, "but behold, my lord, this image is Mujo." We stood before an obelisk idol, so towering that gazing at it we were fain to throw back our heads. According to Moe, winding stairs led up through its legs, its abdomen a cellar, thick stored with gourds of old wine, its head a hollow dome, and rude alto relievo, its scores of hillock breasts were carved over with legions of baby deities, frog-like sprawling, while within were secreted whole litters of infant idols, there placed to imbibe divinity from the knots of the wood. As we stood, a strange subterranean sound was heard, mingled with a gurgling as of wine being poured. Looking up, we beheld through arrow slits and portholes 3 masks, cross-legged, seated in the abdomen, and holding stout wassail. But instantly upon descrying us they vanished deeper into the interior, and presently was heard a sepulchral chant, and many groans and grievous tribulations. Passing on, we came to an image with a long anaconda-like posterior development, wound round and round its own neck. "This must be Olu, the god of suicide," said Babbalanja. "Yes," said Moe, "you perceive, my lord, how he lays violent tale upon himself." At length, the attendants, having in due order new deposed the long line of sphinxes and griffins and many-limbed images, a band of them in long-flowing robes began their morning chant. "Awake, Rarni! Awake, Foluna! Awake, unnumbered deities!" With many similar invocations to which the images made not the slightest rejoinder. Not discouraged, however, the attendants now separated, proceeded to offer up petitions on behalf of various tribes, retaining them for that purpose. One prayed for abundance of rain, and the yams of the Valapi might not wilt in the ground, another for dry sunshine, as most favorable for the present state of the breadfruit crop in Mondoldo. Hearing all this, Babbalanja thus spoke, "Doubtless, my lord Media, besides these petitions we hear, there are 10,000 contradictory prayers ascended to these idols. But methinks the gods will not jar the eternal progression of things by any hints from below, even were it possible to satisfy conflicting desires." Said Yumi, "But I would pray, nevertheless, Babbalanja, for prayer draws us near to our own souls and purifies our thoughts, nor will I grant that our supplications are altogether in vain." Still wandering among the images, Moe had much to say concerning their respective claims to the reverence of the devout. For though in one way or other all Mardians bowed to the supremacy of Oro, they were not so unanimous concerning the inferior deities, though supposed to be the intermediately concerned in sublunary things. Some nations sacrificed to one god, some to another, each maintaining that their own god was the most potential. Observing that all the images were more or less defaced, Babbalanja sought the reason, to which Braidbeard made answer that they had been thus defaced by hostile devotees, who, quarreling in the great gallery of the gods and getting beside themselves with rage, often sought to pull down and demolish each other's favorite idols. "But behold," cried Babbalanja, "there seems not a single image unmutilated. How is this, old man?" "It is thus, while one faction defaces the images of its adversaries, its own images are like in manner assailed, whence it comes that no idol escapes." No more, Braidbeard," said Media. "Let us depart and visit the islet, where the god of all these gods is enshrined." Chapter 8. They meet the pilgrims at the Temple of Oro. Deep in deep groves, we found the great Temple of Oro, spreader of the sky and deity supreme. While here we silently stood eyeing this Mardi-renowned image, there entered the fane a great multitude of its attendants, holding pearl shells on their heads, filled with the burning incense, and ranging themselves in a crowd round Oro, they began a long rolling chant, a sea of sounds, and the thick smoke of their incense went up to the roof. And now approached Pani and the pilgrims, followed at a distance by the willful boy. "Behold great Oro," said the guide. "We see naught but a cloud," said the chief divino. "My ears are stunned by the chanting," said the blind pilgrim. "Receive more gifts, O guide," cried Fauna the matron. "O Oro, invisible Oro, I kneel," slow murmured the sad-eyed maid. But now a current of air swept aside the eddying incense, and the willful boy, all eagerness to behold the image, went hither and thither. But the gathering of attendants was great, and at last he exclaimed, "O Oro, I cannot see thee, for the crowd that stands between thee and me." "Who is this babbler?" cried they with the censers, one and all turning upon the pilgrims. "Let him speak no more, but bow down and grind the dust where he stands, and declare himself the vilest creature that crawls. So Oro and Alma command." "I feel nothing in me so utterly vile," said the boy, "and I cringe to none, but I would as lief adore your image as that in my heart, for both mean the same. But more, how can I? I love great Oro, though I comprehend him not. I marvel at his works, and feel as nothing in his sight. But because he is thus omnipotent, and I a mortal, it follows not that I am vile. Nor so doth he regard me. We do ourselves degrade ourselves, not Oro us. Hath not Oro made me? And therefore am I not worthy to stand erect before him? Oro is almighty, but no despot. I wonder, I hope, I love, I weep. I have in me a feeling nigh to fear, that is not fear. But wholly vile I am not, nor can we love and cringe, but Oro knows my heart, which I cannot speak. Impious boy, cried they with the censers, we will offer thee up before the very image thou contemnest. In the name of Alma, seize him. And they bore him away unresisting. Thus perished the ungodly, said Pani to the shuddering pilgrims. And they quitted the temple to journey toward the peak of Ofo. My soul bursts, cried Yumi. My lord, let us save the boy. Speak not, said Media, his fate is fixed, let Mardi stand. Then let us away from hence, my lord, and join the pilgrims, for in these inland vales the lost one may be found, perhaps at the very base of Ofo. Not there, cried Babbalanja. Yila may have touched these shores, but long since she must have fled. Chapter 9. The Discourse of Alma. Sailing to and fro in the lake to view its scenery, much discourse took place concerning the things we had seen. And far removed from the censer bearers, the sad fate that awaited the boy was now the theme of all. A good deal was then said of Alma, to whom the guide, the pilgrims, and the censer bearers had frequently alluded, as to some paramount authority. Called upon to reveal what his chronicles said on this theme, Braidbeard complied, at great length narrating what now follows condensed. Alma, it seems, was an illustrious prophet and teacher divine who, ages ago at long intervals and in various islands, had appeared to the Mardians under the different titles of Brahmi, Manco, and Alma. Many thousands of moons had elapsed since the last and most memorable avatar, as Alma on the Isle of Marama. Each of his advents had taken place in a comparatively dark and benighted age. Hence, it was devoutly believed that he came to redeem the Mardians from their heathenish thrall, to instruct them in the ways of truth, virtue, and happiness, to allure them to good by promises of beatitude hereafter, and to restrain them from evil by denunciations of woe. Separated them from impurities and corruptions, which, in a long series of centuries, had become attached to everything originally uttered by the prophet. The maxims which as Brahmi he had taught seemed similar to those inculcated by Manco. But as Alma, adapting his lessons to the improved condition of humanity, the divine prophet had more completely unfolded his scheme. As Alma, he had made his last revelation. This narration concluded, Babbalanja mildly observed, Mohi, without seeking to accuse you of uttering falsehoods, since what you relate rests not upon testimony of your own, permit me to question the fidelity of your account of Alma. The prophet came to dissipate errors, you say, but superadded to many that have survived the past 10,000 others have originated in various constructions of the principles of Alma himself. The prophet came to do away all gods but one. But since the days of Alma, the idols of Marama have more than quadrupled. The prophet came to make us Mardians more virtuous and happy. But along with all previous good, the same wars, crimes, and miseries which existed in Alma's day, under various modifications, are yet extant. Nay, take from your chronicles, Mohi, the history of those horrors, one way or other, resulting from the doings of Alma's nominal followers, and your chronicles would not so frequently make mention of blood. The prophet came to guarantee our eternal felicity, but according to what is held in Marama, that felicity rests on so hard a proviso, that to a thinking mind but very few of our sinful race may secure it. For one, then, I wholly reject your Alma, not so much because all that is hard to be understood in his histories, as because of obvious and undeniable things all round us, which, to me, seem at war with unreserved faith in his doctrines as promulgated here in Marama. Besides, everything in this isle strengthens my incredulity. I never was so thorough a disbeliever as now. Let the winds be laid, cried Mohi, while your rash confession is being made in this sacred lake. Said Media, philosopher, remember the boy and that they seized him. Ah, I do remember him, poor youth, in his agony, now my heart yearned toward his. But that very prudence which you deny me, my lord, prevented me from saying aught in his behalf. Have you not observed that until now, when we are completely by ourselves, I have refrained from freely discoursing what I have seen on this island? Trust me, my lord, there is no man that bears more in mind the necessity of being either a believer or a hypocrite in Marama, and the imminent peril of being honest here, than I, Babbalanja. And I have not reason to be wary when in my boyhood my own sire was burnt for his temerity. And in this very isle? Just Oro. It was done in the name of Alma. What wonder then, at times, I almost hate that sound. And from those flames they devoutly swore, he went to others. Horrible fable. Said Mohi, do you deny then the everlasting torments? 'Tis not worth a denial, nor by formally denying it will I run the risk of shaking the faith of thousands, who, in that pious belief, find infinite consolation for all they suffer in Mardi. How, said Media? Are there those who soothe themselves with the thought of everlasting flames? One would think so, my lord, since they defend that dogma more resolutely than any other. Sooner will they yield you the isles of paradise than it, and in truth, as liege followers of Alma, they would seem but right in clinging to it as they do. For according to all one hears of Marama, the great end of the prophet's mission seems to have been the revealing to us Mardians the existence of horrors, most hard to escape. But better we were all annihilated, than that one man should be damned. Rejoined Media, but think you not that possibly Alma may have been misconceived? Are you certain that doctrine is his? I know nothing more than that such is the belief in this land, and in these matters I know not where else to go for information. But, my lord, had I been living in those days when certain men are said to be actually possessed by spirits from hell, I had not let slip the opportunity, as our forefathers did, to cross-question them concerning the place where they came from. Well, well, said Media, your Alma's faith concerns not me. I am a king and a demigod, and leave vulgar torments to the commonalty. But it concerns me, muttered Mohi, yet I know not what to think. For me, said Yumi, I reject it. Could I would not believe it. It is at variance with the dictates of my heart instinctively. My heart turns from it. As a thirsty man from Gaul. Hush, say no more, said Mohi. Again we approached the shore. Chapter 10. Cole tells of One Ravu, and they land to visit Revaneva, a flourishing artisan. Having seen all worth viewing in Yamo, we departed to complete the circumnavigation of the island by returning to Yuma without reversing our prows. As we glided along, we passed many objects of interest, concerning which Mohi, as usual, was very diffuse. Among other things pointed out were certain little altars like milestones planted here and there upon bright bluffs, running out into the lagoon. Dedicated respectively to the guardian spirits of Marama, these altars formed a chain of spiritual defenses, and here were presumed to stand post the most vigilant of warders, dread Hivahi, all by himself, garrisoning the impregnable interior. But these sentries were only subalterns, subject to the beck of the pontiff, who frequently sent word to them concerning the duties of their watch. His mandates were entrusted to One Ravu, the hereditary pontifical messenger, a long-limbed varlet, so swift of foot that he was said to travel like a javelin. Art thou Ravu, that thou so pliest thy legs? Say these islanders to one encountered in a hurry. Hivahi's postman held no oral communication with the sentries. Dispatched round the island with divers bits of tapa, hieroglyphically stamped, he merely deposited one upon each altar, superadding a stone to keep the missive in its place, and so went his rounds. Now his route lay over hill and dale, and over many a coral rock, and to preserve his feet from bruises, he was fain to wear a sort of buskin or boot, fabricated of the durable tapa, made from the thickest and toughest of fibers. As he never wore his buskins except when he carried the mail, Ravu sorely fretted with the Hessians, though it would have been highly imprudent to travel without them. To make the thing more endurable, therefore, and at intervals to cool his heated pedals, he established a series of stopping places, or stages, at each of which a fresh pair of buskins hanging from a tree were taken down and vaulted into by the ingenious traveler, whose relays of boots were exceedingly convenient. Next, indeed, to being lifted upon a fresh pair of legs. Now, to what purpose that anecdote? Demanded Babbalanja of Mohi, who in substance related it. Marry, 'tis but the simple recital of a fact, and I tell it to entertain the company. But has it any meaning you know of? Thou art wise. Find out, retorted Braidbeard. But what comes of it? Persisted Babbalanja. Beshrew me this senseless catechizing of thine, replied Mohi. Naught else, it seems, save a grin or two. And pray, what may you be driving at, philosopher? Interrupted Media. I am intent upon the essence of things, the mystery that lieth beyond, the elements of the tear which much laughter provoketh, that which is beneath the seeming, the precious pearl within the shaggy oyster. I probe the circle's center. I seek to evolve the inscrutable. Seek on, and when aught is found, cry out that we may run to see. My lord, the king is merry upon me. To him my more subtle cogitations seem foolishness. But believe me, my lord, there is more to be thought of than to be seen. There is a world of wonders ensphered within the spontaneous consciousness, or, as old Bardiana hath it, a mystery within the obvious, yet an obviousness within the mystery. And did I ever deny that, said Media. As plain as my hand in the dark, said Mohi. It seemed a dream, said Yumi. They banter me, but enough, I am to blame for discoursing upon the deep world wherein I live. I am wrong in seeking to invest sublunary sounds with celestial sense. Much that is in me is incommunicable by this ether we breathe, but I blame ye not. And wrapping him round his mantle, Babbalanja retired to its most private folds. Ere coming in sight of Uma, we put into a little bay to pay our respects to Heaveneva, a famous character there dwelling, who, assisted by many journeymen, carried on the lucrative business of making idols for the surrounding isles. Know ye that all idols not made in Marama and consecrated by Hivahi, and what is more, in strings of teeth paid down for to by Heaveneva, are of no more account than logs, stocks, or stones. Yet does not the cunning artificer monopolize the profits of his vocation? For Heaveneva, being but the vassal of the pontiff, the latter lays claim to King Leo's share of the spoils and secures it. The place was very prettily lapped in the pleasant dell, nigh to the margin of the water, and here were several spacious arbors, wherein, prostrate upon their sacred faces, were all manner of idols in every imaginable stage of statuary development. With wonderful industry the journeymen were plying their tools, some chiseling noses, some trenching for mouths, and others with heated flints boring for ears, a hole drilled straight through the occiput, representing the auricular organs. Now easily they are seen through, said Babbalanja, taking a sight through one of the heads. The last finish is given by their godships, by rubbing them all over with dried slips of consecrated shark skin, rough as sandpaper, tacked over bits of wood. In one of the farthest arbors, Heaveneva pointed out a goodly array of idols, all complete and ready for the market. They were of every variety of pattern and of every size, from that of a giant to the little images worn in the ears of the ultra-devout. Of late, said the artist, there has been a lively demand for the image of Arbino the god of fishing, the present being the principal season for that business. For Nadam presides over love and wine, there has also been urgent call, it being the time of the grape, and the maidens growing frolicsome withal and devotional. Seeing that Heaveneva handled his wares with much familiarity, not to say irreverence, Babbalanja was minded to learn from him what he thought of his trade, whether the images he made were genuine or spurious, in a word, whether he believed in his gods. His reply was curious, but still more so the marginal gestures therewith he helped out the text. When I cut down the trees for my idols, said he, they are nothing but logs. When upon those logs I chalk out the figures of my images, they yet remain logs. When the chisel is applied, logs they are still. And when all complete, I at last stand them up in my studio. Even then they are logs. Nevertheless, when I handle the pay, they are as prime gods as ever were turned out in Marama. You must make a very great variety, said Babbalanja. All sorts. And from the same material, I presume? Aye, one grove supplies them all, and on average each tree stands us in full 50 idols. Then, we often take the second-hand images and part pay for new ones. These we work over again into new patterns, touching up their eyes and ears, resetting their noses, and more especially new footing for their legs, where they always decay first. Under sanction of the pontiff, Heaveneva, in addition to his large commerce in idols, also carried on the highly lucrative business of canoe building, the profits whereof, undivided, he dropped into his private exchequer. But Mohi averred that the pontiff often charged him with neglecting his images for his canoes. Be that as it may, Heaveneva drove a thriving trade at both avocations, and in demonstration of the fact, he directed our attention to 3 long rows of canoes, upheld by wooden supports. They were in perfect order, at a moment's notice ready for launching, being furnished with paddles, outriggers, masts, sails, and a human skull. With a short handle thrust through one of its eyes, the ordinary bailer of Marama, besides other appurtenances, including on the prow of duodecimo idol to match. Owing to a superstitious preference bestowed upon the wood and work of the sacred island, Heaveneva's canoes were in as high repute as the idols, and sold equally well. In truth, several ways one trade helped the other, the larger images being dug out of the hollow part of the canoes, and all naughty odds and ends reserved for the idol earrings. But, after all, said the artificer, I find a readier sale for my images than my canoes. And so it will ever be, said Babbalanja. Stick to thy idols, man, a trade more reliable than the baker's. Chapter 11. A Nursery Tale of Babbalanja's. Having taken to our canoes once again, we were silently sailing along when Media observed, Babbalanja, Though I seldom trouble myself with such thoughts, I have just been thinking how difficult it must be for the more ignorant sort of people to decide upon what particular image to worship as a guardian deity, when in Marama it seems there exists such a multitude of idols, and 1,000 more are to be heard of. Not at all, your highness, the more ignorant the better. The multitude of images distracts them not, but I am in no mood for serious discourse. Let me tell you a story. A story, hear him! The solemn philosopher is desirous of regaling us with a tale. But pray, begin. Once upon a time, then, said Babbalanja, indifferently adjusting his girdle, 9 blind men, with uncommonly long noses, set out on their travels to see the great island on which they were born. A precious beginning, muttered Moe. 9 blind men setting out to see sights. Continued Babbalanja, staff in hand they traveled, one in advance of the other, each man with his palm upon the shoulder next to him, and he with the longest nose took the lead of the file. Journeying on in this manner, they came to a valley, in which reigned a king called Temuro. Now, in a certain enclosure toward the head of the valley, there stood an immense wild banyan tree, all over moss and many centuries old and forming quite a wood in itself. Its 1,000 boughs striking into the earth and fixing there as many gigantic trunks. With Temuro it had long been in question, which of many trunks was the original and true one. A matter that had puzzled the wisest heads among his subjects, and in vain had a reward been offered for the solution of the perplexity. But the tree was so vast and its fabric so complex, and its rooted branches so similar in appearance, and so numerous from the circumstance that every year had added to them, that it was quite impossible to determine the point. Nevertheless, no sooner did the 9 blind men hear that there was a reward offered for discovering the trunk of a tree standing all by itself than, one and all, they assured Temuro that they would quickly settle that little difficulty of his, and loudly inveighed against the stupidity of the sages who had been so easily posed. So, being conducted into the enclosure and assured that the tree was somewhere within, they separated their forces, so as at wide intervals to surround it at a distance. When feeling their way with their staffs in their noses, they advanced to the search, crying out, "Pshaw! Make room there! Let us wise men feel of the mystery!" Presently striking with his nose one of the rooted branches, the foremost blind man quickly knelt down, and feeling that it struck into the earth, gleefully shouted, "Here it is! Here it is!" But almost in the same breath, his companions also, each striking a branch with his staff or his nose, cried out in a like manner, "Here it is! Here it is!" Whereupon they were all confounded. But directly the man who first cried out thus addressed the rest, "Good friends, surely you're mistaken. There is but one tree in the place, and here it is." "Very true," say the others. "Altogether there is only one tree, and here it is." "Nay," said the others, "it is here." And so saying, each blind man triumphantly felt of the branch where it penetrated into the earth. Then again said the speaker, "Good friends, if you will not believe what I say, come hither and feel for yourself." "Nay, nay," replied they, "why seek further? Here it is, and nowhere else can it be." "You blind fools, you contradict yourselves," continued the first speaker. "Waxing wroth, how can you each have hold of a separate trunk, when there is but one in the place?" Whereupon they redoubled their cries, calling each other in manner of opprobrious names, and presently they fell to beating each other with their staves and charging upon each other with their noses. But soon after, being loudly called upon by Temuro and his people, who all this while had been looking on, being loudly called upon, I say, to clap their hands on the trunk, they again rushed for their respective branches. And so it happened that one and all they changed places, but still cried out, "Here it is, here it is! Peace, peace, ye silly blind men," said Temuro. "Will ye without eyes presume to see more sharply than those who have them? The tree is too much for us all, hence depart from the valley." "An admirable story," cried Media. "I had no idea that a mere mortal, least of all a philosopher, could acquit himself so well. By my scepter, it is well done. Aha, blind men round a banyan. Why, Babbalanja, no demigod could surpass it. Taji, could you?" "But Babbalanja, what under the sun mean you by your blind story?" cried Mohi. "Obverse or reverse, I can make nothing of it." "Others may," said Babbalanja. "It is a polysensum, old man." "A pollywog," said Mohi. Chapter 12. Landing to visit Hivahi the pontiff, they encounter an extraordinary old hermit, with whom Yumi has a confidential interview but learns little. Gliding on, suddenly we spied a solitary islander putting out in his canoe from a neighboring cove. Drawing near, the stranger informed us that he was just from the face of the great pontiff, Hivahi, who, having dismissed his celestial guests, had retired to his private sanctuary. Upon this, Media resolved to land forthwith, and under the guidance of Mohi, proceed inland and pay a visit to his holiness. Quitting the beach, our path penetrated into the solitudes of the groves. Skirting the way were tall calcearinas, a species of cypress standing motionless in the shadows as files of mutes at a funeral. But here and there they were overrun with the adventurous vines of the convolvulus, the morning glory of the tropics, whose tendrils, bruised by the twigs, dropped milk upon the dragon-like scales of the trees. This vine is of the many varieties, lying perdu and shunning the garish sun through the day. One species rises at night with the stars, bursting forth in dazzling constellations of blossoms, which close at dawn. Others, slumbering through the darkness, are up and abroad with their petals by peep of morn, and after inhaling its breath again drop their lids in repose, while a third species, more capricious, refuse to expand at all, unless in the most brilliant sunshine and upon the very tops of the loftiest trees. Ambitious flowers, that will not blow unless in high places, with the bright day looking on and admiring. Here and there we passed open glades in the woods, delicious with the incense of violets. Balsamic ferns, stirred by the breeze, fanned all the air with aromas. These glades were delightful. Journeying on, we at length came to a dark glen so deftly hidden by the surrounding copses that were it not for the miasma thence wafted, an ignorant wayfarer might pass and repass it time and again, never dreaming of its vicinity. Down into the gloom of this glen we descended. Its sides were mantled with the noxious shrubs, whose exhalations halfway down unpleasantly blended with the piney breeze from the uplands. Through its bed ran a brook, whose encrusted margin had a strange metallic luster, from the polluted waters here flowing. Their source, a sulphur spring, of vile flavor and odor, where many invalid pilgrims resorted. The woods all round were haunted by the dismal cawings of crows. Tap, tap, the black hawk whetted his bill on the boughs. Each trunk stalked a ghost. From those trunks, Heaven Eva procured the wood for his idols. Rapidly crossing this place, Yumi's hands to his ears, old Mohi's to his nostrils, and Babylanja vainly trying to walk with closed eyes, we toiled among steep, flinty rocks along a wild zigzag pathway, like a mule track in the Andes, not so much onward as upward. Yumi above Babylanja, my lord Media above him, and Braidbeard our guide in the air above all. Strewn over with cinders, the vitreous marl seemed tumbled together as if belched from a volcano's throat. Presently we came to a tall, slender structure hidden among the scenic projections of the cliffs, like a monument in the dark vaulted ways of an abbey. Surrounding it were 5 extinct craters. The air was sultry and still, as if full of spent thunderbolts. Like a Hindu pagoda, this bamboo edifice rose story above story, its many angles and points decorated with pearl shells suspended by cords. But the uppermost story, some 10 toises in the air, was closely thatched from apex to floor, which summit was gained by a series of ascents. What eremite dwelleth here, like Saint Stylites at the top of his column? A question which Moe seemed all eagerness to have answered. Dropping upon his knees, he gave a peculiar low call. No response. Another, all was silent. Marching up to the pagoda and again dropping upon his knees, he shook the bamboos till the edifice rocked, and its pearl shells jingled as if a troop of Andalusian mules, with bells round their necks, were galloping along the defile. At length the thatch aloft was thrown open, and a head was thrust forth. It was that of an old man, with steel-grey eyes, hair and beard, and a horrible necklace of jawbones. Now issuing from the pagoda, Mohi turned about to gain a view of the ghost he had raised, and no sooner did he behold it than with King Media and the rest he made a marked salutation. Presently the eremite pointed to where Yumi was standing and waved his hand upward, when Mohi informed the minstrel that it was Saint Stylites' pleasure that he should pay him a visit. Wondering what was to come, Yumi proceeded to mount, and, at last, arriving toward the top of the pagoda, was met by an opening, from which an encouraging arm assisted him to gain the ultimate landing. Here all was murky enough, for the aperture from the head of the apparition had been thrust, was now closed, and what little twilight there was came up through the opening in the floor. In this dismal seclusion, silently the hermit confronted the minstrel, his grey hair, eyes, and beard all gleaming, as if streaked with phosphorus, while his ghastly gorget grinned hideously in all its jaws. Mutely, Yumi waited to be addressed, but hearing no sound and becoming alive to the strangeness of this situation, he meditated whether it would not be well to subside out of sight, even as he had come through the floor. An intention which the eremite must have anticipated, For of a sudden, something was slid over the opening, and the apparition seated itself thereupon. The twain were in darkness complete. Shut up thus, with an inscrutable stranger posted at the only aperture of escape, poor Yumi fell into something like a panic, hardly knowing what step to take next. As for endeavoring to force his way out, it was alarming to think of. For aught he knew, the eremite, availing himself of the gloom, might be bristling all over with javelin points. At last the silence was broken. "What see you, mortal?" "Chiefly darkness," said Yumi, wondering at the audacity of the question. "I dwell in it, but what else see you, mortal?" "The dim gleaming of thy gorget." "But that is not me. What else dost thou see?" "Nothing." "Then thou hast found me out and seen all. Descend." And with that, the passageway opened, and groping through the twilight, Yumi obeyed the mandate and retreated, full of vexation at his enigmatical reception. On his alighting, Mohi inquired whether the hermit was not a wonderful personage. But thinking some sage waggery lurked in the question, and at the present too indignant to enter into details, the minstrel made some impatient reply, and winding through a defile, the party resumed its journey. Straggling behind to survey the strange plants and flowers in his path, Yumi became so absorbed as almost to forget the scene in the pagoda, yet every moment expecting to be nearing the stately abode of the pontiff. But suddenly the scene around grew familiar. The path seemed that which he had been followed just after leaving the canoe, and at length the place of debarkation was in sight. Surprised that the object of our visit should have been thus abandoned, the minstrel ran forward and sought an explanation. Whereupon Mohi lifted his hands in amazement, exclaiming at the blindness of his eyes, which had beheld the supreme pontiff of Marama without knowing it. The old hermit was no other than the dread Hivahi, the pagoda, the inmost oracle of the isle. Chapter 13. Babbalanja endeavors to explain the mystery. This great mogul of a personage, then, this woundy Aliosaurus, this man of men, this same Hivahi whose name rumbled among the mountains like a peal of thunder, had been seen face to face and taken for naught but a bearded old hermit, or at best some equivocal conjurer. So great was his wonderment at the time that Yumi could not avoid expressing it in words, whereupon thus discoursed Babbalanja. "Gentle Yumi, be not astounded that Hivahi is so far behind your previous conceptions. The shadows of things are greater than themselves, and the more exaggerated the shadow, the more unlike the substance." "But knowing now what manner of person Hivahi is," said Yumi, "much do I long to behold him again." But Mohi assured him it was out of the question, that the pontiff always acted toward strangers as toward him, Yumi, and that but one dim blink at the eremite was all that mortal could obtain. Debarred thus from a second and more satisfactory interview with one concerning whom his curiosity had been violently aroused, the minstrel again turned to Mohi for enlightenment, especially touching that magnate's Egyptian reception of him in his aerial den. Whereto the chronicler made answer that the pontiff affected darkness because he liked it, that he was a ruler of few words but many deeds, and that, had Yumi been permitted to tarry longer with him in the pagoda, he would have been privy to many strange attestations of the divinity imputed to him. Voices would have been heard in the air, gossiping with Hivahi, noises inexplicable proceeding from him. In brief, light would have flashed out of his darkness. "But who has seen these things, Mohi?" said Babbalanja. "Have you?" "Nay." "Who then? Media? Any one you know?" "Nay, but the whole archipelago has." "Thus," exclaimed Babbalanja, "does Mardi, blind though it may be in many things, collectively behold the marvels which one pair of eyes sees not." Chapter 14. Taji receives tidings and almonds. Slowly sailing on, we were overtaken by a shallop, whose inmates, grappling to the side of Medias, said they came from Bora Bola. Dismal tidings, my faithful follower's death. Absent overnight that morning early, he had been discovered lifeless in the woods, 3 arrows in his heart, and the 3 pale strangers were nowhere to be found, but a fleet canoe was missing from the beach. "Slain for me," my soul sobbed out, nor yet appeased Alima's manes, nor yet seemed sated the Avenger's malice, who doubtless were on my track. But I turned, and instantly the 3 canoes had been reversed, and full soon Jarl's dead hand in mine, had not Media interposed. "To death your presence will not bring life back." "And we must on," said Babbalanja. "We seek the living, not the dead." Thus they overruled me, and Borabola's messengers departed. Soon evening came, and in its shades 3 shadows, haush as heralds. Their shallop glided near. A leaf trifoiled was first presented, then another arrow-shaped. Said Yumi, still I swiftly follow behind revenge. Then were showered faded, pallid daffodils. Said Yumi, thy hopes are blighted all. Not dead, but living with the life of life. Sirens, I heed ye not. They would have showered more flowers, but crowding sail we left them. Much converse followed. Then, beneath the canopy, all sought repose, and ere long slouched sleep drew nigh, tending dreams innumerable, silent dotting all the downs a shepherd with his flock. Chapter 15. Dreams. Dreams, dreams, golden dreams, endless and golden as the flowery prairies that stretch away from the Rio Sacramento, in whose waters Dane's shower was woven. Prairies like rounded eternities, jonquil leaves beaten out, and my dreams heard like buffaloes, browsing on to the horizon and browsing on round the world. And among them I dash with my lance to spear one ere they all flee. Dreams, dreams, passing and repassing, like oriental empires in history, and scepters wave thick as Bruce's pikes at Bannockburn, and crowns are plenty as marigolds in June. And far in the background, hazy and blue, their steeps, let down from the sky, loom Andis on Andis, rooted on Alps, and all round me, long rushing oceans, roll Amazons and Orinoco's, waves, mounted Parthians, and to and fro toss the wide woodlands, all the world an elk, and the forest its antlers. But far to the south, past my Sicily suns and my vineyards, stretches the Antarctic barrier of ice, a China wall built up from the sea and nodding its frosted towers in the dun, clouded sky. Do Tartary and Siberia lie beyond? Deathful, desolate dominions those, bleak and wild the ocean beating at that barrier's base, hovering twixt freezing and foaming, and freighted with navies of icebergs, warring worlds crossing orbits, their long icicles projecting like spears to the charge. Wide away stream the floes of drift ice, frozen cemeteries of skeletons and bones. White bears howl as they drift from their cubs, and the grinding islands crush the skulls of the peering seals. But beneath me, at the equator, the earth pulses and beats like a warrior's heart, till I know not whether it be not myself. And my soul sinks down to the depths and soars to the skies, and comet-like reels on through such boundless expanses, that methinks all the world are my kin, and I invoke them to stay in their course. Yet like a mighty three-decker, towing Argosies by scores, I tremble, gasp, and strain in my flight, and fain would cast off the cables that hamper. And like a frigate, I am full with 1,000 souls, and as on, I scud before the wind. Many mariners rush up from the orlop below like miners from caves, running, shouting across my decks. Opposite braces are pulled, and this way and that the great yards swing round on their axes, and boisterous, speaking trumpets are heard, and contending orders to save the good ship from the shoals like nebulous vapors, shoring the white reef of the Milky Way, against which the wrecked worlds are dashed, strewing all the strand with their Himalay keels and ribs. Aye, many, many souls are in me, in my tropical calms when my ship lies tranced on eternity's main, speaking one at a time, then all with one voice an orchestra of many French bugles and horns, rising and falling and swaying in golden calls and responses. Sometimes when these Atlantics and Pacifics thus undulate round me, I lie stretched out in their midst, a landlocked Mediterranean, knowing no ebb nor flow. Then again, I am dashed in the spray of these sounds, an eagle at the world's end, tossed skyward on the horns of the tempest. Yet again I descend and list to the concert. Like a grand groundswell, Homer's old organ rolls its vast volumes under the light frothy wave crests of Anacreon and Hafiz, and high over my ocean sweet Shakespeare soars, like all the larks of the spring, throned on my seaside like Canute, bearded Ossian smites his hoar harp, wreathed with wild flowers in which warble my wallers. Blind Milton sings bass to my Petrarchs and Priors, and Laureate crown me with bays. In me many worthies recline and converse. I list to St. Paul, who argues the doubts of Montaigne. Julian, the apostate, cross-questions Augustine, and Thomas à Kempis unrolls his old black letters for all to decipher. Zeno murmurs maxims beneath the hoarse shout of Democritus, and through Democritus laugh loud and long, and the sneer of Pyrrho be seen. Yet divine Plato and Proclus and Verulam are of my counsel, and Zoroaster whisper me before I was born. I walk a world that is mine and enter many nations, as Mingo Park rested in African cots. I am served like Bajazet, Bacchus my butler, Virgil my minstrel, Philip Sidney my page. My memory is a life beyond birth. My memory, my library of the Vatican. Its alcoves, all endless perspectives, eve-tinted by cross-lights from middle-age Orioles. And as the great Mississippi musters his watery nations, Ohio with all his leagued streams, Missouri bringing down in torrents the clans from the highlands, Arkansas, his Tartar rivers from the plains, and so with all the past and present pouring in me, I roll down my billow from afar. Yet not I, but another. God is my Lord, and though many satellites revolve around me, I and all mine revolve around the great central truth, sun-like, fixed and luminous forever in the foundationless firmament. Fire flames on my tongue, and though of old the Bactrian prophets were stoned, yet the stoners in oblivion sleep. But whoso stones me shall be as Erostratus, who put torch to the temple. Though Genghis Khan with Cambyses combine to obliterate him, his name shall be extant in the mouth of the last man that lives. And if so be, down unto death whence I came will I go, like Xenophon retreating on Greece, all Persia brandishing her spears in his rear. My cheek blanches white while I write. I start at the scratch of my pen, my own mad brood of eagles devours me. Fain would I unsay this audacity, but an iron-mailed hand clenches mine in a vice, and prints down every letter of my spite. Fain would I hurl off this Dionysus that rides me. My thoughts crush me down till I groan. In far fields I hear the song of the reaper, while I slave and faint in this cell. The fever runs through me like lava, my hot brain burns like a coal. And like many a monarch, I am less to be envied, and the veriest hind in the land. Chapter 16. Media and Babbalanja Discourse. Our visiting the pontiff at a time previously unforeseen somewhat altered our plans. All search in Marama for the lost one proving fruitless, and nothing of note remaining to be seen, we returned not to Uma, but proceeded with the tour of the lagoon. When day came, reclining beneath the canopy, Babbalanja would fain have seriously discussed those things we had lately been seeing, which for all the occasional levity he had recently evinced seemed very near his heart. But my Lord Media forbade, saying that they necessarily included a topic which all gay, sensible Mardians who desired to live and be merry, invariably banished from social discourse. Meditate as much as you will, Babbalanja, but say little aloud, unless in a merry and mythical way. Lay down the great maxims of things, but let inferences take care of themselves. Never be special, never a partisan. In safety, afar off, you may batter down a fortress, but at your own peril you essay to carry a single turret by escalade. And if doubts distract you, in vain you will seek sympathy from your fellow men. For upon this one theme, not a few of you free-minded mortals, even though otherwise honest and intelligent, are the least frank and friendly. Discourse with them. It is mostly formulas or prevarications or hollow assumption of philosophical indifference, or urbane hypocrisies, or a cool, civil deference to the dominant belief. Or still worse, but less common, a brutality of indiscriminate skepticism. Furthermore, Babbalanja, on this head final, last thoughts you mortals have none, nor can have, and at bottom your own fleeting fancies are too often secrets to yourselves, and sooner may you get another secret than your own. Thus, with the wisest of you all, you are ever unfixed. Do you show a tropical calm without? Then be sure 1,000 contrary currents whirl and eddy within. The free, airy robe of your philosophy is but a dream, which seems true while it lasts, but waking again into the orthodox world, straightway you resume the old habit. And though in your dreams you may hie to the uttermost orient, yet all the while you abide where you are. Babbalanja, you mortals dwell in Mardi. It is impossible to get elsewhere. Said Babbalanja, my lord, you school me, but though I dissent from some of your positions, I am willing to confess that this is not the first time a philosopher has been instructed by a man. A demigod, sir, and therefore I the more readily discharge my mind of all seriousness touching the subject, with which you mortals so vex and torment yourselves. Silence ensued, and seated apart on both sides of the barge, solemnly swaying in fixed meditation to the roll of the waves, Babbalanja, Mohi, and Yumi drooped lower and lower like funeral plumes, and our gloomy canoe seemed a hearse. Chapter 17. They regale themselves with their pipes. Ho, mortals, mortals, cried Media. Go we to bury our dead? Awake, sons of men, cheer up, heirs of immortality. Ho, Vivi, bring forth our pipes, we'll smoke off this cloud. Nothing so beguiling as the fumes of tobacco, whether inhaled through hookah, nargil, chiboke, Dutch porcelain, pure principe, or regalia. And a great oversight had it been in King Media to have omitted pipes among the appliances of this voyage that we went. Tobacco and rouleaus we had none, cigar nor cigarette, which little the company esteemed. Pipes were preferred, and pipes we often smoked. Testify, oh, Vivi, to that. But not of this vile clay, of which mankind and Etruscan vases were made, were these jolly fine pipes of ours, but all in good time. Now the leaf called tobacco is of divers species and sorts, not to dwell upon vile shag, pigtail, plug, nail rod, negro head, cavendish, and misnamed lady's twist. There are following varieties: gold leaf, oronoco, chimarosa, Smyrna, bird's eyes, James River, sweet-scented, honeydew, Kentucky, canaster, scarfalati, and famed Shiraz of Persian. Of all which, perhaps the last is the best. But smoked by itself to a fastidious white, even Shiraz is not gentle enough. It needs mitigation, and the cunning craft of so mitigating even the mildest tobacco was well understood in the dominions of Media. There, in plantations ever covered with a brooding blue haze, they raised its fine leaf in the utmost luxuriance, almost as broad as the broad fans of the broad-bladed banana. The stalks of the leaf withdrawn, the remainder they cut up, and mixed with soft willow bark and the aromatic leaves of the betel. "Ho, Vivi, bring forth the pipes," cried Media, and forth they came, followed by a quaint carved coconut, agate-lidded, containing ammunition sufficient for many stout charges and primings. Soon we were all smoking so hard that the canopied howdah, under which we reclined, sent up purple heaths like a Michigan wigwam. There we sat in a ring, all smoking in council, every pipe a halcyon pipe apiece. And among those calumets my Lord Media showed like a turbaned Grand Turk among his bashaws. It was an extraordinary pipe, be sure, of right royal dimensions, its mouthpiece an eagle's beak, its long stem a bright red-barked cherry tree branch, partly covered with a close network of purple-dyed porcupine quills, and toward the upper end stemming with pennons like a Versailles flagstaff of a coronation day. These pennons were managed by halyards, and after lighting his prince's pipe, it was little Vivi's part to run them up toward the masthead or mouthpiece, in token that his lord was fairly under way. But Babylanja was of a different sort, an immense black serpentine stem of ebony, coiling this way and that, in endless convolutions like an anaconda round a traveler in Brazil. Smoking this hydra, Babylanja looked as if playing the trombone. Next, gentle Yumi's, its stem a slender golden reed, like musical pans, its bowl very merry with tassels. Lastly, old Mohi the chronicler's, its death's head bowl forming its latter end, continually reminding him of his own. Its shank was an ostrich's leg, some feathers still waving nigh the mouthpiece. "Here, Vivi, fill me up again," cried Media, through the blue vapors sweeping round his great gonfalon. Liked plume Marshal Ney waving his baton in the smoke of Waterloo, or thrice gallant Anglesey crossing his wooden egg mid the reek and rack of the Apsley House banquet. Vivi obeyed, and quickly, like a howitzer, the pipe owl was reloaded to the muzzle, and King Media smoked on. "Ah, this is pleasant indeed," he cried. "Look, it's a calm on the waters, and a calm in our hearts as we inhale the sedative odors." "So calm," said Babylanja, "the very gods must be smoking now. And thus," said Media, "we demigods hereafter shall cross-legged sit, and smoke out our eternities. Ah, what a glorious puff! Mortals, methinks these pipe bowls of ours must be petrifactions of roses, so scented they seem. But old Mohi, you have smoked this many a long year. Doubtless you know something about their material. The froth of the sea, they call it, I think. Ere my handicraft subjects obtain it to work into bowls. Tell us the tale." "Delighted to do so, my lord," replied Mohi, slowly disentangling his mouthpiece from the braids of his beard. "I have devoted much time and attention to the study of pipe bowls, and groped among many learned authorities to reconcile the clashing opinions concerning the origin of the so-called farnu, or froth of the sea. Well then, my old centenarian, give us the result of your investigations, but smoke away, a word and a puff, go on." "May it please you then, my right worshipful lord, this farnu is an unctuous, argillaceous substance, in its natural state soft, malleable, and easily worked as the cornelian red clay from the famous pipe quarries of the wild tribes to the north. But though mostly found buried in terra firma, especially in the isles toward the east, this farnu, my lord, is sometimes thrown up by the ocean, in seasons of high sea being plentifully found on the reefs. But my lord, like amber, the precise nature and origin of this farnu are points widely mooted." "Stop there," cried Media. "Our mouthpieces are of amber, so not a word more of the froth of the sea until something be said to clear up the mystery of amber. What is amber, old man?" A still more obscure thing to trace than the other, my worshipful lord. Ancient Pliny maintained that originally it must be a juice exuding from balsam firs or pines. Borhavo, like that camphor, is the crystallized oil of aromatic ferns. Berzili, that is the concreted scum of the lake Cypherius, and Vendendo, against scores of antagonists, stoutly held it a sort of bituminous gold trickling from antediluvian smugglers' caves nigh the sea. Why, old Braidbeard, cried Media, placing his pipe in rest, you are almost as erudite as our philosopher here. Much more so, my lord, said Babbalanja, for Mohi has somehow picked up all my worthless forgettings, which are more than my valuable rememberings. What say you, wise one, cried Mohi, shaking his braids like an enraged elephant with many trunks. Said Yumi, my lord, I have heard that amber is nothing less than the congealed tears of broken-hearted mermaids. Absurd, minstrel, cried Mohi. Hark ye, I know what it is. All other authorities to the contrary. Amber is nothing more than goldfish's brains made waxy, then firm by the action of the sea. Nonsense, cried Yumi. My lord, said Braidbeard, waving his pipe, this thing is just as I say. Embedded in amber do we not find little fishes' fins, porpoise teeth, seagulls' beaks and claws, nay, butterflies' wings, and sometimes a topaz? And how could that be unless the substance was first soft? Amber is goldfish's brains, I say. For one, said Babbalanja, I'll not believe that till you prove me, Braidbeard, that ideas themselves are found embedded therein. Another of your crazy conceits, philosopher, replied Mohi disdainfully, yet sometimes plenty of strange black-letter characters have been discovered in amber. And throwing back his hoary old head, he jetted forth his vapors like a whale. Indeed, cried Babbalanja, then, my lord Media, it may be earnestly inquired whether the gentle laws of the tribes before the flood were not sought to be embalmed and perpetuated between transparent and sweet-scented tablets of amber. That now is not so unlikely, said Mohi, for old King Rondo the Round once set about getting him a coffin lid of amber, much desiring a famous mass of it owned by the ancestors of Don Jalolo of Yuam. But no navies could buy it, so Rondo had himself earned in a crystal. And that immortalized Rondo, no doubt, said Babbalanja. Ha ha! Pity, he fared not like the fat porpoise frozen and entombed in an iceberg. Its icy shroud drifting south soon melted away, and down out of sight sunk the dead. Well, so much for amber, cried Media. Now, Mohi, go on about Farnu. Know then, my lord, that Farnu is more like ambergris than amber. Is it? Then pray, tell us something on that head. You know all about ambergris too, I suppose? Everything about all things, my lord. Ambergris is found both on land and at sea, but especially are lumps of it picked up on the spicy coasts of Yavanna. Indeed, all over the atolls and reefs in the eastern quarter of Mardi. But what is this ambergris? Braidbeard, said Babbalanja. Akovi, the chemist, pronounced it the fragments of mushrooms growing at the bottom of the sea. Voluto held that, like naphtha, it springs from fountains down there, but it is neither. I have heard, said Yumi, that it is the honeycomb of bees, fallen from flowery cliffs into the brine. Nothing of the kind, said Mohi. Do I not know all about it, minstrel? Ambergris is the petrified gallstones of crocodiles. What? Cried Babbalanja. Comes sweet-scented ambergris from those musky and chain-plated river cavalry? No wonder, then, their flesh is so fragrant, their upper jaws as the visor of vinaigrettes. Nay, you are all wrong, cried King Media. Then laughing to himself, it's pleasant to sit by a demigod and hear the surmisings of mortals. Upon things they know nothing about, theology or ambergris, it's all the same. But then, did I always out with everything I know, there would be no conversing with these comical creatures. Listen, old Mohi, ambergris is a morbid secretion of the spermaceti whale, for like you mortals, the whale is at times a sort of hypochondriac and dyspeptic. You must know, subjects, that in antediluvian times the spermaceti whale, which was most hunted by sportsmen, that being accounted better pastime than pursuing the behemoths on shore. Besides, it was a lucrative diversion. Now sometimes upon striking the monster it would start off in a dastardly fright, leaving certain fragments in its wake. These fragments the hunters picked up, giving over the chase for a while. For in those days, as now, a quarter quintal of ambergris was more valuable than a whole ton of spermaceti. Nor, my lord, said Babbalanja, would it have been wise to kill the fish that dropped such treasures, no more than to murder the naughty that laid the golden eggs. Beshrew me, a naughty it must have been, gurgled Mohi through his pipe stem, to lay golden eggs for others to hatch. Come, no more of that now, cried Media. Mohi, how long think you may one of these pipe bowls last? My lord, like one's cranium, it will endure till broken. I have smoked this one of mine for more than half a century. But unlike our craniums, stocked full of concretions, said Babylanja, our pipe bowls never need clearing out. True, said Moe, they absorb the oil of the smoke instead of allowing it, offensively, to encrust. Aye, the older the better, said Media, and the more delicious the flavor imparted to the fumes inhaled. Far news forever, my lord, cried Yumi. By much smoking, the bowl waxes russet and mellow, like the berry-brown cheek of a sunburned brunette. And as like smoked hams, cried Braidbeard. We veteran old smokers grow browner and browner. Hugely do we admire to see our jolly noses and pipe bowls mellowing together. Well said, old man, cried Babylanja, for like a good wife, a pipe is a friend and companion for life. And whoso weds with the pipe is no longer a bachelor. After many vexations, he may go home to that faithful counselor, and ever find it full of kind consolations and suggestions. But not thus with cigars or cigarettes. The acquaintances of a moment, chatted in by places whenever they come handy, their existences, so fugitive, uncertain, unsatisfactory. Once ignited, nothing like longevity pertains to them. They never grow old. Why, my lord, the stump of a cigarette is an abomination, and two of them crossed are more of a memento mori than a brace of thigh bones at right angles. So they are, cried King Media. Then, mortals, puff away we at our pipes. Puff, puff, I say. Ah, how we puff, but thus we demigods ever puff at our ease. Puff, puff, how we puff, cried Babylanja. But life itself is a puff and a wheeze. Our lungs are two pipes which we constantly smoke. Puff, puff, how we puff, cried old Mohi. All thought is a puff. Aye, said Babylanja. Not more smoke in that skull bowl of yours than in the skull on your shoulders, both ends alike. Puff, puff, how we puff, cried Yumi. But in every puff there hangs a wreath, in every puff off flies a care. Aye, there they go, cried Mohi. There goes another, and there, and there. This is the way to get rid of them, my worshipful lord. Puff them aside. Yumi, said Media, give us that pipe song of thine. Sing it, thy sweet and pleasant poet. We'll keep time with the flageolets of ours. So with pipes and puffs for a chorus, thus Yumi sang. Care is all stuff, puff, puff. To puff is enough, puff, puff. More musky than snuff, and warm as a puff, puff, puff. Here we sit mid our puffs, like old lords in their ruffs, snug as bears in their muffs, puff, puff. Then puff, 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 for care is all stuff, puffed in a puff, puff, puff. Aye, puff away, cried Babylanja. Puff, puff, so we are born and die. Puff, puff, my volcanoes. The great sun itself will yet go out in a snuff, and all Mardi smoke out its last wick. Puff's enough, said King Media. Vivi, haul down my flag. There lie down before me. O Gonfalon and subjects here. When I die, lay this spear on my right, and this pipe on my left. Its colors at half-mast. So shall I be ambidexter, and sleep between eloquent symbols. Chapter 18. They visit an extraordinary old antiquary. About prows there, ye paddlers, cried Media. In this fog we've been raising, we have sailed by Padula, our destination. Now Padula was but a little island, tributary to a neighboring king, its population embracing some hundreds of thousands of leaves, and flowers and butterflies, yet only two solitary mortals, one famous as a venerable antiquarian, a collector of objects of Mardian virtue, a cognoscenti and a dilettante in things old and marvelous, and for that reason very choice of himself. He went by the exclamatory cognomen of Oh, a name bestowed upon him by reason of the delighted interjections with which he welcomed all accessions to his museum. Now, it was to obtain a glimpse of this very museum that Media was anxious to touch at Padula. Landing and passing through a grove, we were accosted by Oh himself, who, having heard the shouts of our paddlers, had sallied forth, staff in hand. The old man was a sight to see, especially his nose, a remarkable one. And all Mardi over, a remarkable nose is a prominent feature, an ever obvious passport to distinction. For after all, this gaining a name is but the individualizing of a man, as well achieved by an extraordinary nose as by an extraordinary epic. Far better indeed, for you may pass poets without knowing them. Even a hero is no hero without his sword, nor Beelzebub, himself a lion, minus that lasso tail of his, wherewith he catches his prey. Whereas he who is famous through his nose, it is impossible to overlook. He is a celebrity without toiling for a name. Snugly ensconced behind his proboscis, he revels in its shadow, receiving tributes of attention wherever he goes. Not to enter at large with the topography of the OO's nasal organ, all must be content with this, that it was of a singular magnitude and boldly aspiring at the end, an exclamation point in the face of the wearer, forever wondering at the visible universe. The eyes of O were like the creatures that the Jews abhors, placed slanting on his head and converging their rays toward the mouth, which was no mouth, but a gash. I mean not to be harsh or unpleasant upon thee, O, but I must paint thee as thou wert. The rest of his person was crooked and dwarfed and surmounted by a hump that sat on his back like a burden. And a weary load is a hump, heaven knows, only to be cast off in the grave. Thus old and antiquated, and gable-ended was the tabernacle of O's soul, but his person was housed in as curious a structure. Built of old boughs of trees blown down in the groves and covered over with unruly thatching, it seemed without some ostrich nest. But within, so intricate and grotesque, its brown alleys and cells that the interior of no walnut was more labyrinthine. And here, strewn about, all dusty and disordered, were the precious antiques and curios and obsoletes to which O were dear as the apple of his eye, or the memory of departed days. The old man was exceedingly importunate in directing attention to his relics, concerning each of which he had an endless story to tell. Time would fail, nay, patience, to repeat his legends, so in order here follow the most prominent of his rarities. The identical canoe in which, ages back, the god Unja came from the bottom of the sea, very ponderous, of lignum vitae wood. A stone flower pot containing in the original soil Unja's last footprints when he embarked from Mardi for parts unknown. One footprint unaccountably reversed. The jawbones of Tururulu, a great orator in the days of Unja, somewhat twisted. A quaint little fishhook made from the finger bones of Kravi the Cunning. The mystic gourd, carved all over with Kabbalistic triangles and hippogriffs, by study of which a reputed prophet was said to have obtained his inspiration. Slightly redolent of vineyards. The complete skeleton of an immense tiger shark, the bones of a pearl-shelled diver's leg inside, picked off the reef at low tide. An inscrutable shapeless block of a mottled hue, smoke-dried wood, 3 unaccountable holes drilled through the middle. A sort of ecclesiastical fasces, being the bony blades of 9 swordfish, basket-hilted with shark jaws, braided round and tasseled with cords of human hair, now obsolete. The mystic fan with which Unja fanned himself when in trouble, woven from the leaves of the water lily. A tripod of a stork's leg, supporting a nautilus shell containing the fragments of a bird's egg, into which was said to have been magically decanted the soul of a deceased chief, unfortunately crushed in by atmospheric pressure. 2 clasped right hands, embalmed, being those of twin warriors who thus died on the battlefield, impossible to sunder. A curious pouch or purse formed from the skin of an albatross foot, and decorated with 3 sharp claws naturally pertaining to it, originally the property of a notorious old tooth per tooth. A long tangled lock of mermaid's hair, much resembling the curling silky fibers of the finer seaweed, preserved between fins of the dolphin. A mermaid's comb for the toilet, the stiff serrated crest of a cook's storm petrel. O was particularly curious concerning mermaids. Files, rasps, and pincers, all bone, the implements of an eminent chiropedist who flourished his tools before the flood. Owing to the excessive unevenness of the surface in those times, the diluvians were peculiarly liable to pedal afflictions. The back tooth, that Zozo the enthusiast in token of grief recklessly knocked out at the decease of a friend. Worn to a stump and quite useless. These wonders inspected, O conducted us to an arbor to show us the famous telescope, by help of which he said he had discovered an anthill on the moon. It rested in the crotch of a breadfruit tree, and was a prodigiously long and hollow trunk of a palm, a scale from a sea crack in its lens. Then, returning to his cabinet, he pointed to a bamboo microscope, which had wonderfully assisted him in his entomological pursuits. By this instrument, my masters, said he, I have satisfied myself that in the eye of a dragonfly there are precisely 12,541 triangular lenses, and in the leg of a flea scores on scores of distinct muscles. Now, my masters, how far think you a flea may leap at one spring? Why, 200 times its own length. I have often measured their leaps with a small measure I use for scientific purposes. Truly, O, said Babylanja, your discoveries must ere long result in something grand, since you furnish such invaluable data for theorists. Pray attend, my lord Media. If at one spring a flea leaps 200 times its own length, then, with the like proportion of muscles in his calves, a bandit might pounce upon the unwary traveler from a quarter of a mile off. Is it not so, O? Indeed, but it is, my masters. And one of the greatest consolations I draw from these studies is the ever-strengthening conviction of the beneficent wisdom which framed our Mardi. For did men possess thighs in proportion to fleas, verily the wicked would grievously leap about and curvet in the isles. But said Babbalanja, what other discoveries have you made? Hast yet put a usurer under your lens to find his conscience, or a libertine to find his heart? Hast yet brought your microscope to bear upon a downy peach or a rosy cheek? I have, said mournfully, and from the moment I so did, I have had no heart to eat a peach or salute a cheek. Then dash your lens, cried Media. Well said, my lord, for all the eyes we get beyond our own but minister to infelicity. The microscope disgusts us with our Mardi, and the telescope sets us longing for some other world. Chapter 19. They go down into the catacombs. With a dull flambeau, we now descended some narrow stone steps to view O's collection of ancient and curious manuscripts, preserved in a vault. This way, my masters, cried aloft, swinging his dim torch. Keep your hands before you, it's a dark road to travel. So it seems, said Babbalanja, wide groping, as he descended lower and lower. My lord, this is like going down to posterity. Upon gaining the vault, forth flew a score of two abats, extinguishing the flambeau and leaving us in darkness, like Belzoni deserted by his Arabs in the heart of a pyramid. The torch at last reloomed. We entered a tomb-like excavation, at every step raising clouds of dust, and at last stood before long rows of musty, mummy-ish parcels, so dingy red and so rolled upon sticks that they looked like stiff sausages of bologna, but smelled like some fine old Stilton or Cheshire. Most of all was a hieroglyphical elegy on the dumps, consisting of 1,001 lines, the characters, herons, weeping willows, and ravens, supposed to have been traced by a quill from the sea noddy. Then there were plenty of rare old ballads, King Croco and the Fisher Girl, the fight at the Fort of Spears, the Song of the Skulls, and brave old chronicles that made Moe's mouth water, the rise and setting of the dynasty of Fufu, the heroic history of the noble Prince Dragoni, showing how he killed 10 pinioned prisoners with his own hand, the whole pedigree of the King of Candide, with that of his famous horse Znordo, and tarantula books, Sour Milk for the Young by a dairyman, The Devil Adrift by a corsair, Grunts and Groans by a mad boar, Stings by a scorpion, and poetical productions, Suffusions of a Lily in a Shower, Sonnet of the Last Breath of the Ephemeria, The Gadfly and other poems, and metaphysical treatises, Necessitarian, not predestinarian, philosophical necessity and predestination, one thing and the same. Whatever is not is, whatever is not. And scarce old memoirs, the 100 books of the biography of the great and good King Grandissimo, the life of old Philo the philanthropist in one chapter, and popular literature, a most sweet, pleasant, and unctuous account of the manner in which 45 robbers were torn asunder by swiftly going canoes, and books by chiefs and nobles, the art of making a noise in Mardi, on the proper manner of saluting a bosom friend, letters from a father to a son inculcating the virtue of vice, pastorals by a younger son, a catalogue of chieftains who have been authors by a chieftain who disdains to be deemed an author, a canto on a cough caught by my consort, the philosophy of honesty by a late lord who died in disgrace, and theological works, pepper for the perverse, pudding for the pious, pleas for pardon, pickles for the persecuted, and long and tedious romances with short and easy titles, The Buck, The Bell, The King and the Cook, or The Cook and the King, and books of voyages, a sojourn among the anthropophagi, by one whose hand was eaten off at tiffin among the savages, Franco, its king, court, and tadpoles, 3 Hours and Vivenza, containing a full and impartial account of that whole country by a subject of King Bello, and works of nautical poets, sky sail pole lyrics, and divers brief books with panic-striking titles, Are You Safe? A Voice from Below, Hope for None, Fire for All, and pamphlets by retired warriors on the best gravy for wild boar's meat, 3 receipts for bottling new arrack, to brown breadfruit without burning, advice to the dyspeptic, on starch for tapa. All these MSS were highly prized by He averred that they spoke of the mighty past which he reverenced more than the paltry present, the dross and sediment of what had been. Peering into a dark crypt, Babbalanja drew forth a few crumbling, illegible black-letter sheets of his favorite old essayist, Brave Bardiana. They seemed to have formed parts of a work whose title only remained Thoughts by a Thinker. Silently, Babbalanja pressed them to his heart, then at arm's length held them and said, And is all this wisdom lost? Cannot the divine cunning in thee, Bardiana, transmute to brightness these sullied pages? Here, perhaps thou didst dive into the deep of things, treating of the normal forms of matter and of mind, how the particles of solids were first molded in the interstices of fluids, how the thoughts of men are each a soul, as the lung cells are each a lung, how that death is but a mode of life, while midmost is the fartsy. But all is faded. Yeah, here the thinker's thoughts lie cheek by jowl with Phraseman's words. O Bardiana, these pages were offspring of thee, thought of thy thought, soul of thy soul, instinct with mind they once spoke out living like voices. Now they're dust, and would not prick a fool to action. Whence then is this? If the fogs of some years can make soul linked to matter not, how can the unhoused spirit hope to live when mildewed with the damps of death? Piously he folded the shreds of manuscript together, kissed them, and laid them down. Then approaching O, he besought him for one leaf, one shred of those most precious pages, in memory of Bardiana and for the love of him. But learning who he was, one of that old ponderer's commentators, O tottered toward the manuscripts with trembling fingers, told them over one by one, and said, "Thank Oro, all are here. Philosopher, ask me for my limbs, my heart, my life, but ask me not for these. Steeped in wax, these shall be my cerements." All in vain, O was antiquary. Turning in despair, Babbalanja spied a heap of worm-eaten parchment covers and many clippings and parings. And whereas the rolls of manuscript did smell like unto old cheese, so these relics did marvelously resemble the rinds of the same. Turning over this pile, Babbalanja lighted upon something that restored his good humor. Long he looked it over delighted, but bethinking him that he must have dragged today some lost work of the collection, and much desirous of possessing it, he made bold again to ply O, offering a tempting price for his discovery. Glancing at the title, A Happy Life, the old man cried, "Oh, rubbish, rubbish, take it for nothing," and Babbalanja placed it in his vestment. The catacombs surveyed, and daylight gained. We inquired the way to Gigi's, also a collector, but of another sort, one miserly in the matter of teeth, the money of Mardi. At the mention of his name, O flew out into scornful philippics upon the insanity of that old dotard who hoarded up teeth as if teeth were of any use, but to purchase rarities. Nevertheless, he pointed out our path, following which we crossed the meadow. Chapter 20. Babbalanja quotes from an antique pagan and earnestly presses it upon the company that what he recites is not his but another's. Journeying on, we stopped by a gurgling spring in a beautiful grove, and here we stretched out on the grass and our attendants unpacked their hampers to provide us a lunch. But as for that Babbalanja of ours, he must needs go and lunch by himself, and like a cannibal feed upon an author, though in other respects he was not so partial to bones. Bringing forth the treasure he had buried in his bosom, he was soon buried in it, and motionless on his back, looked as if laid out to keep an appointment with his undertaker. "What ho, Babbalanja," cried Media from under a tree. "Don't be a duck there with your bill in the air. Drop your metaphysics, man, and fall onto the solids, do you hear?" "Come, philosopher," said Moe, holding a banana. "You will weigh more after you've eaten." "Come, list, Babbalanja," cried Yumi. "I'm going to sing." "Up, up, I say," shouted Media again. "But go, old man, and wake him. Rap him on his head and see whether he be in." Moe, obeying, found him at home, and Babbalanja started up. "In Oro's name, what ails you, philosopher? See you paradise, that you look so wildly?" A happy life, cried Babbalanja in an ecstasy. "My lord, I am lost in the dream of it, as here recorded. Marvelous book, its goodness transports me. Let me read. I would bear the same mind whether I be rich or poor, whether I get or lose in the world. I will reckon benefits well placed as the fairest part of my possession, not valuing them by number or weight, but by the profit and esteem of the receiver, accounting myself never the poorer for anything I give, and what I do shall be done for conscience, not ostentation. I will eat and drink, not to gratify my palate, but to satisfy nature. I will be cheerful to my friends, mild and placable to my enemies. I will prevent an honest request, if I can foresee it, and I will grant it without asking. I will look upon the whole world as my country, and upon Oro both as the witness and the judge of my words and my deeds. I will live and die with this testimony that I loved a good conscience, that I never invaded another man's liberty, and that I preserved my own. I will govern my life and my thoughts, as if the whole world were to see the one and to read the other. For what does it signify to make anything a secret to my neighbor, when to Oro all our privacies are open?" "Very fine," said Media. "The very spirit of the first followers of Alma, as recorded in the legends," said Moe. "Inimitable," said Yumi. said Babbalanja, listen again. Righteousness is sociable and gentle, free, steady, and fearless, full of inexhaustible delights. And here again, and here, and here. The true felicity of life is to understand our duty to Oro. True joy is a serene and sober motion. And here, my lord, 'tis hard quoting from this book, but listen. A peaceful conscience, honest thoughts, and righteous actions are blessings without end, satiety or measure. The poor man wants many things, the covetous man all. It is not enough to know Oro unless we obey him. Alma all over, cried Moe. Sure, you read from his sayings? I read but odd sentences from one, who, though he lived ages ago, never saw, scarcely heard of Alma. And mark me, my lord, this time I improvise nothing. What I have recited is here. Moe, this book is more marvelous than the prophecies. My lord, that a mere man and a heathen in that most heathenish name should give utterance to such heavenly wisdom seems more wonderful than an inspired prophet should reveal it. And it is not more divine in this philosopher to love righteousness for its own sake and in view of annihilation than for pious sages to extol it as the means of everlasting felicity? Alas, sighed Yumi, and does he not promise us any good thing when we are dead? He speaks not by authority. He but woos us to goodness and happiness here. Then Babbalanja said, Media, keep your treasure to yourself. Without authority and a full right hand, righteousness better be silent. Mardi's religion must seem to come direct from Oro, and the mass of you mortals endeavor it not, except for a consideration, present or to come. And call you that righteousness, my lord, which is but the price paid down for something else? I call it not righteousness, it is religion so called, but let us prate no more of these things, with which I, a demigod, have but little in common. It ever impairs my digestion. No more, Babbalanja. My lord, out of itself religion has nothing to bestow, nor will she save us from aught but from the evil in ourselves. Her one grand end's to make us wise. Her only manifestations are reverence to Oro and love to man. Her only but ample reward, herself. He who has this has all. He who has this, whether he kneel to an image of wood calling it Oro, or to an image of air calling it the same. Whether he fasts or feasts, laughs or weeps, that man can be no richer. And this religion, faith, virtue, righteousness, good, whate'er you will, I find in this book I hold. No written page can teach me more. Have you that, then, of which you speak, Babbalanja? Are you content there where you stand? My lord, you drive me home. I am not content. The mystery of mysteries is still a mystery. How this author came to be so wise perplexes me. How he led the life he did confounds me. Oh, my lord, I am in darkness, and no broad blaze comes down to flood me. The rays that come to me are but faint crosslights, mazing the obscurity wherein I live. And after all, excellent as it is, I can be no gainer by this book, for the more we learn, the more we unlearn. We accumulate not, but substitute, and take away, and more than we add. We dwindle while we grow, we sally out for wisdom, and retreat beyond the point whence we started. We essay the fundiza, and get out the fey. Of all simpletons, the simplest. Oh, that I were another sort of fool than I am, that I might restore my good opinion of myself. Continually I stand in the pillory, and broken on the wheel, and dragged asunder by wild horses. Yes, Bardiana, all is in a nut, as thou sayest, but all my back teeth cannot crack it. I but crack my own jaws. All round me, my fellow men are new, grafting their vines and dwelling in flourishing arbors, while I am forever pruning mine, till it is become but a stump. Yet in this pruning will I persist. I will not add, I will diminish. I will train myself down to the standard of what is unchangeably true. Day by day I drop off my redundancies. Ere long I shall have stripped my ribs. When I die, they will not bury my spine. Ah, where, my lord, is that everlasting Takana? Tell me, Mohi, where is Afina? I may have come to the penultimate, but where, sweet Yumi, is the ultimate? Ah, companions, I faint, I am wordless. Something, nothing, riddles. Does Mardi hold her? He swoons, cried Yumi. Water, cried Media. Away, said Babbalanja serenely, I revive. Chapter 21. They visit a wealthy old pauper. Continuing our route to Gigi's, we presently came to a miserable hovel. Half projecting from the low, open entrance was a bald, overgrown head, intent upon an upright row of dark-colored bags, pelican pouches, prepared by dropping a stone within and suspending them when moist. Ever and anon the great head shook with a tremulous motion, as one by one to a clicking sound from the old man's mouth the strings of teeth were slowly drawn forth and let fall again and again with a rattle. But perceiving our approach, the old miser suddenly swooped his pouches out of sight and like a turtle into its shell retreated into his den. But soon he decrepitly emerged upon his knees, asking what brought us thither. To steal the teeth, which lying rumor averred he possessed in abundance? And opening his mouth he averred he had none, not even a century in his head. But Babbalanja declared that long since he must have drawn his own dentals and bagged them with the rest. Now this miserable old miser must have been idiotic, for soon forgetting what he had but just told us of his utter toothlessness, he was so smitten with the pearly mouth of Hohora, one of our attendants, the same for whose pearls little King Peepee had taken such a fancy, that he made the following overture to purchase its contents, namely, 1 tooth of the buyers for every 3 of the sellers. A proposition promptly rejected, as involving a mercantile absurdity. Why, said Babbalanja, doubtless because that proposed to be given is less than that proposed to be received. Yet, says a philosopher, this is the very principle which regulates all barterings, for where the sense of a simple exchange of quantities alike in value? Where indeed, said Hohora, with open eyes, though I never heard it before. That's a staggering question. I beseech you, who was the sage that asked it? Vivo the sophist, said Babbalanja, turning aside. In the hearing of Gigi, allusion was made to Oo, as a neighbor of his, whereupon he vented much slavering opprobrium upon that miserable old humpback who accumulated useless monstrosities, throwing away the precious teeth which otherwise might have sensibly rattled in his own pelican pouches. When we quitted the hovel, Gigi, marking little Vivi, from whose shoulder hung a calabash of edibles, seized the hem of his garment and besought him for 1 mouthful of food, for nothing had he tasted that day. The boy tossed him a yam. Chapter 22. Yumi sings some odd verses, and Babbalanja quotes from the old authors right and left. Sailing from Padula after many pleasant things had been said concerning the sights there beheld, Babbalanja thus addressed Yumi. Warbler, the last song was sung about moonlight and paradise and fabulous pleasures evermore. Now have you any hymns about earthly felicity? If so, minstrel, said Media, jet it forth, my fountain, forthwith. Just now, my lord, replied Yumi, I was singing to myself as I often do, and by your leave I will continue aloud. Better begin at the beginning, I think, said the chronicler, both hands to his chin, beginning at the top to new braid his beard. No, like the roots of your beard, old Moe, all beginnings are stiff, cried Babbalanja. We are lucky in living midway in eternity, so sing away, Yumi, where you left off. And thus saying, he unloosed his girdle for the song, as Apicius would for a banquet. Shall I continue aloud then, my lord? My lord nodded, and Yumi sang, full round, full soft her dewy arms, sweet shelter from all Mardi's harms. Whose arms? Cried Moe. Sang Yumi, diving deep in the sea, she takes sunshine along, down flames in the sea, as of dolphins a throng. What mermaid is this? Cried Moe. Sang Yumi, her foot a falling sound, that all day long might bound over the beach, the soft sand beach, and none would find a trace behind. And why not? Demanded Media. Why could no trace be found? Said Braidbeard, perhaps owing, my lord, to the flatness of the mermaid's foot. But no, that cannot be, for mermaids are all vertebrae below the waist. Your fragment is pretty good, I dare say, Yumi, observed Media, but as Braidbeard hints, rather flat. Flat as the foot of a man with his mind made up, cried Braidbeard. Yumi, did you sup on flounders last night? But Yumi vouchsafed no reply. He was 10,000 leagues off in a reverie, somewhere in the hiatus, perhaps. Conversation proceeding, Braidbeard happened to make allusion to one Rotato, a portly personage who, though a sagacious philosopher and very ambitious to be celebrated as such, was only famous in Mardi as the fattest man of his tribe. Said Media, then Mohi, Rotato could not pick a quarrel with fame, since she did not belie him. Fat as he was, in fat she published him. Right, my lord, said Babbalanja, for fame is not always so honest, not seldom to be famous, it is to be widely known for what you are not, says Alma. Whence it comes, as old Bardiana has it, that for years a man may move unnoticed among his fellows, but all at once, by some chance attitude foreign to his habit, become a trumpet full for fools. Though in himself the same as ever, nor has he shown himself yet, for the entire merit of a man can never be made known, nor the sum of his demerits, if he have them. We are only known by our names, as letters sealed up, but we read each other's superscriptions. So with the commonality of us Mardians, how then with those beings of who every way are but too apt to be riddles? In many points the works of our great poet Vavana, now dead 1,000 moons, still remain a mystery. Some call him a mystic, but wherein he seems obscure, it is perhaps that we are in fault. Not by premeditation spoke he those archangel thoughts, which made many declare that Vavona after all was but a crack-pated god, not a mortal of sound mind. But had he been less, my lord, he had seemed more. Saith Fulvi, of the highest order of genius, it may be truly asserted that to gain the reputation of superior power, it must partially disguise itself. It must come down, and then it will be applauded for soaring. And furthermore, that there are those who falter in the common tongue because they think in another, and these are accounted stutterers or stammerers. Ah, how true, cried the warbler. And what says the Archangel Vavona, Yumi, in that wonderful drama of his, The Souls of Sages? Beyond most barren hills there are landscape ravagings with but one eye to behold, which no pencil can portray. What wonder then, my lord, that Mardi itself is so blind? Mardi is a monster, says old Bardiana, whose eyes are fixed in its head like a whale's. It can see but two ways, and those comprising but a small arc of a perfect vision. Poets, heroes, and men of might are all round this monster Mardi. But stand before me on stilts, or I will behold you not, says the monster. Brush back your hair, inhale the wind largely. Lucky are all men with dome-like foreheads, luckless with those pippin heads. Loud lungs are a blessing. A lion is no lion that cannot roar. Says Aldina, there are those looking on who know not themselves to be swifter of foot than the racers, but are confounded with the simpletons that stare. The mere carping of a disappointed cripple, cried Mold. His biographer states that Aldina had only one leg. Braidbeard, you are witty, said Babbalanja, adjusting his robe. My lord, there are heroes without armies who hear martial music in their souls. Why not blow their trumpets louder then, cried Media, that all Mardi may hear? My lord Media too is witty, Babbalanja, said Moe. Breathe, Yumi, there are birds of divinest plumage, and most glorious song, yet singing their lyrics to themselves. Said Media, the lark soars high, cares for no auditor, yet its sweet notes are heard there below. It sings too in company with myriads of mates. Your soliloquists, Yumi, are mostly herons and owls. Said Babbalanja, very clever, my lord, but think you not there are men eloquent who never babble in the marketplace? Aye, and errant babblers at home. In few words, Babbalanja, you espouse a bad cause. Most of you mortals are peacocks, some having tails and some not. Those who have them will be sure to thrust their plumes in your face. For the rest, they will display their bald cruppers, and still screech for admiration, but when a great genius is born into Mardi, he nods and is known. More wit, but with deference, perhaps less truth, my lord. Say what you will, fame is an accident, merit a thing absolute. But what matter? Of what available value reputation unless wedded to power, dentals, or place? To those who render him applause, a poet's may seem a thing tangible, but to the recipient 'tis a fancy. The poet never so stretches his imagination as when striving to comprehend what it is. Often, he is famous without knowing it. At the sacred games of Lazella, said Yumi, slyly crowned from behind the laurel fillet, for many hours the minstrel Jarmy wandered about ignorant of the honors he bore. But enlightened at last he doffed the wreath, then holding it at arm's length, sighed forth, O ye laurels, to be visible to me, ye must be removed from my brow. And what said Botargo? Cried Babbalanja, hearing that his poems had been translated into the language of the remote island of Bertranda. It stirs me little already in merry fancies, have I dreamed of their being thrilled by the blessed Horus in paradise. I can only imagine the same of the damsels of Bertranda, says Boldo. The materialist, substances alone are satisfactory. And so thought the mercenary poet Zinzi, said Yumi. Upon receiving 14 ripe yams for a sonnet, one for every line, he said to me, Yumi, I shall make a better meal upon these than upon so many compliments. Aye, cried Babbalanja, bravos, saith old Bardiana, but induce flatulency. Said Media, and do you famous mortals then take no pleasure in hearing your bravos? Much, my good lord, at least such famous mortals, so enamored of a clamorous notoriety as to bravo for themselves when no one else will huzzah. Whose whole existence is an unintermitting consciousness of self, whose very persons stand erect and self-sufficient as their infallible index, the capital letter I, who relish and comprehend no reputation but what attaches to the carcass, who would as lief be renowned for a splendid mustache as for a splendid drama, who know not how it was that a personage to posterity so universally celebrated as the poet Vavona ever passed through the crowd unobserved, who deride the very thunder for making such a noise in Mardi and yet disdained to manifest itself to the eye. Wax not so warm, Babbalanja, but tell us, if his contemporaries Vavona's person was almost unknown, what satisfaction did he derive from his genius? Had he not its consciousness? An empire boundless as the West? What to him were huzzas? Why, my lord, from his privacy, the great and good Lagodora sent liniment to the horses' throats without. But what said Bardiana when they dunned him for autographs? Who keeps the register of great men? Who decides upon noble actions? And how long may ink last? Alas, fame has dropped more rolls than she displays, and there are more lost chronicles than the perished books of the Historian Lavella. But what is lost forever, my lord, is nothing to what is now unseen. There are more treasures in the bowels of the earth than on the surface. Ah, no gold, cried Yumi, but what comes from dark mines? Said Babylanja, bear witness, ye gods, cries fervent old Bardiana, that besides disclosures of good and evil undreamed of now, there will be other and more astounding revelations hereafter of what has passed in Mardi unbeheld. A truce to your everlasting pratings of old Bardiana, said King Media. Why not speak your own thoughts, Babylanja? Then would your discourse possess more completeness. Whereas its warp and woof are of all sorts, Bardiana, Alamalala, Vavana, and all the writers that have ever written. Speak for yourself, mortal. May you not possibly mistake, my lord, for I do not so much quote Bardiana as Bardiana quoted me, though he flourished before me, and no vanity but honesty to say so. The catalogue of true thoughts is but small. They are ubiquitous. No man's property, and unspoken or brooded, are the same. When we hear them, why seem they so natural, receiving our spontaneous approval? Why do we think we have heard them before? Because they but reiterate ourselves. They were in us before we were born. The truest poets are but mouthpieces, and some men are duplicates of each other. I see myself in Bardiana. And there, for Oro's sake, let it rest, Babylanja. Bardiana in you, and you in Bardiana forever. Chapter 23. What manner of men the Teparians were. The canoe sailed on, but we leave them a while. For our visit to Gigi, the last visit we made, suggests some further revelations concerning the dental money of Mardi. Ere this, it should have been mentioned that throughout the archipelago there was a restriction concerning incisors and molars as ornaments for the person. None but great chiefs, brave warriors, and men distinguished by rare intellectual endowments, orators, romancers, philosophers, and poets being permitted to sport them as jewels. Though, as it happened, among the poets there were many who never had a tooth, save those employed at their repasts, which, coming but seldom, their teeth almost corroded in their mouths. Hence, in commerce, poets' teeth were at a discount. For these reasons, then, many mortals blent with the promiscuous mob of Mardians who, by any means, accumulated teeth, were fain to assert their dental claims to distinction by clumsily carrying their treasures in pelican pouches slung over their shoulders, which pouches were a huge burden to carry about and defend. Though, in good truth, from any of these porters it was harder to wrench his pouches than his limbs. It was also a curious circumstance that at the slightest casual touch these bags seemed to convey a simultaneous thrill to the owners. Besides these porters, there were others who exchanged their teeth for richly stained calabashes, elaborately carved canoes, and more especially for costly robes and turbans, in which last many outshone the noblest born nobles. Nevertheless, this answered not the end they had in view. Some of the crowd only admiring what they wore and not them, breaking out into laudation in the inimitable handiwork of the artisans of Mardi. And strange to relate, these artisans themselves often came to be men of teeth and turbans, sporting their bravery with the best, a circumstance which accounted for the fact that many of the class above alluded to were considered capital judges of tapa and tailoring. Hence, as a general designation, the whole tribe went by the name of Teparians, otherwise men of tapa. Now many moons go, according to Braybeard, the Teparians of certain clusters of islands, seeing themselves hopelessly confounded with the plebeian race of mortals, such as artificers, honest men, breadfruit bakers, and the like, seeing in short that nature had denied them every inborn mark of distinction, and furthermore that their external assumptions were derided by so many in Mardi. These self-same Teparians, poor devils, resolved to secede from the rabble, form themselves into a community of their own, and conventionally pay that homage to each other, which universal Mardi could not be prevailed upon to render them. Jointly they purchased an island called Pimini, toward the extreme west of the lagoon, and thither they went, and framing a code of laws amazingly arbitrary, considering they themselves were the framers, solemnly took the oath of allegiance to the commonwealth thus established. Regarded section by section, this code of laws seemed exceedingly trivial, but taken together made a somewhat imposing aggregation of particles. By this code, the minutest things in life were all ordered after a specific fashion. More especially, one's dress was legislated upon, to the last warp and woof. All girdles must be so many inches in length, and with such a number of tassels in front, For a violation of this ordinance before the face of all Mardi, the most dutiful of sons would cut the most affectionate of fathers. Now, though like all Mardi, kings and slaves included, the people of Pimini had dead dust for grandsires, they seldom reverted to that fact, for like all founders of families, they had no family vaults, nor were they much encumbered by living connections. Some of them appeared to have none. Like poor Logan, the last of his tribe, they seemed to have monopolized the blood of their race, having never a cousin to own. Wherefore it was that many ignorant Mardians, who had not pushed their investigations into the science of physiology, sagely divined that the Teparians must have potted into life like peas instead of being otherwise indebted for their existence. Certain it is they had a comical way of backing up their social pretensions. When the respectability of his clan was mooted, Hivahi, one of their bucks, disdained all reverence to the Doomsday Book and the ancients. More reliable evidence was had. He referred the anxious world to a witness, still alive and hearty, his contemporary tailor, the varlet who cut out his tapa doublets and rejoiced his soul with good fits. Ah, sighed Babbalanja, how it quenches in one the thought of immortality, to think that these Teparians too will hereafter claim each a niche. But we rove. Our visit to Pimini itself will best make known the way of its denizens. Chapter 24. Their Adventures upon Landing at Pimini. A long sail over, the island of Pimini came in sight, one dead fiat wreathed in a thin, insipid vapor. "My lord, why land?" said Babbalanja. "No Yila is here." "'Tis my humor, Babbalanja." Said Yumi, "Taji would leave no isle unexplored." As we neared the beach, the atmosphere became still closer and more languid. Much did we miss the refreshing balm which breathed in the fine breezy air of the open lagoon. Of a slender and sickly growth seemed the trees. In the meadows the grass grew small and mincing. Said Media, "Taji, from the accounts which Braidbeard gives, there must be much to amuse in the ways of these Teparians." "Yes," said Babbalanja, "their lives are a continual farce, gratuitously performed for the diversion of Mardi. My lord, perhaps we'd best doff our dignity, and land among them as persons of lowly condition, for then we shall receive more diversion, though less hospitality." "A good proposition," said Media. And so saying, he put off his robe for one less pretentious. All followed suit, Yumi doffing turban and sash, and at last, completely metamorphosed, we looked like Hungarian gypsies. Voyaging on, we entered a bay where numbers of menials were standing in the water, engaged in washing the carved work of certain fantastic canoes belonging to the Teparians, their masters. Landing at some distance, we followed a path that soon conducted us to a betwisted dwelling of bamboos, where, gently, we knocked for admittance. So doing, we were accosted by a servitor, his portliness all in his calves. Marking our appearance, he monopolized the threshold and gruffly demanded what was wanted. "Strangers, kind sir, fatigued with travel and in need of refreshment and repose." "Then hence with ye, vagabonds," and with an emphasis he closed the portal in our face. Said Babbalanja turning, "You perceive, my lord Media, that these varlets take after their masters, who feed none but the well-fed, and house none but the well-housed." "Faith, but they furnished most rare entertainment, nevertheless," cried Media. "Ha ha, Taji, we had missed much, had we missed Pimini." As this was said, we observed at a distance 3 menials running from seaward, as if conveying important intelligence. Halting here and there, vainly seeking admittance at other habitations, and receiving nothing but taunts for our pains, we still wandered on, and at last came upon a village, toward which those from the seaside had been running. And now, to our surprise, we were accosted by an eager and servile throng. "Obsequious varlets," said Media, "where tarry your masters?" "Right royal and thrice worshipful lord of Odo, do you take us for your domestics? We are Teparians, may it please your illustrious highness, your most humble and obedient servants. We beseech you, supereminent sir, condescend to visit our habitations and partake of our cheer." Then turning upon their attendants, "Away with ye, hounds, and set our dwellings in order." "How know ye me to be the king?" asked Media. "Is it not in your serene highness's regal port, and I?" "'Twas their menials," muttered Mohi, "who from the paddlers in charge of our canoes must have learned who my lord was, and published the tidings." After some further speech, Media made a social surrender to himself with the foremost of the Teparians, one Nimni, who, conducting us to his abode, with much deference introduced us to a portly old begum, and 3 slender damsels, his wife and daughters. Soon refreshments appeared, green and yellow compounds, and divers enigmatical dainties. Besides, vegetable liquors of a strange and alarming flavor served in fragile little leaves, folded into cups and very troublesome to handle. Excessively thirsty, Babbalanja made bold to inquire for water, which called forth a burst of horror from the old begum, and minor shrieks from her daughters, who declared that the beverage to which remote reference had been made was far too widely diffused in Mardi to be at all esteemed in Pimini. But though we seldom imbibe it, said the old Begum, ceremoniously adjusting her necklace of cowrie shells, we occasionally employ it for medicinal purposes. Ah, indeed, said Babbalanja. But oh, believe me, even then we imbibe not the ordinary fluid of the springs and streams, but that which an afternoon shower softly drains from our palm trees into the little hollow or miniature reservoir beneath its compacted roots. A goblet of this beverage was now handed to Babbalanja, but having a curious gummy flavor, it proved anything but palatable. Presently, in came a company of young men, relatives of Nimni. They were slender as skysail poles, standing in a row resembled a picket fence, and were surmounted by enormous heads of hair, combed out all round, variously dyed, and evened by being singed with a lighted wisp of straw. Like milliners' parcels, they were very neatly done up, wearing redolent robes. How like the woodlands they smell, whispered Yumi. Aye, marvelously like sap, said Moe. One part of their garniture consisted of numerous tasseled cords, like those of an aiguillette, depending from the neck and attached here and there about the person. A separate one at a distance united their ankles. These served to measure and graduate their movements, keeping their gestures, paces, and attitudes within the prescribed standard of Tiparian gentility. When they went abroad, they were preceded by certain footmen who placed before them small carved boards, whereon their masters stepped, thus avoiding contact with the earth. The simple device of a shoe, as a fixture for the foot, was unknown in Pimini. Being told that Taji was lately from the sun, they manifested not the slightest surprise, one of them incidentally observing, however, that the eclipses there must have been a sad bore to endure. Chapter 25. A.I. and O. The old Begum went by the euphonious appellation of Ahira Maldana Favona, a name from its length deemed highly genteel, though scandal averred that it was nothing more than her real name transposed, the appellation by which she had been formerly known signifying a getter-up of fine tapa. But as this would have let out an ancient secret, it was thought wise to disguise it. Her daughters respectively reveled in the pretty diminutives of A, I, and O, which, from their brevity comical to tell, were considered equally genteel with the dames. The habiliments of the three vowels must not be omitted. Each damsel garrisoned an ample circular farthingale of canes, serving as the framework whereon to display a gaily dyed robe. Perhaps their charms entrenched themselves in these impregnable petticoats, as feeble armies fly to fortresses to hide their weakness and better resist an onset. But polite and politic it is to perpetuate your hostess. So seating himself by the Begum, Taji led off with earnest inquiries after her welfare. But the Begum was one of those who relieved the diffident from the embarrassment of talking, all by themselves carrying on conversation for two. Hence no wonder that my lady was esteemed invaluable at all assemblies in the groves of Pimini, contributing so largely to that incessant din which has held the best test of enjoyment of the company, as making them deaf to the general nonsense otherwise audible. Learning that Taji had been making the tour of certain islands in Mardi, the Begum was surprised that he could have thus hazarded his life among the barbarians of the East. She desired to know whether his constitution was not impaired by inhaling the unrefined atmosphere of those remote and barbarous regions. For her part, the mere thought of it made her faint in her innermost citadel, nor went she ever abroad with the wind at east, dreading the contagion which might lurk in the air. Upon accosting the three damsels, Taji very soon discovered that the tongue which had languished in the presence of the Begum was now called into active requisition to entertain the polysyllables, her daughters. So assiduously were they occupied in silent endeavors to look sentimental and pretty, that it proved no easy task to sustain with them in ordinary chat. In this dilemma, Taji refused not his remarks among all three, but discreetly centered them upon O. Thinking she might be curious concerning the sun, he made some remote allusion to that luminary as the place of his nativity. Upon which O inquired where that country was, of which mention was made. Some distance from here, in the air above, the sun that gives light to Pimini and Mardi at large. She replied that if that were the case, she had never beheld it, for such was the construction of her farthingale, that her head could not be thrown back without impairing its set, wherefore she had always abstained from astronomical investigations. Hereupon rude Moe laughed out, and that lucky laugh happily relieved Taji from all further necessity of entertaining the vowels. For at so vulgar and a Pimini, so unwanted a sound as a genuine laugh, the three startled nymphs fainted away in a row, their round farthingales falling over upon each other, like a file of empty tierces, but they presently revived. Meanwhile, without stirring from their mats, the polite young bucks in the aiguillettes did nothing but hold semi-transparent leaves to their eyes by the stems, which leaves they directed downward toward the disordered hems of the farthingales, in wait, perhaps, for the revelation of an ankle and its accompaniments. What the precise use of these leaves could have been, it would be hard to say, especially as the observers invariably peeped over and under them. The calamity of the vowels was soon followed by the breaking up of the party, when, evening coming on and feeling much wearied with the labor of seeing company in Pimini, we retired to our mats, there finding that repose which ever awaits the fatigued. Chapter 26, A Reception Day at Pimini. Next morning, Nimni apprised us that throughout the day he proposed keeping open house, for the purpose of enabling us to behold whatever of beauty, rank, and fashion Pimini could boast, including certain strangers of note from various quarters of the lagoon, who doubtless would honor themselves with a call. As inmates of the mansion, we unexpectedly had a rare opportunity of witnessing the final toilets of the Begum and her daughters, preparatory to receiving her guests. Their 4 farthingales were placed standing in the middle of the dwelling, when their future inmates, arrayed in rudimental vestments, went round and round them, attaching various articles of finery, dyed scarves, ivory trinkets, and other decorations. Upon the propriety of this or that ornament, the 3 vows now and then pondered apart or together consulted. They talked and they laughed, they were silent and sad, now merry at their bravery, now pensive at the thought of the charms to be hidden. It was O who presently suggested the expediency of an artful fold in their draperies, by the merest accident in Mardi, to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of their ankles, which were thought to be pretty. But the old Begum was more active than any, by far the most disinterested in the matter of advice. Her great object seemed to be to pile on the finery at all hazards, and she pointed out many as yet vacant and unappropriated spaces, highly susceptible of adornment. At last all was in readiness, when, taking a valedictory glance at their entrenchments, the Begum and damsels simultaneously dipped their heads, directly after emerging from the summit, all ready for execution. And now to describe the general reception that followed. In came the rows, the fees, the lol-lols, the hummy-hums, the biddy-biddies, and the deddy-dums, the pennies, the yama-yammies, and the karkies, the fanfums, the diddle-dees, and the fiddle-fees. In a word, all the aristocracy of Pimini, people with exceedingly short names, and some all name and nothing else. It was an imposing array of sounds, a circulation of ciphers, a marshalling of tapas, a getting together of grimaces and furbelows, a masquerade of vapidities. Among the crowd was a bustling somebody, one gaddy, arrayed in much apparel to little purpose, who, singling out Babbalanja, for some time adhered to his side, and with excessive complacence enlightened him as to the people assembled. That is rich Marmonero, accounted a mighty man in Pimini. His bags of teeth included, he is said to weigh upwards of 14 stone, and is much sought after by tailors for his measure, being but slender in the region of the heart. His riches are great, and that old vro is the widow Rue, very rich, plenty of teeth, but has none in her head. And this is Finfi, said to be not very rich, and a maid, who would suppose she had ever beat Tapa for a living. And so saying, Gotti sauntered off, his place by Babbalanja's side being immediately supplied by the damsel Finfi. That vivacious and amiable nymph at once proceeded to point out the company, where Gotti had left off, beginning with Gotti himself, who, she insinuated, was a mere parvenu, a terrible infliction upon society, and not near so rich as he was imagined to be. Soon we were accosted by one Nano, a sour, saturnine personage. I know nobody here, not a soul have I seen before. I wonder who they all are. And just then he was familiarly nodded by 9 worthies abreast, whereupon Nano vanished. But after going the rounds of the company and paying court to many, he again sauntered by Babbalanja, saying, Nobody but nobodies. I see nobody I know. Advancing, Nimni now introduced many strangers of distinction, parading their titles after a fashion, plainly signifying that he was bent upon convincing us that there were people present at this little affair of his who were men of vast reputation, and that we erred if we deemed him unaccustomed to the society of the illustrious. But not a few of his magnates seemed shy of media and their laurels, especially a tall, robustious fellow, with a terrible javelin in his hand, much notched and splintered, as if it had dealt many a thrust. His left arm was gallanted in a sling, and there was a patch upon his sinister eye. Him Nimmi had made known as a famous captain from King Pico's island, of which anon, who had been all but mortally wounded somewhere in a late desperate though nameless encounter. Ah, said Media, as this redoubtable withdrew, Fofi is a cunning knave, a braggart, driven forth by King Pico for his cowardice. He has blent his tattooing into one mass of blue, and thus disguised, must have palmed himself off here in Pimini, for the man he is not. I see many more like him. O ye Taparians, said Babbalanja, none so easily humbugged as humbugs. Taji, to behold this folly makes one wise. Look, look, it is all around us. O Pimini, Pimini. Chapter 27. Babbalanja falleth upon Pimini tooth and nail. The levee over, waiving further civilities, we took courteous leave of the Begum and Nimni, and proceeding to the beach very soon were embarked. When all were pleasantly seated beneath the canopy, pipes in full blast, calabashes revolving, and the paddlers quietly urging us along, Media proposed that for the benefit of the company, someone present in a pithy, whiffy sentence or two should sum up the character of the Taparians, and ended by nominating Babbalanja to that office. Come, philosopher, let us see in how few syllables you can put the brand on those Taparians. Pardon me, my lord, but you must permit me to ponder a while. Nothing requires more time than to be brief. An example, they say that in conversation old Bardiana dealt in nothing but trisyllabic sentences. His talk was thunder peals, sounding reports, but long intervals. The devil take old Bardiana, and would that the gravedigger had buried his ponderings along with his other remains. Can none be in your company, Babbalanja, but you must perforce them to make a hobanob with that old prater? A brand for the Taparians, that is what we seek. You shall have it, my lord, full to the brim of themselves. For that reason, the Taparians are the emptiest of mortals. A good blow and well planted, Babbalanja. And sooth, the most excellent saying, it should be carved upon his tombstone, said Moe, slowly withdrawing his pipe. What, would you have my epitaph read thus? Here lies the emptiest of mortals who was full of himself? At best your words are exceedingly ambiguous, Moe. Now have I the philosopher, cried Yumi with glee. What did someone say to me not long since, Babbalanja, when in the matter of that sleepy song of mine, Braidbeard bestowed upon me an equivocal compliment? Was I not told to wrest commendation from it, though I tortured it to the quick? Take thy own pills, philosopher, said Moe. Then would he be a great original, said Moe. Tell me, Yumi, said Babbalanja, are you not in fault because I sometimes speak wisely? You must not imagine that I should always act so. I never imagined that, said Yumi, and if I did, the truth would belie me. It is you who are in fault, Babbalanja, not I, craving your pardon. The minstrel's sides are all edges today, said Media. This, then, thrice gentle Yumi, is what I would say, resumed Babbalanja, that since we philosophers bestow so much wisdom upon others, it is not to be wondered at. If now and then we find what is left in us too small for our necessities, it is from our very abundance that we want. And from the fool's poverty, said Media, that he is opulent, for his very simplicity is sometimes of more account than the wisdom of the sage. But we were discoursing of the Taparians, Babbalanja. Sententiously you have acquitted yourself to admiration. Now amplify, and tell us more of the people of Pimini. My lord, I might amplify forever. Then, my worshipful lord, let him not begin, interposed Braidbeard. I mean, said Babbalanja, that all subjects are inexhaustible, however trivial, as the mathematical point put in motion is capable of being produced into an infinite line. But forever extending into nothing, said Media, a very bad example to follow. Do you, Babbalanja, come to the point and not travel off with it, which is too much your want? Since my lord insists upon it, then, thus much for the Taparians, though but a thought or two for many in reserve. They ignore the rest of Mardi, while they themselves are but a rumor of the Isles of the East, where the business of living and dying goes on with the same uniformity, as if there were no Taparians in existence. They think themselves Mardi in full, whereas by the mass they are stared at as prodigies, exceptions to the law, ordaining that no Mardian shall undertake to live unless he set out with at least the average quantity of brains, for these Taparians have no brains. In lieu, they carry in one corner of their craniums a drop or two of attar of roses. Charily used, the supply being small, they are the victims of two incurable maladies, stone in the heart and ossification of the head. They are full of fripperies, fopperies, and finesses, knowing not that nature should be the model of art, yet they might appear less silly than they do, were they content to be the plain idiots which at bottom they are. For there be grains of sense in a simpleton, so long as he be natural, but what can be expected from them? They are irreclaimable Taparians, not so much fools by contrivance of their own as by an express, though inscrutable decree of Oros. For one, my lord, I cannot abide them, nor could Taji. In Pimini were no hilarious running and shouting, none of the royal good cheer of old Borobola, none of the mysteries of Marama, none of the sentiment and romance of Don Jalolo, no rehearsing of old legends, no singing of old songs, no life, no jolly commotion, in short, no men and women, nothing but their integuments, stiff trains and farthingales. Chapter 28. Babbalanja regales the company with some sandwiches. It was night, but the moon was brilliant, far and near illuminating the lagoon. Over silvery billows we glided. "Come, Yumi," said Media. "Moonlight and music for I. A song, my bird of paradise." And folding his arms and watching the sparkling waters, thus Yumi sang, "A ray of the moon on the dancing waves is the step, light step of that beautiful maid. Mardi the music her footfall paves, and her voice no voice, but a song in the glade." "Hold," cried Media, "yonder is a curious rock. It looks black as a whale's hump in blue water when the sun shines." "That must be the Isle of Fossils," said Moe. "Aye, my lord, it is." "Let us land then," said Babbalanja. And none dissenting, the canoes were put about, and presently we debarked. It was a dome-like surface, here and there fringed with ferns sprouting from clefts, but at every tide the thin soil seemed gradually washing into the lagoon. Like the antique tablets, the smoother parts were molded in strange devices, Luxor marks, Tadmor ciphers, Palinqua inscriptions. In long lines, as on Dendera's architraves, were bas reliefs of beetles, turtles, anteaters, armadillos, guanos, serpents, tongueless crocodiles. A long procession frosted and crystallized in stone and silvered by the moon. "Strange sight," cried Media. "Speak, antiquarian Moe." But the chronicler was twitching his antiquarian beard, nonplussed by these wondrous records. The cowled old father, Piaggi, bending over his calcined Herculean manuscripts, looked not more at fault than he. Said Media, "Expound you then, sage Babbalanja." Muffling his face in his mantle and his voice in sepulchral tones, Babbalanja thus, "These are the leaves of the Book of Oro. Here we read how worlds are made. Here read the rise and fall of nature's kingdoms. From where this old man's furthest histories start, these unbeginning records end. These are the secret memoirs of times past, whose evidence at last divulged gives the grim lie to Moe's gossipings, and makes a rattling among the dry bone relics of old Marama." Braybeard's old eyes flashed fire. With bristling beard he cried, "Take back the lie you send." "Peace, everlasting foes," cried Media, interposing with both arms outstretched. "Philosopher, probe not too deep. All you say is very fine, but very dark. I would know something more precise. But prithee, ghost, unmuffle, chatter no more. Wait till you're buried for that." "Aye, death's cold ague will set us all shivering, my lord. Will swear our teeth are icicles. Will you quit driving your sleet upon us? Have done expound these rocks." "My lord, if you desire, I'll turn over these stone tablets till they're dog-eared." "Heaven and Mardi, go on, Babbalanja." "'Twas thus. These were tombs burst open by volcanic throes, and thither, hurled from the lowermost vaults of the lagoon. All Mardi's rocks are one wide resurrection. But look, here, now, a pretty story's told. Ah, little thought these grand old lords that lived and roared before the flood, that they would come to this. Here, King Media, look and learn." He looked and saw a picture petrified, and plain as any on the pediments of Petra. It seemed a stately banquet of the dead, where lords and skeletons were ranged around a board heaped up with fossil fruits, and flanked with vitreous faces, grinning like empty skulls. There they sat, exchanging rigid courtesies. One's hand was on stony heart, his other pledged a lord who held a hollow beaker. Another sat with earnest face beneath a mitred brow. He seemed to whisper in the ear of one who listened trustingly, but on the chest of him who wore the mitre an adder lay, close coiled in flint. At the further end was raised a throne, its canopy surmounted by a crown, in which now rested the likeness of a raven on an egg. The throne was void, but half concealed by drapery behind the goodliest lord. Sideways leaned a figure diademed, a lifted poniard in its hand, a monarch fossilized in the very act of murdering his guest. "Most high and sacred majesty," cried Babbalanja, bowing to his feet, while all stood gazing on this sight. There came 2 servitors of Media's, who besought Babbalanja to settle a dispute concerning certain tracings upon the islet's other side. Thither we followed them. Upon a long layer of the slaty stone were marks of ripplings of one now waveless sea, mid which were tri-toed footprints of some huge heron or wading fowl. Pointing to one of which the foremost disputant thus spoke, "I maintain that these are 3 toes." "And I that it is 1 foot," said the other. And now decide between us, joined the twain, said Babbalanja, starting. Is not this the very question concerning which they made such dire contention in Marama, whose tertiary rocks are chiseled all over with these marks? Yes, this is it, concerning which they once shed blood. This it is, concerning which they still divide. Which of us is right? Again demanded the impatient twain. Unite, and both are right. Divide, and both are wrong. Every unit is made up of parts, as well as every plurality. 9 is 3 inches. A unit is as many thirds, or, if you please, 1,000 thousandths. No special need to stop it at thirds. Away, ye foolish disputants, cried Media. Full before you is the thing disputed. Strolling on, many marvels did we mark, and Media said, Babbalanja, you love all mysteries. Here's a fitting theme. You have given us the history of the rock. Can your sapiens tell the origin of all the isles, how Mardi came to be? Ah, that once mooted point is settled. Though hard at first, it proved a bagatelle. Start not, my lord, there are those who have measured Mardi by perch and pole, and with their wonted lead sounded its utmost depths. Listen, it is a pleasant story, the coral wall which circumscribes the isles but continues upward the deep-buried crater of the primal chaos. In the first times, this crucible was charged with vapors nebulous, boiling over fires volcanic. Age by age, the fluid thickened, dropping at long intervals heavy sediment to the bottom, which layer on layer concreted, and at length in crusts rose toward the surface. Then the last volcano burst, rent the whole mass up through the ancient rocks, which now in divers mountain tops tell tales of what existed ere Mardi was completely fashioned. Hence, many fossils on the hills, whose kith and kin still lurk beneath the veils. Thus nature works, at random warring chaos a crater and this world a shell. Moe stroked his beard, Yumi yawned, Media cried, preposterous! My lord, then take another theory, which you will, the celebrated sandwich system. Nature's first condition was a soup, wherein the agglomerating solids formed granitic dumplings, which wearing down that deposited the primal strata made up of series, sandwiching strange shapes of mollusks and zoophytes, then snails and periwinkles, marmalade to sip and nuts to crack ere the substantials came. And next, my lord, we have the fine old time of the old red sandstone sandwich, clapped on the underlying layer and amid other dainties, embedding the first course of fish, all quite in rule, sturgeon, forms, cephalapsis, glyptolepis, pterychthus, and other finny things of flavor rare, but hard to mouth for bones. Served up with these were sundry greens, lichens, mosses, ferns, and fungi. Now comes the new red sandstone sandwich, Marliag magnesius, spread over with old patriarchs of crocodiles and alligators, hard carving these, and prodigious lizards, spines skewered, tails tied in bows, and swimming in saffron saucers. What next? Cried Media. The ool, or oily sandwich, rare gormandizing then, for oily it was called, because of fat old joints, and hams, and rounds, and barons of sea beeves and walruses, which then crowned the stratum board, all plied together, glorious profusion. Fillets and briskets, rumps and saddles and haunches, shoulder to shoulder, loin 'gainst sirloin, ribs wrapping knuckles and quarter to none, and all these sandwiched right over all that went before. Course after course, and course on course, my lord, no time to clear the wreck, no stop nor let, lay on and slash, cut, thrust, and come. Next the chalk, or coral sandwich, but no dry fare for that, made up of rich side courses, Eocene, Miocene, and Pliocene. The first was wild game for the delicate, bantam larks, curlews, quails, and flying weasels, with a slight sprinkling of pilaus, capons, pullets, plovers, and garnished with petrel's eggs. Very savory that, my lord. The second side course, Miocene, was out of course. Flesh after fowl, marine mammalia, seals, grampuses, and whales served up with seaweed on their flanks, hearts and kidneys deviled, and fins and flippers fricased. All very thee, my lord. The third side course, the Pliocene, was goodliest of all. Whole roasted elephants, rhinoceroses, and hippopotamuses, stuffed with boiled ostriches, condors, cassowaries, turkeys, all barbecued mastodons and megatheriums, gallantly served up with fir trees in their mouths and tails cock-billed. Thus fared the old diluvians, errant gormandizers, and beef bolters. We Mardians famish on the superficial strata of deposits, cracking our jaws on walnuts, filberts, coconuts, and clams. My lord, I've done. And bravely done it is. Mohi tells us that Mardi was made in 6 days, but you, Babbalanja, have built it up from the bottom in less than 6 minutes. Nothing for us geologists, my lord. At a word, we turn you out whole systems, suns, satellites, and asteroids included. Why, my good lord, my friend Anomino, is laying out a new Milky Way to intersect with the old one and facilitate crosscuts among the comets. And so saying, Babbalanja turned aside. Chapter 29, They Still Remain Upon the Rock. Goggle, goggle, fulgifi, fugel fogel aurum. So hummed to himself Babbalanja, slowly pacing over the fossils. Is he crazy again? Whispered Yumi. Are you crazy, Babbalanja? Asked Media. From my very birth I have been so, my lord. Am I not possessed by a devil? Then I'll eat and interrogate him, cried Media. Hark ye, sirrah, why rave you thus in this poor mortal? 'Tis he, not I. I am the mildest devil that ever entered man. In propria persona, no antlers do I wear. My tail has lost its barb, as at last your Mardian lions lose their caudal horns. A very sing-song devil this, but prithee, who are you, sirrah? The mildest devil that ever entered man. In propria persona, no antlers do I wear. My tail has lost its barb, as at last your Mardian lions lose their caudal horns. A very iterating devil this, sirrah, mock me not. Know you aught yet unrevealed by Babbalanja? Many things I know, not good to tell, whence they call me Azagedi. Can I drive thee out? Only with this mortal's ghost, together we came in, together we depart. A very terse and ready devil this, whence come you, Azagedi? Whither my catechist must go, a torrid climb, cut by a hot equator. A very keen and witty devil this, Azagedi, whom have you there? A right down merry jolly set, that at a roaring furnace sit and toast their hooves for aye. So used to flames they poke the fire with their horns and light their tails for torches. A very funny devil this, Azagedi, is not Mardi a place far pleasanter than that from whence you came? Ah, home, sweet, sweet home, would that I were home again. A very sentimental devil this, Azagedi, would you had a hand, I'd shake it. Not so with us, who rear to rear, shake each other's tails, and courteously inquire, Pray, worthy sir, how now stands the great thermometer? The very prince of devils, this. How mad our Babbalanja is, cried Moe. My lord, take heed, he'll bite. Alas, alas, sighed Yumi. Hark ye, Babbalanja, cried Media, enough of this, doff your devil and be a man. My lord, I cannot doff him, but I'll down him for a time. Azagedi, down, imp, down, down, down. So now, my lord, I'm only Babbalanja. Shall I test his sanity, my lord? Cried Mohi. Do, old man. Philosopher, our great reef is surrounded by an ocean. What think you lies beyond? Alas, sighed Yumi, the very subject to renew his madness. Peace, minstrel, said Media. Answer, Babbalanja. I will, my lord. Fear not, sweet Yumi. You see how calm I am? Braidbeard, those strangers that came to Mondoldo prove isles afar, as a philosopher of old surmised, but was hooted at for his surmisings. Nor is that all impossible, Braidbeard, that beyond their land may exist other regions, of which those strangers know not, peopled with peoples somewhat like us Mardians, but perhaps with more exalted faculties and organs than we lack. They may have some better seeing sense than ours, perhaps have fins or wings for arms. This seems not like sanity, muttered Moe. A most crazy hypothesis, truly, said Media. And are all inductions vain? Cried Babbalanja. Have we mortals naught to rest on but what we see with eyes? Is no faith to be reposed in that inner microcosm, wherein we see the charted universe in little, as the whole horizon is mirrored in the iris of a gnat? Alas, alas, my lord, is there no blessed Adonfi, no Astrazi? His devil's uppermost again, my lord, cried Braidbeard. He's stark, stark mad, sighed Yumi. Aye, the moon's at full, said Media. Ho, paddlers, we depart. Chapter 30, Behind and Before. And was yet moonlight when we pushed from the islet, but soon the sky grew dun. The moon went into a cavern among the clouds, and by that secret sympathy between our hearts and the elements, the thoughts of all but Media became overcast. Again, discourse was had of that dark intelligence from Mondoldo, the fell murder of Taji's follower. Said Mohi, the spectre sons of Alma must have been the assassins. They harbored deadly malice, said Babbalanja. Which poor Yall's death must have now sated, sighed Yumi. Then all the happier for Taji, sighed Media. But away with gloom, because the sky is clouded. Why cloud your brows? Babbalanja, I grieve the moon is gone, yet starts some paradox that we may laugh. Say a woman is a man, or you yourself a stork. At this they smiled, when hurtling came an arrow which struck our stern and quivered. Another, and another, grazing the canopy, they darted by and hissing, dived like red-hot bars beneath the waves. Starting, we beheld a coruscating wake, tracking the course of a low canoe, far flying for a neighboring mountain. The next moment it was lost within the mountain shadow, and pursuit was useless. Let us fly, cried Yumi. Peace, what murderers are these, said Media calmly. Whom can they seek? You, Taji? The three avengers fly 3 bolts, said Babbalanja. See if the arrow yet remain astern, cried Media. They brought it to him. By Oro, Taji on the barb. Then it missed its aim, but I will not mind, and whatever arrows follow, still I will hunt on. Nor does the ghost that these pale spectres would avenge at all disquiet me. The priest I slew, but to gain her now lost, and I would slay again to bring her back. Ah, Yila, Yila! All started. Then said Babbalanja, Alima's sons rave not. 'Tis true then, Taji, that an evil deed gained you, your Yila? No wonder she is lost. Said Media unconcernedly, Perhaps better, Taji, to have kept your secret, but tell no more, I care not to be your foe. Ah, Taji, I had shrank from you, cried Yumi. But for the mark upon your brow, that undoes the tenor of your words. But look, the stars come forth, and who are these? A waving iris? Aye, again they come, harsh as heralds. They brought a black thorn buried in withered rose blossoms, red and blue. Said Yumi, for that which stings there is no cure. Who is Hasha, that she stabs me thus? And this wild sardony mocks your misery. Away, ye fiends! Again a Venus car, and lo, a wreath of strawberries. Yet fly to me and be garlanded with joys. Let the wild witch laugh, she moves me not. Neither hurtling arrows nor Circe flowers appall. Said Yumi, they await reply. Tell your Hasha that I know her not, nor care to know. I defy her incantations. She lures in vain. Yila, Yila, still I hope. Slowly they departed, heeding not my cries no more to follow. Silence and darkness fell. Chapter 31. Babbalanja discourses in the dark. Next day came and went, and still on we onward sailed. At last by night there fell a calm, becalming the water of the wide lagoon, and becalming all the clouds in heaven, wailing the constellations. But though our sails were useless, our paddlers plied their broad stout blades. Thus sweeping by a rent in hoar old rock, Vivi, impatient of the calm, sprang to his crow's nests in the shark's mouth, and seizing his conch, sounded a blast which rang in and out among the hollows, reverberating with the echoes. Be sure it was startling, but more so with respect to one of our paddlers, upon whose shoulders elevated Vivi, his balance lost, all at once came down by the run. But the heedless little bugler himself was most injured by the fall, his arm nearly being broken. Some remedies applied, and the company grown composed. Babbalanja thus, My Lord Media, was there any human necessity for that accident? None that I know or care to tell, Babbalanja. Vivi, said Babbalanja, did you fall on purpose? Not I, sobbed little Vivi, slinging his ailing arm and its mate. Woe, woe to us all then, cried Babbalanja, for what direful events may be in store for us which we cannot avoid? How now, mortal, cried Media, what now? My lord, think of it. Minus human inducement from without and minus volition from within, Vivi has met with an accident which has almost maimed him for life. Is it not terrifying to think of? Are not all mortals exposed to similar, nay worse calamities, ineffably unavoidable? Woe, woe, I say, to us Mardians. Here, take my last breath. Let me give up this beggarly ghost. Nay, said Media, pause, Babbalanja. Turn it not adrift prematurely. Let it house till midnight, the proper time for you mortals to dissolve. But, philosopher, if you harp upon Vivi's mishap, know that it was owing to nothing but his carelessness. And what was that owing to, my lord? To Vivi himself. Then, my lord, what brought such a careless being into Mardi? A long course of generations. He's someone's great-great-grandson. Doubtless, who was great-great-grandson to someone else, who also had grandsires. Many thanks then to your highness, for you established the doctrine of philosophical necessity. No, I established nothing, but I answer your questions. All one, my lord, you are a necessitarian. In other words, you hold that everything takes place through absolute necessity. Do you take me then for a fool and a fatalist? Pardi, a bad creed for a monarch, the distributor of rewards and punishments. Right there, my lord. But for all that, your highness is a necessitarian, yet no fatalist. Confound not the distinct. Fatalism presumes express and irrevocable edicts of heaven concerning particular events, whereas necessity holds that all events are naturally linked and inevitably follow each other, without providential interposition, though by the eternal letting of providence. Well, well, Babbalanja, I grant it all. Go on. On high authority, we are told that in times past the fall of certain nations in Mardi were prophesied of seers. Most true, my lord, said Mohi. It's all down in the chronicles. Ha ha, cried Media. Go on, philosopher. Continued Babbalanja. Previous to the time assigned to their fulfillment, those prophecies were brooded through Mardi. Hence, previous to the time assigned to their fulfillment, full knowledge of them may have come to the nations concerned. Now, my lord, was it possible for those nations thus forewarned so to conduct their affairs as at the prophesied time to prove false the events revealed to be in store for them? However that may be, said Moe, certain it is, these events did assuredly come to pass. Compare the ruins of Babylonia with Book 9th, Chapter 10th of the Chronicles. Yeah, the owl inhabits where the seers predicted, the jackals yell in the tombs of the kings. Go on, Babylanja, said Media. Of course those nations could not have resisted their doom. Go on then, vault over your premises. If it be then, my lord, that... My very worshipful lord, interposed Mohi, is not our philosopher getting off soundings? And may it not be impious to meddle with these things? Were it so, old man, he should have known it. The king of Odo is something more than you mortals. But are we the great gods themselves, cried Yumi, that we discourse of these things? No, minstrel, said Babylanja, and no need have the great gods to discourse of things perfectly comprehended by them, and by themselves ordained. But you and I, Yumi, are men and not gods. Hence, it is for us and not for them to take these things for our themes. Nor is there any impiety in the right use of our reason, whatever the issue. Smote with superstition, shall we let it wither and die out, a dead limb to a live trunk, as the mad devotee's arm held up motionless for years? Or shall we employ it but for a paw to help us to our bodily needs, as the brutes use their instinct? Is not reason subtle as quicksilver, live as lightning, a neighing charger to advance but a snail to recede? Can we starve that noble instinct in us and hope that it will survive? Better slay the body than the soul, and if it be the direst of sins to be the murderers of our own bodies, how much more to be a soul suicide? Yumi, we are men, we are angels, and in his faculties, High Oro is but a man would be, infinitely magnified. Let us aspire to all things. Are we babes in the woods, to be scared by the shadows of the trees? What shall appall us? If eagles gaze at the sun, may not men at the gods? For one, said Media, you may gaze at me freely, gaze on, but talk not of my kinsman so fluently, Babylanja, return to your argument. I go back then, my lord. By implication you have granted that in times past the future was foreknown of Oro. Hence in times past the future must have been foreordained. But in all things Oro is immutable, wherefore our own future is foreknown and foreordained. Now if things foreordained concerning nations have in times past been revealed to them previous to their taking place, then something similar may be presumable concerning individual men now living. That is to say, out of all the events destined to befall any one man, it is not impossible that previous knowledge of some one of these events might supernaturally come to him. Say then it is revealed to me that 10 days hence I shall, of my own choice, fall upon my javelin. When the time comes round, could I refrain from suicide? Grant the strongest presumable motives to the act. Grant that unforewarned I would slay myself outright at the time appointed, yet foretold of it, and resolved to test the decree of the uttermost under such circumstances, I say, would it be possible for me not to kill myself? If possible, then predestination is not a thing absolute, and heaven is wise to keep secret from us those decrees, whose virtue consists in secrecy. But if not possible, then that suicide would not be mine, but Oro's, and by consequence not only that act, but all my acts are Oro's. In sum, my lord, he who believes that in times past prophets have prophesied, and their prophecies have been fulfilled, when put to it, inevitably, must allow that every man now living is an irresponsible being. In sooth, a very fine argument, very finely argued, said Media. You have done marvels, Babylanja, but hark you, were I so disposed I could deny you all over, premises and conclusions alike. And furthermore, my cogent philosopher, had you published that anarchical dogma among my subjects in Oro, I had silenced you by my spear-headed scepter instead of my uplifted finger. Then all thanks and all honor to your generosity, my lord, in granting us the immunities you did at the outset of this voyage. But my lord, permit me one word more. Is not Oro omnipresent, absolutely everywhere? So you mortals teach, Babylanja. But so do they mean, my lord. Often do we Mardians stick to terms for ages, yet truly apply not their meanings. Well, Oro is everywhere. What now? Then if that be absolutely so, Oro is not merely a universal onlooker, but occupies and fills all space, and no vacancy is left for any being, or anything but Oro. Hence Oro is in all things, and himself is all things, the time-old creed. But since evil abounds and Oro is all things, then he cannot be perfectly good, wherefore Oro's omnipresence and moral perfection seem incompatible. Furthermore, my lord, those orthodox systems which ascribe to Oro almighty and universal attributes every way, those systems, I say, destroy all intellectual individualities but Oro, and resolve the universe into him. But this is a heresy, wherefore orthodoxy and heresy are one. And thus is it, my lord, that upon these matters we Mardians all agree and disagree together, and kill each other with weapons that burst in our hands. Ah, my lord, with what mind must blessed Oro look down upon this scene? Think you he discriminates between the deist and the atheist? Nay, for the searcher of the cores of all hearts well knoweth that atheists there are none. For in things abstract men but differ in the sounds that come from their mouths, and not in the wordless thoughts lying at the bottom of their beings. The universe is all of one mind, though my twin brothers swear to me by the blazing sun in heaven at noonday that Oro is not, yet would he belie the thing he intended to express. And who lives that blasphemes? What jargon of human sounds so puissant as to insult the unutterable majesty divine? Is Oro's honor in the keeping of Mardi? Oro's conscience in man's hands? Where are warrants, with Oro's signed manual to justify the killing, burning, and destroying, or far worse, the social persecutions we institute in his behalf? Ah, how shall these self-assumed attorneys and vice-regents be astounded when they shall see all heaven peopled with heretics and heathens, and all hell nodding over with miters? Ah, let us Mardians quit this insanity. Let us be content with the theology and the grass and the flower, and seed, time, and harvest. Be it enough for us to know what Oro indubitably is? My lord, stick with the spectacle of the madness of men, and broken with spontaneous doubts. I sometimes see but two things in all Mardi to believe, that I myself exist, and that I can most happily, or at least miserably, exist by the practice of righteousness. All else is in the clouds, and naught else may I learn, till the firmament be split from horizon to horizon. Yet alas, too often do I swing from these moorings. Alas, his fit is coming upon him again, whispered Yumi. Why, Babbalanja, said Media, I almost pity you. You are too warm, too warm. Why fever your soul with these things? To no use you mortals wax earnest. No thanks, but curses you will get for your earnestness. You yourself you harm most. Why not take creeds as they come? It is not so hard to be persuaded, never mind about believing. True, my lord, not very hard, no act is required, only passiveness. Stand still and receive. Faith is to the thoughtless, doubts to the thinker. Then why think at all? Is it not better for you mortals to clutch error as in a vice, than have your fingers meet in your hand? And to what end your eternal inquisitions? You have nothing to substitute. You say all is a lie, then out with the truth. Philosopher, your devil is but a foolish one, after all. I, a demigod, never say nay to these things. Yeah, my lord, it would hardly answer for Oro himself were he to come down to Mardi to deny men's theories concerning him. Did they not strike at the rash deity in Alma? Then why deny those theories yourself, Babbalanja? You almost affect my immortal serenity. Must you forever be a sieve for good, grain to run through, while you retain but the chaff? Your tongue is forked, you speak two languages, flat folly for yourself, and wisdom for others. Babbalanja, if you have any belief of your own, keep it, but in Oro's name keep it secret. Aye, my lord, in these things wise men are spectators, not actors. Wise men look on and say aye. Why not say so yourself then? Because, my lord, I have often told you that I am a fool and not wise. Your highness, said Mohi, this whole discourse seems to have grown out of the subject of necessity and free will. Now, when a boy, I recollect hearing a sage say that these things were reconcilable. Aye, said Media, and what say you to that now, Babbalanja? It may be even so, my lord. Shall I tell you a story? As a Getty's stirring now, muttered Mohi. Proceed, said Media. King Normo had a fool called Willie, whom he loved to humor. Now though Willie ever obeyed his lord, by the very instinct of his servitude, he flattered himself that he was free, and this conceit it was that made the fool so entertaining to the king. One day said Normo to his fool, Go, Willie, to yonder tree, and wait there till I come. Your majesty I will, said Willie, bowing beneath his jingling bells, but I presume your majesty has no objections to my walking on my hands. I am free, I hope. Perfectly, said Normo. Hands or feet, it's all the same to me, only do my bidding. I thought as much, said Willie. So swinging his limber legs into the air, Willie, thumb after thumb, essayed progression. But soon his bottled blood so rushed downward through his neck that he was fain to turn a somerset and regain his feet. Said he, though I am free to do it, it's not so easy turning digits into toes. I'll walk, by gad. Which is my other option. So he went straight forward, and did King Normo's bidding in the natural way. A curious story that, said Media. Whence came it? My lord, where everything but one is to be had, within. You are charged to the muzzle then, said Braidbeard. Yes, Mohi, and my talk is my overflowing, not my fullness. And what may you be so full of? Of myself. So it seems, said Mohi, whisking away a fly with his beard. Babbalanja, said Media, you did right in selecting this ebon night for discussing the theme you did, and truly you mortals are but too apt to talk in the dark. Aye, my lord, and we mortals may prate still more in the dark, when we are dead, for methinks that if we then prate at all, 'twill be in our sleep. Ah, my lord, think not that in aught I've said this night I would assert any wisdom of my own. I but fight against the armed and crested lies of Mardi, that like a host assail me. I am stuck full of darts, but tearing them out from me, gasping, I discharge them whence they come. So saying, Babbalanja slowly drooped and fell reclining, then lay motionless as the marble gladiator that for centuries has been dying. Chapter 32. My Lord Media summons Moe to the stand. While slowly the night wore on, and now scudding clouds flown past, revealed again the hosts in heaven, few words were uttered save by Media, who when all others were most sad and silent seemed but little moved and not stirred a jot. But that night he filled his flagon fuller than his wont, and drank and pledged the stars. Here's to thee, old Arcturus, to thee, old Aldebaran, who ever poise your wine red, fiery spheres on high. A health to thee, my regal friend Alphaka, and the constellation of the crown. Lo, crown to crown I pledge thee, I drink to thee, Alfred, Markab, Denabola, Capella. To ye, too, sailing Kyganus, Aquila, soaring. All round a health to all your diadems, may they never fade nor mine. At last in the shadowy east the dawn, like a grey, distant sail before the wind, was descried, drawing nearer and nearer till her gilded prow was received. And as in tropic gales the wind blow fierce and more fierce with the advent of the sun, so with King Media, whose mirth now breezed up afresh. But as at sunrise the sea storm only blows harder to settle down at last into a steady wind, even so in good time my Lord Media came to be more decorous of mood, and Babbalanja abated his reveries, for who might withstand such a morn? As on the night banks of the far-rolling Ganges, the royal bridegroom sets forth for his bride, preceded by nymphs, now this side, now that, lighting up all the flowery flambeaux held on high as they pass, so came the sun to his nuptials with Mardi, the hours going on before, touching all the peaks till they glowed rosy red. By reflex the lagoon here and there seemed on fire, each curling wave crest aflame. Noon came as we sailed, and now citrons and bananas, cups and calabashes, calumets and tobacco were passed around. And we were all very merry and mellow indeed, smacking our lips, chatting, smoking, and sipping. Now a mouthful of citron to season a repartee, now a swallow of wine to wash down a precept, now a fragrant whiff to puff away care. Many things did beguile, from side to side we turned and grazed, like Juno's white oxen in clover meads. Soon we drew nigh to a charming cliff overrun with woodbines, on high suspended from flowery tamarisk and tamarind trees, the blossoms of the tamarisks and spikes of small red bells, the tamarinds wide spreading their golden petals, red streaked as with streaks of the dawn, down sweeping to the water, the vines trailed over to the crisp curling waves, little pages all eager to hold up their trains. Within was a bower going behind it, like standing inside the sheet of the falls of the Ganesa. In this arbor we anchored, and with their shaded prows thrust among the flowers, our 3 canoes seemed baiting by the way, like wearied steeds in a hawthorn lane. High midsummer noon is more silent than night, most sweet a siesta then, and noon dreams are daydreams indeed, born under the meridian sun. Pale Cynthia begets pale spectre shapes, and her frigid rays best illuminate white nuns, marble monuments, icy glaciers, and cold tombs. The sun rolled on, and starting to his feet, arms clasped and wildly staring, Yumi exclaimed, Nay, nay, thou shalt not depart, thou maid. Here, here, I fold thee for aye. Flown? A dream. Then siestas henceforth while I live, and at noon every day will I meet thee, sweet maid. And O sun, set not, and poppies bend over us when next we embrace. What ails that somnambulist? Cried Media, rising. Yumi, I say, what ails thee? He must have indulged over freely in those citrons, said Moe, sympathetically rubbing his fruitery. Ho, Yumi, a swallow of brine will help thee. Alas, cried Babbalanja, do the fairies then wait on repletion? Do our dreams come from below and not from the skies? Are we angels or dogs? O man, thou art harder to solve than the integral calculus, yet plain as a primer, harder to find than the philosopher's stone, yet ever at hand. A more cunning compound than an alchemist's, yet 100 weight of flesh to a penny weight of spirit, soul and body glued together, firm as atom to atom, seamless as the vestment without joint, warp or woof. Yet divided as by a river, spirit from flesh, growing both ways like a tree and dropping thy topmost branches to earth, like thy beard or a banyan. I give thee up, O man, thou art twain, yet indivisible, all things, yet a poor unit at best. Philosopher, you seem puzzled to account for your riddles of your race, cried Media, sideways reclining at his ease. Now do thou, old Mohi, stand up before a demigod and answer for all. Draw nigh, so I can eye thee. What art thou, mortal? My worshipful lord, a man. And what are men? My lord, before thee is a specimen. I fear me, my lord, will get nothing out of that witness, said Babbalanja. Pray you, King Media, let another inquisitor cross-question. Proceed, take the divan. A pace or two farther off there, Mohi, so I can garner thee all at a glance. Attention, rememberest thou, fellow being, when thou wast born? Not I, old Braidbeard, has no memory then. When, then, wast thou first conscious of being? What time I was teething, my first sensation was an ache. What dost thou, fellow being, here in Mardi? What doth Mardi here, fellow being under me? Philosopher, thou gainest but little by these questions, cried Yumi, advancing. Let a poet endeavor. I abdicate in your favor then, gentle Yumi. Let me smooth the divan for you. There, be seated. Now, Mohi, what art thou? Said Yumi, nodding his bird of paradise plume. The sole witness, it seems, in this case. Try again, minstrel, cried Babbalanja. Then, what art thou, Mohi? Even what thou art, Yumi. He is too sharp or too blunt for us all, cried King Media. His devil is even more subtle than yours, Babbalanja. Let him go. Shall I adjourn the court then, my lord? Said Babbalanja. Aye. O yeas, O yeas, O yeas, all mortals having business at this court, know ye that it is adjourned till sundown of the day which hath no tomorrow. Chapter 33, wherein Babbalanja and Yumi embrace. How the isles grow and multiply around us, cried Babbalanja, as turning the broad promontory of an uninhabited shore, many distant lands bluely loomed into view. Surely our brief voyage may not embrace all Mardi like its reef? No, said Media, much must be left unseen, nor everywhere can Yila be sought, noble Taji. Said Yumi, we are as birds with pinions clipped, that in unfathomable and endless woods but flit from twig to twig of one poor tree. More isles, cried Babbalanja, erect and gazing broad. And lo, round us all is heaving that infinite ocean. Ah, gods, what regions lie beyond? But whither now, he cried, as in obedience to Media the paddlers suddenly altered our course. To the bold shores of Duranda, said Media. Aye, the land of clubs and javelins, where the lord seigneurs, Hello and Pico, celebrate their famous games, cried Mohi. Your clubs and javelins, said Media, remind me of the great battle chant of Narvi, Yumi. Turning to the minstrel, gazing abstractedly into the water. Awake, Yumi, and give us the lines. My lord Media, 'tis but a rude, clanging thing, dissonant as if the north wind blew through it. Methinks the company will not fancy lines so inharmonious. Better sing you, perhaps, one of my sonnets. Better sit and sob in our ears, silly Yumi that thou art. No, none of your sentiment now. My soul is martially inclined. I want clarion peals, not lute warblings. So throw out your chest, Yumi, lift high your voice, and blow me the old battle blast. Begin, sir minstrel. And warning all that he himself had not composed the odious chant, Yumi thus. Our clubs, the 1,000 clubs of Narvi, of the living trunk of the palm tree made, skull breakers, brain splatterers, wielded right, wielded left, life quenchers, death dealers, causing live bodies to run headless. Our bows, the 1,000 bows of Narvi, ribs of Tara, god of war, fashioned from the light Tulla their arrows, swift messengers, heart piercers, barbed with sharp pearl shells, winged with white-tail plumes, to wild death chants string the hair of wild maidens. Our spears, the 1,000 spears of Narvi, of the thunder-riven moo tree made, tall tree, crouched on the long mountain Lana, no staves for greybeards, no rods for fishermen, tempered by fierce sea winds, splintered into lances by lightnings, long arrows, heart-seekers, toughened by fire, their sharp black points. Our slings, the 1,000 slings of Narvi, all tasseled and braved and gaily bedecked, in peace our girdles, in war our war nets, wherewith catch we heads as fish from the deep. The pebbles they hurl have been hurled before, hurled upon the beach by the stormy sea, pebbles buried erewhile in the head of the shark, to be buried ere long in the heads of our foes. Home of hard blows our pouches, nest of death eggs, how quickly they hatch. Uplift and couch we our spearsmen, ring hollow on the rocks our war clubs, bend we our bows, feel the spirits of our arrows, aloft whirl in eddies our sling nets. To the fight, men of Narvi, sons of battle, hunters of men, raise high your war wood, shout Narvi, her groves in the storm. By Oro, cried Media, but Yumi has well nigh stirred up all Babbalanja's devils in me. Were I a mortal, I could fight now on a pretense, and did any man say me nay, I would charge upon him like a spear point. Ah, Yumi, thou and thy tribe have much to answer for. Ye stir up all Mardi with your lays. Your war chants make men fight, your drinking songs drunkards, your love ditties fools. Yet there thou sittest, Yumi, gentle as a dove. What art thou, minstrel, that thy soft singing soul should so master all mortals? Yumi, like me, you sway a scepter. Thou honorest my calling overmuch, said Yumi. We minstrels but sing our lays carelessly, my lord Media. Aye, and the more mischief they make. But sometimes we poets are didactic. Didactic and dull, many of ye are but too apt to be prosy and less mischievous. Yet in our verses, my lord Media, but few of us propose harm. But when all harmless to yourselves, ye may be otherwise to Mardi. And are not foul streams often traced to pure fountains, my lord? Said Babbalanja. The essence of all good and all evil is in us, not out of us. Neither poison nor honey lodgeth in the flowers on which side by side bees and wasps oft delight. My lord, nature is an immaculate virgin, forever standing unrobed before us. True poets but paint the charms which all eyes behold. The vicious would be vicious without them. My lord Media, impetuously resumed Yumi, I am sensible of 1,000 sweet merry fancies, limpid with innocence, yet my enemies account them all lewd conceits. There be those in Mardi, said Babbalanja, who would never ascribe evil to others, did they not find it in their own hearts, believing none can be different from themselves. My lord, cried Yumi, the air that breathes my music from me is a mountain of air, purer than others am I, for though not a woman, I feel in me a woman's soul. Ah, have done, silly Yumi, said Media, thou art becoming flighty, even as Babbalanja when Azagedi is uppermost. Thus ever thus, sighed Yumi, they comprehend us not. Nor me, said Babbalanja. Yumi, poets both, we differ in seeming. Thy airiest conceits are as the shadows of my deepest ponderings. Though Yumi soars and Babbalanja dives, both meet at last. Not a song you sing, but I have thought its thought, and where dull Mardi sees but your rose, I unfold its petals, and disclose a pearl. Poets are we, Yumi, in that we dwell within us, we live in grottos, palms and brooks, we ride the sea, we ride the sky, poets are omnipresent. Chapter 34 of the Isle of Duranda. In good time the shores of Duranda were in sight, and introductory to landing, Braidbeard proceeded to give us some little account of the island and its rulers. As previously hinted, those very magnificent and illustrious Lord Seigniors, the Lord Seigniors Hello and Pico, who divided Duranda, delighted in all manner of public games, especially warlike ones, which last were celebrated so frequently, and were so fatal in their results, that notwithstanding the multiplicity of nuptials taking place in the isle, its population remained in equilibrio. But strange to relate, this was the very object which the Lord Seigniors had in view, the very object they sought to compass by instituting their games, though for the most part they wisely kept the secret locked up. But to tell how the Lord Seigniors Hello and Pico came to join hands in this matter. Duranda had been amicably divided between them ever since the day they were crowned, one reigning king in the east, the other in the west, but King Pico had long been harassed with the thought that the unobstructed and indefinite increase of his browsing subjects might eventually denude of herbage his portion of the island. Posterity, thought he, is marshalling her generations in squadrons, brigades, and battalions, and ere long will be down upon my devoted empire. Lo, her locust cavalry darken the skies, her light troop pismires cover the earth. Alas, my son and successor, thou wilt inhale choke damp for air, and have not a private corner to say thy prayers. By a sort of arithmetical progression, they probably say, nay, the certainty of these results, if not in the same way averted, was proved to King Pico. And he was furthermore admonished, that war to the haft with King Hello, that was the only cure for so menacing an evil. But so it was that King Pico, at peace with the King Hello, and well content with the tranquility of the times, little relished the idea of picking a quarrel with his neighbor and running its risks in order to phlebotomize his redundant population. Patience, most illustrious Seigneur, said another of his sagacious Aethophels, and haply a pestilence may decimate the people. But no pestilence came, and in every direction the young men and maidens were recklessly rushing into wedlock, and so salubrious the climates that the old men stuck to the outside of the turf and refused to go under. At last, some Machiavel of a philosopher suggested that peradventure the object of war might be answered without going to war, that peradventure King Hello might be brought to acquiescence in arrangement, whereby the men of Duranda might be induced to kill off another involuntarily. in a peaceable manner without troubling their rulers. And to this end the games before mentioned were proposed. Egad, my wise ones, you have hit it, cried Pico, but will Hello say aye? Try him, most illustrious senor, said Machiavel. So to Hello went ambassadors, ordinary and extraordinary, and ministers, plenipotentiary and peculiar, and anxiously King Pico awaited their return. The mission was crowned with success. Said King Hello to the ministers in confidence. The very thing, Dons, the very thing I have wanted. My people are increasing too fast. They keep up the succession too well. Tell your illustrious master it's a bargain. The games, by all means. So throughout the island by proclamation they were forthwith established, succeeding to a charm. And the Lord Señors Hello and Pico, finding their interests the same, came together like bride and bridegroom, lived in the same palace, dined off the same cloth, cut from the same breadfruit, drank from the same calabash, wore each other's crowns, and often locking arms with a charming frankness, paced up and down in their dominions, discussing the prospect of the next harvest of heads. In this old-fashioned way, having related all this with many other particulars, Mohi was interrupted by Babbalanja, who inquired how the people of Deronda relished the games, and how they fancied being coolly thinned out in that manner. To which in substance the chronicler replied that in the true object of the games they had not the faintest conception, but hammered away at each other and fought and died together like jolly good fellows. Right again, immortal old Bardiana, cried Babbalanja. And what has the sage to point at this time? Asked Media. Why, my lord, in his chapter on cracked crowns, Bardiana, after many profound ponderings, thus concludes, in this cracked sphere we live in, then cracked skulls would seem the inevitable allotments of many, nor will the splintering thereof cease, till this pugnacious animal we treat of be deprived of its natural maces, videlicet his arms, and right well doth man love to bruise and batter all occupants in his vicinity. Seems to me our old friend must have been on his stilts that time, interrupted Moe. No, Braidbeard, but by way of apologizing for the unusual rigidity of his style in that chapter, he says in a note that it was written upon a straight-backed settle when he was ill of a lumbago and a crick in the neck. That incorrigible Azagheti again, said Media. Proceed with your quotation, Babbalanja. Where was I, Braidbeard? Battering occupants at the last accounts, said Mohi. Ah, yes, and right, well doth man love to bruise and batter all occupants in his vicinity, but he but follows his instincts. He is but one member of a fighting world. Spiders, vixens, and tigers all war with a relish, and on every side is heard the howls of hyenas, the throttlings of mastiffs, the din of belligerent beetles, the buzzing warfare of the insect battalions, and the shrill cries of lady Tartars rending their lords. And all this existeth of necessity. To war it is, and other depopulators, that we are beholden for elbow room in Mardi, and for all our parks and gardens wherein we are wont to expatiate. Come on then, plague, war, famine, and farragos. Come on, I say, for who shall stay ye? Come on, and healthfulize the census, and more especially, O war, do thou march forth with thy bludgeon. Cracked are our crowns by nature, and henceforth forever cracked shall they be by hard raps. And hopelessly cracked by the skull that hatched such a tirade of nonsense, said Moe. And think you not old Bardiana knew that? Asked Babbalanja. He wrote an excellent chapter on that very subject. What, on the cracks of his own pate? Precisely, and expressly asserts that to those identical cracks was he indebted for what little light he had in his brain. I yield, Babbalanja, your old ponderer is older than I. Aye, Braidbeard, his crest was a tortoise, and this was the motto, I bite, but am not to be bitten. Chapter 35. They visit the Lords Pico and Hello. In good time we landed at Deronda, and that landing was like landing at Greenwich among the Waterloo pensioners. The people were docked right and left, some without arms, some without legs, not one with a tail, but to a man all had heads, though rather the worse for wear, covered with lumps and contusions. Now those very magnificent and illustrious Lord Señors, the Lord Señors Hello and Pico, lived in a palace, round which was a fence of the cane called Malacca, each picket helmed with a skull, of which there were 50, one to each cane. Over the door was the blended arms of the high and mighty houses of Hello and Pico, a clavicle crossed over an ulna. Escorted to the sign of the skull and crossbones, we received the very best entertainment which that royal inn could afford. We found our hosts, Hello and Pico, seated together on a dais or throne, and now and then drinking some claret red wine from an ivory bowl too large to have been wrought from an elephant's tusks. They were in glorious good spirits, shaking ivory coins in a skull. What says your majesty? Said Pico. Heads or tails? "Oh, heads, your majesty," said Hello. "And heads say I," said Pico. And heads it was, but it was heads on both sides, so both were sure to win. And thus they were used to play merrily all day along, beheading the gourds of clarets by slicing one blow with their sickle-shaped scepters. Wide round them lay empty calabashes, all feathered, red-dyed, and betasseled, trickling red wine from their necks like the decapitated pullets in the old baronial barnyard at Kenilworth, the night before Queen Bess dined with my Lord Leicester. The first compliments over, and Media and Taji having met with a reception suitable to their rank, the kings inquired whether there were any good javelin flingers among us, for if that were the case, they could furnish them plenty of sport. Informed, however, that none of the party were professional warriors, their majesties looked rather glum, and by way of chasing away the blues, called for some good old stuff that was red. It seems that soliciting guests to keep their spears from decaying by cut and thrust play with their subjects was a very common thing with their illustrious majesties. But if their visitors could not be prevailed upon to spear a subject or so, our hospitable hosts resolved to have a few speared, and otherwise served up for our special entertainment. In a word, our arrival furnished a fine pretext for renewing their games, though we had learned only 10 days previous upward of 50 combatants had been slain at one of these festivals. Be that as it might, their joint majesties determined upon one another, and also upon our tarrying to behold it. We objected, saying we must depart. But we were kindly assured that our canoes had been dragged out of the water, and buried in a wood, there to remain till the games were over. The day fixed upon was the third subsequent of our arrival, the interval being devoted to preparations, summoning from their villages and valleys the warriors of the land, and publishing the royal proclamations, whereby the unbounded hospitality of the king's household was freely offered to all heroes whatsoever, who, for the love of arms and the honor of broken heads, desired to cross battle clubs, hurl spears, or die game in the royal valley of Dado. Meantime, the whole island was in a state of uproarious commotion, and strangers were daily arriving. The spot set apart for the festival was a spacious down, mantled with white asters, which, waving in windrows, lay upon the lands like the cream surf surging the milk of young heifers. But that whiteness here and there was spotted with strawberries, tracking the plain as if wounded creatures had been dragging themselves bleeding from some deadly encounter. All round the down waved scarlet thickets of sumac, moaning in the wind, like the gory ghosts environing Pharsalia the night after the battle, scaring away the peasants who, with bushel baskets, came to the jewel harvest of the rings of Pompey's knights. Beneath the heaped turf to this down lay thousands of glorious corpses of anonymous heroes, who here had died glorious deaths, whence in the florid language of Deronda they called this field the Field of Glory. Chapter 36. They attend the games. At last the third day dawned, and facing upon us, entering the plain, was a throne of red logwood, canopied by the foliage of red-dyed pandanus. Upon this throne, purple-robed, reclined those very magnificent and illustrious Lord Seigneurs, the Lord Seigneurs Hello and Pico. Before them were many gourds of wine, and crosswise staked in the sod their own royal spears. In the middle of the down, as if by a furrow, a long oval space was margined, of about which a crowd of spectators were seated. Opposite the throne was reserved a clear passage to the arena, defined by airlines indefinitely produced from the leveled points of two spears, so poised by a brace of warriors. Drawing near our party was courteously received and assigned a commodious lounge. The first encounter was a club fight between two warriors. Nor casque of steel nor skull of Congo could have resisted the blows, had they fallen upon the mark. For they seemed bent upon driving each other as stakes into the earth. Presently one of them faltered, but his adversary, rushing in to cleave him down, slipped against a guava rind, when the falterer, with one lucky blow high into the air, sent the stumbler's club, which descended upon the crown of a spectator, who was borne from the plain. All one, muttered Pike. As good as dead, another, muttered Hello. The second encounter was a hugging match, wherein two warriors masked in grizzly bearskins hugged each other to death. The third encounter was a bumping match between a fat warrior and a dwarf. Standing erect, his paunch was like a bass drum before a drummer. The fat man was run at, head a-tilt by the dwarf, and sent spinning round on his axis. The fourth encounter was a tussle between 20 warriors, who all in a mass writhed like the limbs of Sebastiani's painting of Hades. After obscuring themselves in a cloud of dusk, these combatants, uninjured but hugely blowing, drew off, and separatingly, going among the spectators, rehearsed their experience of the fray. Braggarts, mumbled Pico. Poltroons, growled Hello. While the crowd were applauding, a sober-sided observer, trying to rub the dust out of his eyes, inquired of an enthusiastic neighbor, "Pray, what was that all about? Fool, saw you not the dust?" "That I did," said Sobersides, again rubbing his eyes, "but I can raise the dust myself." The fifth encounter was a fight of single sticks between 100 warriors, 50 on a side. In a line, the first 50 emerged from the sumacs, their weapons interlocked in a sort of wickerwork. In advance marched a priest bearing an idol with a cracked coconut for a head. Krakow, the god of Trepans, preceded by damsels flinging flowers, now came on the second 50, gaily apparelled, weapons poised, and their feet nimbly moving in a martial measure. Midway meeting, both parties touched poles, then retreated. Very courteous this, but tantamount to bowing each other out of Mardi. For upon pikes tossing a javelin, they rushed in, and each striking his man, all fell to the ground. "Well done," cried Pico. "Brave fellows," cried Hello. "But up and at it again, my heroes," joined both. "Lo, we kings, look on, and there stand the bards." These bards were a row of lean, sallow old men in threadbare robes and chaplets of dead leaves. "Strike up," cried Pico. "A staff," cried Hello. Whereupon the old croakers, each with a quinsy, sang thus in cracked strains, "Quack, quack, quack, with a tooraloo whack. Hack away, merry men, hack away. Who would not die brave? His ears smote by a stave? Thwack away, merry men, thwack away. 'Tis glory that calls to each hero that falls. Hack away, merry men, hack away. Quack, 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 quack." Thus it tapered away. "Ha ha," cried Pico, "how they prick their ears at that." "Hark ye, my invincibles," cried Hello, "that peen is for the slain. So all ye who have lives left, spring to it, die and be glorified. Now's the time, strike up again, my ducklings." Thus incited, the survivors staggered to their feet, and hammering away at each other's sconces till they ring like a chime of bells going off on a triple bob major, they finally succeeded in immortalizing themselves by quenching their mortalities all round, the bards still singing. "Never mind your music now," cried Pico. "It's all over," said Hello. "What valiant fellows we have for subjects," cried Pico. "Oh, grave diggers, clear the fields," cried Hello. "Who else is for glory?" cried Pico. "There stand the bards," cried Hello. But now there rushed among the crowd a haggard fellow, trickling with blood and wearing a robe, whose edges were burned and blackened by fire. Wielding a club, it ran to and fro with loud yells menacing all. A noted warrior this, who, distracted at the death of 5 sons slain in recent games, wandered from valley to valley, wrestling and fighting. With wild cries, "The despair! The despair!" the appalled multitude fled, leaving the 2 kings frozen on their throne, quaking and quailing, their teeth rattling like dice. The despair strode toward them, when, recovering their senses, they ran, for a time pursued through the woods by the phantom. Chapter 37. Taji still hunted and beckoned. Previous to the king's flight, we had plunged into the neighboring woods, and from thence emerging, entered brakes of cane sprouting from morasses. Soon we heard a whirring as if 3 startled partridges had taken wing. It proved 3 feathered arrows from 3 unseen hands. Gracing us, 2 buried in the ground, but from Taji's arm the 3rd drew blood. On all sides round we turned, but none were seen. Still the avengers follow, said Babbalanja. Lo, the damsels 3, cried Yumi, look where they come. We joined them by the sumac wood's red skirts, and there they wave their cherry stalks and heavy bloated cactus leaves, their crimson blossoms armed with nettles, and before us flung shining yellow tiger flowers spotted red. Blood, cried Yumi, starting, and leopards on your track. And now the sirens blew through the long reeds, tasseled with their panicles and waving verdant scarves of vines, came dancing toward us, proffering clustering grapes. For all now yours, Taji, and all that yet may come, cried Yumi. Fly to me, I will dance away your gloom and drought it in inebriation. Away, woe is its own wine. What may be mine, that I will endure, and its own essence to the quick. Let me feel the poniard if it stabs. They vanished in the wood, and hurrying on, we soon gained sunlight and the open glade. Chapter 38. They embarked from Duranda. Arrived at the sign of the skulls, we found the illustrious Lord Seigneurs at rest from their flight, and once more quaffing their clarets, all thoughts of the scepter departed. Instead of rattling their own ivory 3 heads of their shoulders, they were rattling their dice and their skulls in their hands, and still heads was the cry, and heads was the throw. That evening they made known to my Lord Media at an interval of 2 days must elapse ere the games were renewed, in order to reward the victors, bury their dead, and provide for the execution of an islander, who under the provocation of a blow had killed a stranger. As this suspension of the festivals had been wholly unforeseen, our hosts were induced to withdraw the embargo laid upon our canoes. Nevertheless, they pressed us to remain, saying that what was to come would far exceed in interest what had already taken place. The games in prospect being of a naval description, embracing certain hand-to-hand contests in the water between shoals of web-footed warriors. However, we decided to embark on the morrow. It was in the cool of the early morning at that hour, when a man's face can be known, that we set sail from Doranda, and in the ghostly twilight our thoughts reverted to the phantom that so suddenly had cleared the plain. With interest we hearkened the recitals of Moe, who, discoursing of the sad end of many brave chieftains in Mardi, made allusion to the youthful Adondo, one of the most famous of the chiefs of the chronicles. In a canoe fight, after performing prodigies of valor, he was wounded in the head and sunk to the bottom of the lagoon. "There is a noble monody upon the death of Adondo," said Yumi. "Shall I sing it, my lord? It is very beautiful, nor could I ever repeat it without a tear." "We will dispense with your tears, minstrel," said Media, "but sing it, if you will." And Yumi sang, "Departed the pride and the glory of Mardi, the vaunt of our isles sleeps deep in the sea. That rolls o'er his corpse with a hush, his warriors bend over their spears, his sisters gaze upward and mourn. Weep, weep, for Adondo is dead. The sun is gone down in a shower, buried in the clouds in the face of the moon. Tears stand in the eyes of the starry skies and stand in the eyes of the flowers. And streams of tears are the trickling brooks coursing adown the mountains. Departed the pride and the glory of Mardi, the vaunt of our isles sleeps deep in the sea. Fast falls the small rain on its bosom that sobs, not showers of rain, but the tears of Oro." "A dismal time it must have been," yawned Media. "Not a dry brook then in Mardi, not a lake that was not moist. Lachrymose rivulets and inconsolable lagoons. Call you this poetry, minstrel?" "Moe has something like a tear in his eye," said Yumi. "False," cried Moe, brushing it aside. "Who composed that monody?" said Babbalanja. "I have often heard it before." "None know, Babbalanja, but the poet must still be singing to himself, his songs bursting through the turf, and the flowers over his grave." "But gentle Yumi, Adondo is a legendary hero, indefinitely dating back. May not his monody then be a spontaneous melody that has been with us since Mardi began? What bard composed the soft verses that our palm boughs sing at even? Nay, Yumi, that monody was not written by man." "Ah, would that I had been the poet, Babbalanja, for then I had been famous indeed. Those lines are chanted through all the isles, by prince and peasant. Yes, Adondo's monody will pervade the ages, like the low undertone you hear when many singers do sing." my lord," cried Babbalanja, "but this were to be truly immortal, to be perpetuated in our works and not in our names. Let me, O Oro, be anonymously known." Chapter 39, wherein Babbalanja discourses of himself. An interval of silence was at last broken by Babbalanja. Pointing to the sun, just gaining the horizon, he exclaimed, as old Bardiana says, "Shut your eyes and believe." "And what may Bardiana have to do with yonder orb?" said Media. "This much, my lord, the astronomers maintain that Mardi moves round the sun, which I, who never formally investigated the matters for myself, can by no means credit. Unless plainly seeing one thing, I blindly believe another. Yet even thus, blindly does all Mardi subscribe to the astronomical system, which not 1 in 50,000 can astronomically prove. And not many centuries back, my lord, all Mardi did equally subscribe to an astronomical system, precisely the reverse of which they now believe. But the mass of Mardians have not as much reason to believe the first system as the exploded one, for all who have eyes must assuredly see that the sun seems to move, and that Mardi seems a fixture, eternally here. But doubtless there are theories which may be true, though the face of things belie them. Hence in such cases to the ignorant disbelief would seem more natural than faith, though they often reject the testimony of their own senses, for what to them is a mere hypothesis. And thus, my lord, it is that the masses of Mardians do not believe they know, because they know, but because they know not. And they are as ready to receive one thing as another, if it comes from a canonical source. My lord, Mardi is an ostrich, which will swallow off you offer, even a bar of iron if placed endwise, and though the iron be indigestible, yet it serves to fill, in feeding, the end proposed. For Mardi must have something to exercise its digestion, though that something be forever indigestible. And as fishermen for sport throw 2 lumps of bait united by a cord to albatrosses floating on the sea, which are greedily attempted to be swallowed, 1 lump by this fowl, the other by that, but forever are kept reciprocally going up and down in them, by means of the cord, even so, my lord, do I sometimes fancy that our theorists divert themselves with the greediness of Mardians to believe. Ahaha, cried Media. Methinks this must be Azagedi who speaks. No, my lord, not long since. Azagedi received a furlough to go home and warm himself for a while. This leaves me not alone. How? My lord, for the present putting Azagedi entirely aside, though I have now been upon terms of close companionship with myself for nigh 500 moons, I have not yet been able to decide who or what I am. To you, perhaps, I seem Babylanja, but to myself, I seem not myself. All I am sure of is a sort of prickly sensation all over me, which they call life, and occasionally a headache or a queer conceit admonishes me that there is something astir in my attic. But how know I that these sensations are identical with myself? For aught I know, I may be somebody else. At any rate, I keep an eye on myself as I would on a stranger. There is something going on in me that is independent of me. Many a time have I willed to do one thing and another has been done. I will not say by myself, for I was not consulted about it. It was done instinctively. My most virtuous thoughts are not born of my musings, but spring up in me, like bright fancies to the poet. Unsought, spontaneous, whence they come I know not. But I am a blind man pushed from behind. In vain I turn about to see what propels me. As vanity, I regard the praises of my friends, for what they commend pertains not to me, Babylanja, but to this unknown something that forces me to it. But why am I, a middle-aged Mardian, less prone to excesses than when a youth? The same inducements and allurements are around me, but no, my more ardent passions are burned out, those which are strongest when are at least able to resist them. Thus then, my lord, it is not so much outer temptations that prevail over us mortals, but inward instincts. A very curious speculation, said Media, but Babylanja, have you mortals no moral sense, as they call it? We have, but the thing you speak of is but an afterbirth. We eat and drink many months before we are conscious of thoughts. And though some adults would seem to refer all their actions to this moral sense, yet in reality it is not so, for dominant in them their moral sense bridles their instinctive passions. Wherefore they do not govern themselves, but are governed by their very natures. Thus some men in youth are constitutionally as staid as I am now. But shall we pronounce them pious and worthy youths for this? Does he abstain who is not incited? And on the other hand, if the instinctive passions through life naturally have the supremacy over the moral sense, as in extreme cases we see developed and irreclaimable malefactors, shall we pronounce such criminal and detestable wretches? My lord, it is easier for some men to be saints than for others not to be sinners. That will do, Babylanja. You are on the verge. Take not the leap. Go back whence you set out, and tell us of that other and still more mysterious Azagedi, him who you hinted to have palmed himself off on you for yourself. Well then, my lord, Azagedi still set aside, upon that self-name inscrutable stranger I charge all these past actions of mine, which, in the retrospect, appear to me such eminent folly, that I am confident it was not I, Babylanja, now speaking, that committed them. Nevertheless, my lord, this very day I may do some act which at a future period may seem equally senseless, for in one lifetime we live 100 lives. By the incomprehensible stranger in me, I say this body of mine has been rented out scores of times, though always one dark chamber in me is retained by the old mystery. Will you never come to the mark, Babylanja? Tell me something direct of the stranger. Who? What is he? Introduce him. My lord, I cannot. He is locked up in me. In a mask he dodges me. He prowls about in me, hither and thither. He peers, and I stare. This is he who talks in my sleep, revealing my secrets, and takes me to unheard-of realms beyond the skies of Mardi. So present is he always that I seem not so much to live of myself as to be a mere apprehension of the unaccountable being that is in me. Yet all the time this being is I myself. Babylanja, said Media, you have fairly turned yourself inside out. Yes, my lord, said Moe, and he has so unsettled me that I begin to think all Mardi a square circle. How is that, Babylanja, said Media? Is a circle square? No, my lord, but ever since Mardi began, we Mardians have been essaying our best to square it. Cleverly retorted. Now, Babylanja, do you not imagine that you may do harm by disseminating these sophisms of yours? Which, like your devil theory, would seem to relieve all Mardi from moral accountability. My lord, at bottom, men wear no bonds that other men can strike off, and have no immunities of which other men can deprive them. Tell a good man that he is free to commit murder. Will he murder? Tell a murderer that at the peril of his soul he indulges in murderous thoughts. Will that make him a saint? Again on the verge, Babylanja. Take not the leap, I say. I can leap no more, my lord. Already I am down, down, down. Philosopher, said Media, what with Azagedi and the mysterious indweller you darkly hint of, I marvel not that you are puzzled to decide upon your identity. But when do you seem most yourself? When I sleep and dream not, my lord. Indeed? Why then, a fool's cap might be put on you, and you would not know it. The very turban he ought to wear, muttered Moe. Yet, my lord, I live while consciousness is not mine, while to all appearances I am a clod, and may not this same state of being, though but alternate with me, be continually that of many dumb passive objects we so carelessly regard? Trust me, there are things more alive than those that crawl, or fly, or swim. Think you, my lord, there is no sensation in being a tree, feeling the sap in one's boughs, the breeze in one's foliage? Think you it is nothing to be a world, one of a herd, bison-like, winding its way through boundless meadows of ether? In the sight of a fowl that sees not our souls, what are our own tokens of animation? That we move, make a noise, have organs, pulses, and are compounded of fluids and solids? And all these are in this Mardi as a unit. Daily the slow, majestic throbbings of its heart are perceptible on the surface in the tides of a lagoon. Its rivers are its veins, when agonized earthquakes are its throes. It shouts in the thunder and weeps in the shower. As the body of a bison is covered with hair, so Mardi is covered with grasses and vegetation, among which we parasitical things do but crawl, vexing and tormenting the patient creature to which we cling. Nor yet hath it recovered from the pain of the first foundation that was laid. Mardi is alive to its axis. When you pour water, does it not gurgle? When you strike a pearl shell, does it not ring? Think you there is no sensation in being a rock? To exist is to be. To be is to be something. To be something is... Go on, said Media. And what is it to be something, said Yumi artlessly. Bethink yourself of what went before, said Media. Lose not the thread, said Moe. It has snapped, said Babbalanja. I breathe again, said Moe. But what a stepping-off place you came to then, philosopher, said Media. By the way, is it not old Bardiana who says that no Mardian should undertake to walk without keeping 1 foot foremost? To return to the vagueness of the notion I have of myself, said Babbalanja. An appropriate theme, said Media. Proceed. My lord, murmured Mohi, is not this philosopher like a centipede? Cut off his head and still he crawls. There are times when I fancy myself a lunatic, resumed Babbalanja. Ah, now he's beginning to make sense, whispered Mohi. Surely you forget, Babbalanja, said Media. How many more theories have you? First, you are possessed by a devil, then rent yourself out to the indweller, and now turn yourself into a madhouse. You are inconsistent. And for that very reason, my lord, not inconsistent, for the sum of my inconsistencies makes up my consistency. And to be consistent to oneself is often to be inconsistent to Mardi. Common consistency implies unchangeableness, but much of the wisdom here below lives in a state of transition. Ah, murmured Mold, my head goes round again. Azagedi aside then, my lord, and also for the nonce the mysterious indweller, I come now to treat myself as a lunatic. But this last conceit is not so much based on the madness of particular actions as upon the whole drift of my ordinary and hourly ones, those in which I most resemble all other Mardians. It seems like going through with some nonsensical whim-whams, destitute of fixed purpose. For though many of my actions seem to have objects, and all of them somehow run into each other, yet where is the grand result? To what final purpose do I walk about, eat, think, and dream? To what great end does Mohi there now stroke his beard? But I was doing it unconsciously, said Mohi, dropping his hand and lifting his head. Just what I would be at, old man. What we do blindly, says old Bardiana. Many things we do without knowing, as with you and your beard, Mohi, and many others we know not in their true bearing at least, till they are past. Are not half our lives spent in reproaches for foregone actions, of the true nature and consequences of which we are wholly ignorant at the time? Says old Bardiana, did I not so often feel an appetite for my yams, I should think everything a dream. So puzzling to him seemed the things of this Mardi. But Alamalala goes further. Says he, let us club together, fellow riddles, kings, clowns, and intermediates. We are bundles of comical sensations. We bejuggle ourselves into strange fantasies. We are air, wind, breath, bubbles. Our being is told in a tick. Now then, Babbalanja, said Media, what have you come to in all this rhapsody? You everlastingly travel in a circle. And so does the sun in heaven, my lord. Like me, it goes round and gives light as it goes. Old Bardiani, too, revolved. He said so himself. In his roundabout chapter on cycles and epicycles, with notes on the ecliptic, he thus discourseth. All things resolve upon some centre, to them fixed, for the centripetal is ever too much for the centrifugal. Wherefore, it is a perpetual cycling with us, without progression, and we fly round, whether we will or no. To stop were to sink into space. So over and over we go, and round, double shuffle on our axis, and round the sun. In another place, he says, there is neither apogee nor perigee. North nor south, right nor left, what tonight is our zenith, tomorrow is our nadir. Stand as we will, we stand on our heads, essay to spring into the air, and down we come. Here we stick, our very bones make glue. Enough, enough, Babbalanja, cried Media. You are a very wise Mardian, but the wisest Mardians make the most consummate fools. So they do, my lord, but I was interrupted. I was about to say that there is no place but the universe, no limit but the limitless, no bottom but the bottomless. Chapter 40 of the Sorcerers in the Isle of Minda. Tiffin, Tiffin, cried Media, time for Tiffin. Up, comrades, and while the mat is being spread, walk we to the bow and inhale the breeze for an appetite. Hark ye, Vivi, forget not that calabash with the sea blue seal, and a round ring for a brand. Rare old stuff, that mohi older than you, the circumnavigator, I call it. My sire had a canoe launched for the express purpose of carrying it thrice round Mardi for a flavor. It was many moons on the voyage, the mariners never sailed faster than 3 knots. 10 would spoil the best wine ever floated. Tiffin over and the blue-sealed calabash all but hid in the great cloud raised by our pipes, Media proposed to board it in the smoke. So goblet in hand, we all gallantly charged and came off victorious from the fray. Then seated again and serenely puffing in a circle, the circumnavigator meanwhile pleasantly going the rounds, Media called upon Moe for something entertaining. Now of all the old gossips in Mardi, surely our delightful old Diodorus was furnished with the greatest possible variety of histories, chronicles, anecdotes, memoirs, legends, traditions, and biographies. There was no end to the library he carried. In himself, he was the whole history of Mardi, amplified, not abridged, in 1 volume. In obedience, then, to King Media's command, Mohi regaled the company with a narrative in substance as follows. In a certain quarter of the archipelago was an island called Minda, and in Minda were many sorcerers employed in the social differences and animosities of the people of that unfortunate land. If a Mindarian deemed himself aggrieved or insulted by a countryman, he forthwith repaired to one of these sorcerers, who, for an adequate consideration, set to work with his spells, keeping himself in the dark and directing them against the obnoxious individual. And full soon, by certain peculiar sensations, this individual, discovering what was going on, would straightway hie to his own professor of the sable art, who, being well fed, in due time brought about certain countercharms, so that in the end it sometimes fell out that neither party was gainer or loser save by the sum of his fees. But the worst of it was that in some cases all knowledge of these spells were at the outset hidden from the victim, who, hearing too late of the mischief brewing, almost always fell a prey to his foe, which calamity was held to the height of the art. But as the great body of sorcerers were about matched in point of skill, it followed that the parties employing them were so likewise. Hence arose those interminable contests in which many moons were spent, both parties toiling after their common destruction. Indeed, to say nothing of the obstinacy evinced by their employers, it was marvelous, the pertinacity of the sorcerers themselves. To the very last tooth in their employers' pouches, they would stick to their spells, never giving over till he was financially or physically defunct. But much as they were vilified, no people in Minda were half so disinterested as they. Certain indispensable conditions secured, some of them were as ready to undertake the perdition of one man as another. Good, bad, or indifferent, it made little matter. What wonder, then, that such abominable mercenaries should cause a mighty deal of mischief in Minda, privately going about inciting peaceable folks to enmities with their neighbors, and with marvelous alacrity proposing themselves as the very sorcerers to rid of the annoyances suggested as existing. Indeed, it even happened that a sorcerer would be secretly retained to work spells upon a victim, who from his bodily sensations, suspecting something wrong but not knowing what, would repair to that self-same sorcerer, engaging him to counteract any mischief that might be brewing. And this worthy would at once undertake the business, when, having both parties in his hands, he kept them forever in suspense, meanwhile seeing it too well that they failed not in handsomely remunerating him for his pains. At one time, there was a prodigious excitement about these sorcerers, growing out of some alarming revelations concerning their practices. In several villages of Minda they were sought to be put down, but fruitless the attempt. It was soon discovered that already their spells were so spread abroad, and they themselves so mixed up with the everyday affairs of the isles, that it was better to let their vocation alone than by endeavoring to suppress it, breed additional troubles. Ah, they were a knowing and cunning set, those sorcerers, very hard to overcome, cajole, or circumvent. But in the name of the Magi, what were these spells of theirs so potent and occult? On all hands it was agreed that they derived their greatest virtue from the fumes of certain compounds, whose ingredients, horrible to tell, were mostly obtained from the human heart, and that by variously mixing these ingredients they adapted their multifarious enchantments. They were a vain and arrogant race. Upon the strength of their dealing in the dark, they affected even more mystery than belonged to them. When interrogated concerning their science, would confound the inquirer by answers couched in an extraordinary jargon, employing words almost as long as anacondas. But all this greatly prevailed with the common people. Nor was it one of the least remarkable things that oftentimes two sorcerers, contrarily employed upon a Mindarian, one to attack, the other to defend, would nevertheless be upon the most friendly terms with each other, which curious circumstance never begat the slightest suspicion in the mind of the victim. Another phenomena, if any from cause, two sorcerers fell out, they seldom exercised their spells upon each other. Ascribable to this, perhaps, that both being versed in the art, neither could hope to get the advantage. But for all the opprobrium cast upon these sorcerers, part of which they deserved, the evils imputed to them were mainly, though indirectly, ascribable to the very persons who abused them, nay, to the very persons who employed them, the latter being by far the loudest in their vilifyings, for which indeed they had excellent reason. Nor was it to be denied that in certain respects the sorcerers were productive of considerable good, the nature of their pursuits leading them deep into the arcana of the mind. They often lighted upon important discoveries, along with much that was cumbersome, accumulated valuable examples concerning the inner working of the hearts of the Mindarians, and often waxed eloquent in elucidating the mysteries of iniquity. Yet was all this their lore graven up so uncouth, outlandish, and antiquated tablets that it was all but lost to the mass of their countrymen. And some old sachem of a wise man is quoted as having said that their treasures were locked up after such a fashion that, for old iron, the key was worth more than the chest and its contents. Chapter 41, Chiefly of Sing Bello. Now Taji, said Media, with old Bello of the Hump, whose island of Dominora is before us, I am at variance. Ah, how so? A dull recital, but you shall have it. And forthwith his highness began. This princely quarrel originated, it seems, in a slight jostling concern about the proprietorship of a barren islet in a very remote quarter of the lagoon. At the outset, the matter might have been easily adjusted had the parties but exchanged a few amicable words, but each disdaining to visit the other, to discuss so trivial an affair, the business of negotiating and understanding was committed to certain plenipos, men with lengthy tongues, who scorned to utter a word short of a polysyllable. Now, the more these worthies penetrated into the difficulty, the wider became the breach, till what was at first a mere gap became a yawning gulf. But that which had perhaps tended, more than anything else, to deepen the variance of the kings was humpbacked Bello's dispatching to Odo, as his 30th plenipo, a diminutive little negotiator, who all by himself in a solitary canoe sailed over to have audience of Media, into whose presence he was immediately ushered. Darting one glance at him, the king turned to his chieftains and said, By much straining of your eyes, my lords, can you perceive this insignificant mannequin? What, are there no tall men in Dominor that King Bello must needs send his dwarf thither? And charging his attendants to feed the ambassador extraordinary with the soft pap of the coconut and provide nurses during his stay, the monarch retired from the arbor of audience. As I am a man, shouted the despised plenipo, raising himself on his toes, my royal master will resent this affront. A dwarf, forsooth. Thank Ora, I am no long-drawn giant. This is as much stuff in me as in others. What is spread out in their clumsy carcasses in me is condensed. I am much in little, and that much thou shalt know full soon, disdainful king of Odo. Speak not against our lord the king, cried the attendants, and speak not ye to me, ye headless spear-poles. And so saying, under sufferance of being small, the plenipo was permitted to depart unmolested, for all his bravados, fobbing his credentials and affronts. Apprised of his servants' ignoble reception, the choleric Bello burst forth in a storm of passion, issuing orders for 1,000 conch shells to be blown, and his warriors to assemble by land and by sea. But bethinking him of the hostilities that might ensue, the sagacious Media hit upon an honorable expedient to ward off an event for which he was then unprepared. With all haste he dispatched to the humpback king a little dwarf of his own, who voyaging over to Dominora in a canoe sorry and solitary as that of Bello's plenipo, in like manner received the same insults, the effect whereof was to strike a balance of affronts, upon the principle that a blow given heals one received. Nevertheless, these proceedings but amounted to a postponement of hostilities, for soon after nothing prevented the two kings from plunging into war, but the following judicious considerations. First, Media was almost afraid of being beaten. Second, Bello was almost afraid to conquer. Media because he was inferior in men and arms, Bello because his aggrandizement was already a subject of warlike comment among the neighboring kings. Indeed, did the old chronicler Braidbeard speak truth, there were some tribes in Mardi that accounted this king of Dominora a testy, quarrelsome, rapacious old monarch, the indefatigable breather of contentions and wars, the elder brother of this household of nations, perpetually essaying to lord it over the juveniles. And though the patrimonial dominions were situated to the north of his lagoon, not the slightest misunderstanding took place between the rulers of the most distant islands than this doughty old cavalier on a throne forthwith thrust his insolent spear into the matter, though it in no wise concerned him, and fell to irritating all parties by his gratuitous interference. Especially was he officious in the concerns of Porphyro, a neighboring island very large and famous, whose numerous broad valleys were divided among many rival kings. The king of Franco, a small-framed, poodle-haired, fine, fiery gallant, finical in his tattooing, much given to the dance and glory. The king of Iberia, a tall and stately cavalier, proud, generous, punctilious, temperate in wine. One hand forever on his javelin, the other in superstitious homage, lifted to his gods. His limbs all over marks of stakes and crosses. The king of Louisiana, a slender, dark-browed thief, at times wrapped in a moody robe beneath which he fumbled something, as if it were a dagger, but otherwise a sprightly troubadour given to serenades and moonlight. The many chiefs of sunny Latiana, minstrel monarchs full of song and sentiment, fiercer in love than in war, glorious bards of freedom, but rendering tribute while they sang. The priest-king of Vadakana, his chest marked over with antique tattooings, his crown a cowl, his rusted scepter swaying over falling towers and crumbling mounds, full of the superstitious past, askance eyeing the suspicious time to come, the king of Hapsaboro, portly pleasant, a lover of wild boar's meat, a frequent quaffer from the can. In his better moods, much fancying solid comfort, the 38-banded kings, chieftains, seigneurs, and oligarchies of the broad hill and dale of Teutony, clubbing together their domains that none might rest his neighbors, an earnest race, deep thinkers, deeper drinkers, long pipes, long heads, their wise ones given to mystic cogitations and consultations with the devil. The twin kings of Zandinavia, hardy, frugal mountaineers, upright of spine and heart, clad in skins of bears. The king of Yatlanda, much like their highness of Zandinavia, a sealskin cap his crown, a fearless sailor of his frigid seas. The king of Muscovy, a shaggy, icicle white bear of a despot in the north, said to reign over millions of acres of glaciers, had vast provinces of snowdrifts and many flourishing colonies among the floating icebergs. Absolute in his rule as predestination and metaphysics, did he command all his people to give up the ghost, it would be held treason to die last. Very precise and foppish in his imperial tastes was this monarch. Disgusted with the want of uniformity in the stature of his subjects, he was said to nourish thoughts of killing off all those below his prescribed standard, 6 feet long measure. Immortal souls were of no account in his fatal wars, since in some of his serf-breeding estates they were daily manufactured to order. Now, to all the above-mentioned monarchs, old Bello would frequently dispatch heralds, announcing, for example, his unalterable resolution to espouse the cause of this king against that, at the very time, perhaps, that their serene superfluities, instead of crossing spears, were touching flagons. And upon these occasions, the king would often send back word to old Bello that instead of troubling himself with their concerns, he might far better attend to his own, which they hinted were in a sad way and much-needed reform. The royal old warrior's pretext for these and all similar proceedings was the proper adjustment of Porphyro, of what he facetiously styled the equipoise of calabashes, which he stoutly swore was essential to the security of the various tribes in that country. "But who put the balance back into thy hands, King Bello?" cried the indignant nations. "Oro," shouted the humpbacked king, shaking his javelin. Superadded to the paternal interest which Bello betrayed in the concerns of the kings of Porphyro, according to our chronicler, he also manifested no less interest in those of the remotest islands. Indeed, where he found a rich country inhabited by a people deemed by him barbarous and incapable of wise legislation, he sometimes relieved them from their political anxieties by assuming the dictatorship over them. And if incensed at his conduct they flew to their spears, they were accounted rebels and treated accordingly. But as old Mohi was very truly observed, herein Bello was not alone, for throughout Mardi all strong nations as well as all strong men loved to govern the weak, and those who most taunted King Bello for his political rapacity were open to the very same charge. So with Vivenza, a distant island, at times very loud in denunciations of Bello as a great national brigand. Not yet wholly extinct in Vivenza were its aboriginal people, a race of wild Nimrods and hunters who, year by year, were driven further and further into remoteness, till, as one of their sad warriors said, after continual removes along the log, his race was on the point of being remorselessly pushed off the end. Now, Bello was a great geographer and land surveyor, and gauger of the seas. Terraqueous Mardi, he was continually exploring in quest of strange empires. Much he loved to take the altitude of lofty mountains, the depth of deep rivers, the breadth of broad isles. Upon the highest pinnacles of commanding capes and promontories, he loved to hoist his flag. He circled Mardi with his watchtowers, and the distant voyager passing wild rocks in the remotest waters was startled by hearing the tattoo, or the reveille, beating from the humpbacked Bello's omnipresent drum. Among Antarctic glaciers, his shrill bugle calls mingled with the screams of the gulls, and so impressed seemed universal nature with the sense of his dominion, that the very clouds in heaven never sailed over Dominora without rendering the tribute of a shower, whence the air of Dominora was more moist than that of any other clime. In all his grand undertakings, King Bello was marvelously assisted by his numerous fleets of war canoes, his navy being the largest in Mardi. Hence his logicians swore that the entire lagoon was his, and that all prowling whales, prowling keels, and prowling sharks were invaders. And with this fine conceit to inspire them, his poets, laureates, composed some glorious old saltwater odes, enough to make your very soul sing to hear them. But though the rest of Mardi much delighted to list to such noble minstrelsy, they agreed not with Bello's poets in deeming the lagoon their old monarch's hereditary domain. Once upon a time, the paddlers of the humpback king meeting upon the broad lagoon certain canoes belonging to the before-mentioned island of Vivenza. These paddlers seized upon several of their occupants, and feeling their pulses declared them born men of Dominora, and therefore not free to go whithersoever they would. For unless they could somehow get themselves born over again, they must forever remain subjects to Bello. Shed your hair, nay, your skin, if you will, but shed your allegiance you cannot. While you have bones, they are Bello's. So spite of all expostulations and attempts to prove alibis, these luckless paddlers were dragged into the canoes of Dominora and commanded to paddle home their captors. Whereof hearing, the men of Vivenza were thrown into a great ferment, and after a mighty powwow over their council fire, fitting out several double-keeled canoes, they sallied out to sea, in quest of those whom they styled the wholesome corsairs of Dominora. But lucky perhaps it was, at this juncture in all parts of Mardi, the fleets of the humpbacked king were fighting, gunwale and gunwale, alongside of numerous foes. Else there had borne down upon the canoes of the men of Vivenza so tremendous an armada that the very swell under its 1,000 prows might have flooded their scattered proas forever out of sight. As it was, Bello dispatched a few of his smaller craft to seek out, and incidentally run down the enemy, and without returning home straightway proceeded upon more important enterprises. But so it chanced that Bello's crafts, one by one meeting the foe in most cases, found the canoes of Vivenza much larger than their own, and manned by more men with hearts bold as theirs, whence in the ship duels that ensued they were worsted, and the canoes of Vivenza, locking their yard arms into those of the vanquished, very courteously gallanted them into their own coral harbors. Solely imputing these victories to the superior intrepidity of the skill, the people of Vivenza were exceedingly boisterous in their triumph, raising such obstreperous paeans they gave themselves hoarse throats, and so much that according to Mohi, some of the present generation are fain to speak through their noses. Chapter 42, Dominora and Vivenza. The three canoes still gliding on, some further particulars were narrated concerning Dominora, and incidentally of other isles. It seems that his love of wide dominion sometimes led the otherwise sagacious Bello into the most extravagant actions. If the chance accumulation of soil and driftwood about any detached shelf of coral in the lagoon held forth the remotest possibility of the eventual existence of an islet there, with all haste he dispatched canoes to the spot, to take prospective possession of the as yet nearly submarine territory, and if possible eject the zoophytes. During an unusually low tide here and there barring the outer reef of the archipelago, Bello caused his royal spear to be planted upon every place thus exposed, in token of his supreme claim thereto. Another anecdote was this, that to Dominora there came a rumor that in a distant island dwelt a man with uncommonly large nose, of most portentous dimensions indeed, by the soothsayers supposed to foreshadow some dreadful calamity. But disregarding these superstitious conceits, Bello forthwith dispatched an agent to discover whether this huge promontory of a nose was geographically available. If so, to secure the same by bringing the proprietor back. Now, by sapient old Mohi, it was esteemed a very happy thing for Mardi at large that the subjects whom Bello sent to populate his foreign acquisitions were but too apt to throw off their vassalage, so soon as they deemed themselves able to cope with him. Indeed, a fine country in the western part of Mardi in this very manner became a sovereign, nay, a republican state. It was the nation to which Mohi had previously alluded, Vivenza. But in the flush of pride of having recently attained their national majority, the men of Vivenza were perhaps too much inclined to carry a vauntful crest. And because entrenched in their fastnesses, after much protracted fighting, they had eventually succeeded in repelling the warriors dispatched by Bello to crush their insurrection. They were unanimous of the opinion that the humpback king had never before seen so signally chastised. Whereas they had not so much vanquished Bello as defended their shores, even as a young lion will protect its den against legions of unicorns, though away from home he might be torn to pieces. In truth, Braidbeard declared that at the time of this war, Dominora couched 10 long spears for every short javelin Vivenza could dart, though the javelins were stoutly hurled as the spears. But superior in men and arms, why at last gave over King Bello the hope of reducing those truculent men of Vivenza? One reason was, as Mohi said, that many of his fighting men were abundantly occupied in other quarters of Mardi, nor was he long in discovering that fight he was never so valiantly, Vivenza. Not yet its inhabitants was wholly unconquerable. Thought Bello, mountains are sturdy foes, fate hard to damn. Yet the men of Vivenza were no dastards, not to lie, coming from lion-like loins, they were a lion-loined race. Did not their bards pronounce them a fresh start in the Mardian species, requiring a new word for their full development? For be it known that the great land of Colombo, no inconsiderable part of which was embraced by Vivenza, was the last island discovered in the archipelago. In good round truth, and as if impartialist from Arcturus spoke it, Vivenza was a noble land. Like a young tropic tree she stood, laden down with greenness, myriad blossoms, and the ripened fruit thick hanging from one bough. She was promising as the morning. Or Vivenza might be likened to St. John, feeding on locusts and wild honey, and with prophetic voice crying to the nations from the wilderness, or childlike, standing among the old-robed kings and emperors of the archipelago. Vivenza seemed a young messiah, to whose discourse the bearded rabbis bowed. So seemed Vivenza in its better aspect. Nevertheless, Vivenza was a braggadocio in Mardi, the only brave one ever known. As an army of spurred and crested roosters, her people chanticleered at the resplendent rising of their sun. For shame, Vivenza, whence thy undoubted valor? Did not ye bring it with ye from the old shores of Dominora, where there is a fullness of it left? What isle but Dominora could have supplied thee with that stiff spine of thine? That heart of boldest beat? O Vivenza, know that true grandeur is too big for a boast, and nations as well as men may be too clever to be great. But what more of King Bello, notwithstanding his territorial acquisitiveness and aversion to relinquishing stolen nations, he was yet a glorious old king. Rather choleric, a word and a blow, but a right royal heart. Rail at him as they might, at bottom all the isles were proud of him, and almost in spite of his rapacity, upon the whole perhaps they were the better for his deeds, for as sometimes he did evil with no very virtuous intentions, he had 50 ways of accomplishing good with the best, and 1,000 ways of doing good without meaning. According to an ancient oracle, the hump-backed monarch was but one of the most conspicuous pieces on a board, where the gods played for their own entertainment. But here it must not be omitted that of late King Bello had somewhat abated his efforts to extend his dominions. Various causes were assigned, though some thought it arose from the fact that he already found his territories too expensive for one scepter to rule. That his more remote colonies largely contributed to his tribulations, without correspondingly contributing to his revenues. Others affirmed that his hump was getting too mighty for him to carry. Others still, that the nations were waving too strong for him with prophetic solemnity. Head-shaking sages averred that he was growing older and older, and had passed his grand climacteric. And though it was a hale old age for him, yet it was not his lusty youth, that though he was daily getting rounder and rounder in girth, and more florid in face, that these, howbeit, were rather the symptoms of a morbid obesity, than of a healthful robustness. These wise ones predicted that very soon poor Bello would go off in an apoplexy. But in Vivenza there were certain blusterers who often thus prated, "The humpback's hour is come. At last the old teamster will be gored by the nations he's yoked. His game is done." Let him show his hand and throw up his scepter. He cumbers Mardi. Let him be cut down and burned. He stands in the way of his betters. Let him sheer to one side. He has shut up many eyes, and now himself grows blind. He hath committed horrible atrocities during his long career, the old sinner. Now let him quickly say his prayers and be beheaded. Howbeit Bello lived on, enjoying his dinners and taking his jorums as of yore. I have yet a jolly long lease of life, thought he over his wine, and like unto some obstinate old uncle he persisted in flourishing, in spite of the prognostications of his nephew nations, which, at his demise, perhaps hoped to fall heir to odd parts of his possessions, 3 stakes of fat valleys to 1 of lean mountains. Chapter 43. They land at Dominora. As erewhile recounted not being on the best terms in Mardi with the king of Dominora, Media saw fit to draw nigh unto his dominions in haughty state, he, Media, being upon excellent terms with himself. Our sails were set, our paddles paddling, streamer streaming, and Vivi in the shark's mouth, clamorous with his conch. The din was soon heard, and sweeping into a fine broad bay, we beheld its margin, seemingly pebbled in the distance with heads, so populous the land. Winding through a noble valley, we presently came to Bello's palace, couchant and bristling in a grove, the upright canes composing its front projected above the eaves and the long row of spearheads fluttering with scarlet pennons, while below from the intervals of the canes were slantingly thrust 3 tiers of decorated lances, a warlike aspect, the entire structure looking like the broadside of a Macedonian phalanx, advancing to the charge helmeted with a roof. Ah, Bello, said Media, thou dwellest among thy quills like the porcupine. I feel a prickly heat coming over me, cried Mohi. My lord Media, let us enter. Aye, said Babylonja, safer the center of peril than the circumference. Passing under an arc formed by 2 pikes crossed, we found ourselves targets in perspective for certain flingers of javelins with poised weapons occupying the angles of the palace. Fronting us stood a portly old warrior, spear in hand, hump on back, and fire in eye. Is it war, he cried, pointing his pike, or peace, reversing it? Peace, said Media. Whereupon advancing King Bello courteously welcomed us. He was an arsenal to behold, upon his head the hereditary crown of Dominora, a helmet of the sea porcupine's hide, bristling all over with spikes, in front displaying a river horse's horn, leveled to the charge. Thrust through his ears were barbed arrows, and from his dyed sharkskin girdle depended a kilt of strung javelins. The broad chest of Bello was the chart of Mardi. Tattooed in sea blue were all the groups and clusters of the archipelago, and every time he breathed rose and fell the isles as by a tide, Dominora full upon his heart. His sturdy thighs were the triumphal arc whereon in numerous medallions, crests, and shields were blazoned all his victories by sea and land. His strong right arm was Dominora's scroll of fame, where all her heroes saw their names recorded, an endless roll. Our chronicler avouched that on the sole of Bello's dexter foot was stamped the crest of Franco's king, his hereditary foe. Thus, cried Bello, stamping, thus I hourly crush him. In stature Bello was a mountaineer, but as over some tall tower impends the hillside cliff, so Bello's Athos hump hung over him. Could it be, as many of his nobles held, that the old monarch's hump was his sensorium and source of strength, full of nerves, muscles, ganglions, and tendons? Yet year by year it grew, ringed like the bowl of his palms. The toils of war increased it, but another skirmish with the isles, said the wiseacres of Porphyro, and Bel's mount will crush him. Against which calamity to guard, his medicos and sangrados sought the hump's reduction, but down it would not come. Then by divers mystic rites his magi tried, making a deep pit, many teeth they dropped therein, but they could not fill it, hence they called it the sinking pit, for bottom it had none. Nevertheless, the Magi said, when his pit is filled, Bello's hump you'll see no more. Then hurrah for the hump, cried the nobles, for he will never hurl it off. Long life to the hump, by the hump we rally and die. Cheer up, King Bello, stand up, old king. But these were they, who then, when their sovereign went abroad, with that Athos on his back, followed idly in its shade, while Bello leaned heavily upon his people, staggering as they went. Aye, sorely did Bello's goodly stature lean, but though many swore he soon must fall, nevertheless, like Pisa's leaning tower, he may long lean over, yet never nod. Visiting Dominora in a friendly way in good time, we found King Bello very affable, and hospitality almost exceeding portly Borobola. October plenty reigned throughout his palace borders. Our first reception over, a sumptuous repast was served, at which much lively talk was had. Of Taji, Bello sought to know whether his solar majesty had yet made a province of the moon, whether the astral hosts were of much account as territories, or mere mottos. as the little tufts of verdure that are dominated here and there clinging to Mardi's circle reef, whether the people in the sun vilified him, Bello, as they did in Mardi, and what they thought of an event so ominous to the liberties of the universe as the addition to his navy of 3 large canoes. Ere long, so fused in social love we grew, that Bello, filling high his can and clasping Media's palm, drank everlasting amity with Odo. So over their red cups the 2 kings forgot their differences, and concerning the disputed islet nothing more was ever heard, especially as it so turned out that while they were most hot about it, it had suddenly gone out of sight, being of volcanic origin. Chapter 44. Through Dominora they wander after Yila. At last, withdrawing from the presence of King Bello, we went forth, still intent on our search. Many brave sights we saw, fair fields, the whole island a garden, green hedges all round, neat lodges, thick as white mice in the landscape. Old oak woods, hale and hardy as ever, old temples buried in ivy, old shrines of old heroes, deep buried in broad groves of bay trees, old rivers, laden down with heavy freighted canoes, humped hills like droves of camels, piled up with harvests. Every sign and token of a glorious abundance, every sign and token of generations of renown. Rare sight, fine sight, none rare, none finer in Mardi. But roving on through this ravishing region, we passed through a cornfield of full beard, where a haggard old reaper laid down his hook, beseeching charity for the sake of the gods. Bread, bread, or I die mid these sheaves. Thrash out your grain and want not. Alas, masters, this grain is not mine. I plow, I sow, I reap, I bind, I stack. Lord Primo garners. Rambling on, we came on to a hamlet, hidden in a hollow, and beneath weeping willows, saw many mournful maidens seated on a bank, beside each a wheel that was broken. Lo, we starve, they cried, our distaffs are snapped, no more may we weave and spin. Then forth issued from vaults clamorous crowds of men, hands tied to their backs. Bread, bread, they cried, the magician hath turned us out from our glen, where we labored of yore in the days of the merry green queen. He has pinioned us hip and arm that we starve, like sheep we die off with the rot. Curse on the magician, a curse on his spell. Bending our steps toward the glen, roaring down the rocks, we descried the stream from the mountains. But ere those waters gained the sea, vassal tribute they rendered. Conducted through culverts and moats, they turned great wheels, giving life to 10,000 fangs and fingers, whose gripe no power could withstand, yet whose touch was soft as the velvet paw of a kitten. With brute force they heaved down great weights, then dauntily wove and spun like the trunk of an elephant, which lays lifeless, a river horse, and counts the pulses of a moth. On all sides the place seemed alive with its spindles, round and round and round and round, throwing off wondrous births at every revolving, ceaseless as the cycles that circle in heaven. Loud hummed the loom, flew the shuttle like lightning, red roared the grim forge, rung anvil and sledge, yet no mortal was seen. What ho, magician, come forth from thy cave! But all deaf were the spindles as the mutes that mutely wait on the Sultan. Since we are born we still live, so we read on a crimson banner floating the crimson clouds, in the van of a riotous red-bonneted mob, racing by us as we came from the glen. Many more followed, black or blood-stained. Mardi is man's, down with landholders, our turn now. Uprights, down wrongs. Bread, bread. Take the tide ere it turns. Waving their banners and flourishing aloft clubs, hammers, and sickles, with fierce yells the crowd ran on toward the palace of Bello. Foremost and inciting the rest by mad outcries and gestures were 6 masks. This way, they cried, by the wood, by the dark wood. Whereupon all darted into the groves, when of a sudden the masks leaped forward, clearing a long-covered trench into which fell many of those they led. But on raced the mast, and gaining Bello's palace and raising the alarm, there sallied from thence a woodland of spears, which charged upon the disordered ranks in the grove. A crash as of icicles against icebergs round Zimbla, and down went the hammers and sickles. The host fled, hotly pursued. Meanwhile, brave heralds from Bello advanced, and with chaplets crowned the 6 masks. Welcome, heroes, worthy and valiant, they cried. Thus our Lord Bello rewards all those who do him a service, for hire betray their kith and their kin. Still pursuing our quest, wide we wandered through all the sun and shade of Dominora, but nowhere was Yila found. Chapter 45. They behold King Bello's state canoe. At last, bidding adieu to King Bello, and in the midst of the lowing of oxen, breaking away from his many hospitalities, we departed for the beach. But ere embarking, we paused to gaze at an object which long fixed our attention. Now as all bold cavaliers have ever delighted in special chargers, gaily caparisoned, whereupon grand occasions to sally forth upon the plains, even so have maritime potentates ever prided themselves upon some holiday galley, splendidly equipped wherein to sail over the sea. When of old glory-seeking Jason, attended by his promising young lieutenants Castor and Pollux, embarked on that hardy adventure to Colchis, the brave planks of the good ship Argus he trod its model a swan to behold. And when Trojan Aeneas wandered west and discovered the pleasant land of Latium, it was in the fine craft Bistaurus that he sailed, its stern gloriously emblazoned, with its prow a levelled spear. And to the sound of sackbut and psaltery, gliding down the Nile in the pleasant shade of its pyramids to welcome mad Mark, Cleopatra was throned on the cedar quarterdeck of a glorious gondola, silk and satin hung, its silver-plated oars musical as flutes. So too Queen Bess was wont to disport on the old Thames. And tough Torfagil, the Danish sea king, reckoned in his stud a slender yacht, its masts young Zetland firs, its prow a seal, dog-like, holding a swordfish blade. He called it the Greyhound, so swift was its keel, the Seahawk, so blood-stained its beak. And groping down his palace stairs, the blind old Dogadondolo oft embarked in his gilded barge, like the Lord Mayor setting forth in a civic state from Guildhall in his chariot. But from another sort of prow leaped Dandolo, when at Constantinople he foremost sprang ashore, and with a right arm 90 years old, planted the standard of St. Mark full among the long-chinned pennons of the long-bearded Turks. And Kambasama, Emperor of Japan, had a dragon-beaked junk, a floating juggernaut wherein he burnt incense to the sea gods. And Kanakoko, king of New Zealand, and the first Tahitian Palmarie, and the Pelu potentate, each possessed long state canoes, sea snakes all, carved over like Chinese card cases and manned with such scores of warriors that, dipping their paddles in the sea, they made a commotion like shoals of herring. What wonder then that Bello of the Hump, the old sea king of Mardi, should sport a brave ocean chariot? In a broad arbor by the waterside it was housed like Alp Arshin's warhorse, or the charger Caligula, deified. Upon its stern a wilderness of sculpture, shellwork, mantled lions, masks, griffins, gulls, ogres, finned lions, winged walruses, all manner of sea cavalry, crusading centaurs, crocodiles, and sharks, and mermen and mermaids, and Neptune only knows all. And in this craft, dog-like, yearly, did King Bello stand up and wed with the lagoon. But the custom originated not in the manner of the Doges, but which was as follows, so at least saith Gibelli, who tells all about it. When in a stout sea fight, Ziani defeated Barbarossa's son Otho, sending his feluccas all flying, like frightened waterfowl from a lake, then did his holiness the Pope present unto him a ring, saying, Take this, O Ziani, and with it the sea for thy bride, and every year wed her again. So the Doge's tradition thus bellows. Ages ago, Dominora was circled by a reef, which expanding in proportion to the extension of the isle's naval dominion, in due time embraced the entire lagoon, and this marriage ring zoned all the world. But if the sea was King Bello's bride, an Adriatic Tartar he wedded, who in her mad gales of passion often boxed about his canoes and led his navies a very boisterous life indeed, and hostile prognosticators opined that ere long she would desert her old lord and marry again. Already they beheld she had made advances in the direction of Avenza. But truly, she should abandon old Bello, he would straightway after her with all his fleets and never rest till his queen was regained. Now, old Sea King, look well to thy barge of state, for peradventure the dry rot may be eating into its keel, and the woodworms exploring into its spars. Without heedful tending, any craft will decay, yet forever may its first fine model be preserved, though its prow be renewed every spring like the horns of the deer, if in repairing plank be put for plank, rib for rib, in exactest similitude. Even so, then, O Bello, do thou with thy barge. Chapter 46, wherein Babylanja bows thrice. The next morning's twilight found us once more afloat and yielding to that almost sullen feeling, but too apt to prevail with some mortals at that hour. All but Media long remained silent. But now a bright mustering is seen among the myriad white Tartar tents in the Orient, like long lines of spears defiling upon some upland plain. The sunbeams thwart the sky, and see, amid the blaze of banners and the pawings of 10,000 golden hoofs, Day's mounted sultan, Circe's-like, moves on, the dawn his standard, east and west his symbols. O morning life, cried Yumi with a Persian air, would that all time were a sunrise, and all life a youth. Ah, but these striplings whimper of youth, said Moe, caressing his braids as if they wore this beard. But natural, old man, said Babbalanja. We Mardians never seem young to ourselves. Childhood is to youth what manhood is to age, something to be looked back upon, with sorrow that is the past. But childhood reeks of no future and knows no past, hence its present passes in a vapor. Mohi, how's your appetite this morning, said Media. Thus, ye gods, sighed Yumi, is feeling ever scouted, yet what might seem feeling in me I cannot express. A good commentary on old Bardiana, Yumi, said Babbalanja, who somewhere says that no Mardian can out with his heart, for his unyielding ribs are in the way. And indeed pride, or something akin thereto, often holds check on sentiment. My lord, there are those who like not to be detected in the possession of a heart. Very true, Babbalanja, and I suppose that pride was at the bottom of your old ponderer's heartless, unsentimental, bald-pated style. Craving parting, my lord is deceived. Bardiana was not at all proud, though he had a queer way of showing the absence of pride. In his essay entitled On the Tendency to Curl in Upper Lips, he thus discourses, We hear much of pride and its sinfulness in this Mardi wherein we dwell, whereas I glory in being brimmed with it, my sort of pride. In the presence of kings, lords, palm trees, and all those who deem themselves taller than myself, I stand stiff as a pike, and will abate not one vertebra of my stature. But accounting no Mardian my superior, I account none my inferior. Hence, with the social, I am ever ready to be sociable. An agrarian, said Media, no doubt he would have made the headsman the minister of equality. At bottom we are already equal, my honored lord, said Babbalanja, profoundly bowing. One way we all came into Mardi, and one way we withdraw. Wanting his yams, a king will starve, quick as a clown, and smote on the hip, saith old Bardiana, he will roar as loud as the next one. Roughly worded that, Babbalanja, VV, my crown. So now, Babbalanja, try if you cannot polish Bardiana's style in that last saying you father upon him. I will, my ever honorable lord, said Babbalanja, salaming. Thus we'll word it then. In their merely Mardian nature, the sublimest demigods are subject to infirmities, for struck by some keen shaft, even a king oft-time dons his crown, fearful of future darts. Ha ha, well done, Babbalanja, but I bade you polish, not sharpen the arrow. All one, my thrice-honored lord, to polish is not to blunt. Chapter 47, Babbalanja philosophizes, and my lord Media passes round the calabashes. An interval of silence passed when Media cried, Out upon thee, Yumi! Curtail that long face of thine. How can he, my lord, said Moe, when he is thinking of furlongs? Fathoms, you mean, Moe? See you not he is musing over the gunwale? And now, minstrel, a banana for thy thoughts. Come, tell me how you poets spend so many hours in meditation. My lord, it is because that when we think so little of ourselves. I thought as much, said Moe. For no sooner do I undertake to be sociable with myself than I am straightway forced to beat a retreat. Aye, old man, said Babbalanja, many of us Mardians are but sorry hosts to ourselves. Some hearts are hermits. If not of yourself, then Yumi, of whom else do you think? Asked Media. My lord, I seldom think, said Yumi, but I give ear to the voices in my calm. Did Babbalanja speak, said Media, but no more of your reveries, and so saying, Media gradually sunk into a reverie himself. The rest did likewise, and soon with eyes enchanted all reclined, gazing at each other, witless of what we did. It was Media who broke the spell, calling for Vivi our page, his calabashes and cups and nectarines for all. Eyeing his goblet, Media at length threw himself back and said, Babbalanja, not 10 minutes since we were all absent-minded. Now, how would you like to step up out of your body, in reality, and as a spirit haunt some shadowy grove? But our lungs are not wholly superfluous, my lord, said Babbalanja, speaking aloud. No, nor our lips, said Moe, smacking his over his wine. But could you really be disembodied here in Mardi, Babbalanja? How would you fancy it? Said Media. My lord, said Babbalanja, speaking half through a nectarine, defer putting that question, I beseech, till after my appetite is satisfied. For trust me, no hungry mortal would forfeit his palate to be resolved into the impalpable. Yet pure spirits we must all become at last, Babbalanja, said Yumi, even the most ignoble. Yes, so they say, Yumi, but if all boars be the immortal sires of endless dynasties of immortals, how little do our pious patricians bear in mind their magnificent destiny when hourly they scorn their companionship, and if here in Mardi they cannot abide in equality with plebeians, even at the altar, how shall they endure them, side by side throughout eternity? But since the prophet Alma asserts that paradise is almost entirely made up of the poor and despised, no wonder that many aristocrats of our isles pursue a career which, according to some theologies, must forever preserve the social distinctions so sedulously maintained in Mardi. And though some say that at death everything earthy is removed from the spirit, so that clowns and lords both standing on a footing, yet according to the popular legends, it has ever been observed of the ghosts of boors when revisiting Mardi, that invariably they raise in their smocks. And regarding our intellectual equality here, how unjust, my lord, that after whole years of days and nights consecrated to the hard gaining of wisdom, the wisest Mardian of us all should in the end find the whole sum of his attainments, at one leap outstripped by the various dunce, suddenly inspired by light divine. And though some hold that all Mardian lore is vain, and that at death all mysteries will be revealed, yet none the less do they toil and ponder now. Thus their tongues have one mind, and their understanding another. My lord, said Moe, we have come to the lees. Your pardon, Babbalanja. Then, Vivi, another calabash. Fill up, Mohi. Wash down wine with wine. Your cup, Babbalanja. Any lees? Plenty, my lord. We philosophers come to the lees very soon. Flood them over, then, but cease not discoursing. Thanks be to the gods, your mortal palates and tongues can both wag together. Fill up, I say, Babbalanja. You are no philosopher if you stop at the 10th cup. Endurance is the test of philosophy, all Mardi over. Drink, I say, and make us wise by precept and example. Proceed, Yumi. You look as if you had something to say. Thanks, my lord. Just now, Babbalanja, you flew from the subject. You spoke of boors, but has not the lowliest peasant an eye that can take in the vast horizon at a sweep? Mountains, vales, plains, and oceans? Is such a being nothing? But can that eye see itself, Yumi? Said Babbalanja, winking. Taken out of its socket, will it see it all? Its connection with the body imparts to it its virtue. He questions everything, cried Moe. Philosopher, have you a head? I have, said Babbalanja, feeling for it. I am finished off at the helm very much as other Mardians, Moe. My lord, the first that ever came from him. Ah, Moe, said Media, the discourse waxes heavy. I fear me we have come again to the lees. Ho, Vivi, a fresh calabash, and with it we will change the subject. Now, Babbalanja, I have this cup to drink and then a question to propound. Ah, Mohi, rare old wine this, it smacks of the cork. But attention, philosopher. Supposing you had a wife, which, by the way, you have not, would you deem it sensible in her to imagine you know more because you happen to stroll out of her sight? However that might be, murmured Yumi, young Nina bewailed herself a widow whenever Arhinu, her lord, was absent from her side. My lord Media, said Babbalanja, during my absence my wife would have more reason to conclude that I was not living than that I was. To the former supposition, everything tangible around her would tend; to the latter, nothing but her own fond fancies. It is this imagination of ours, my lord, that is at the bottom of these things. When I am in one place there exists no other, yet I am but too apt to fancy the reverse. Nevertheless, when I am in Odo, talk not to me of Ohanu. To me it is not except when I am there. If it be, prove it. To prove it, you carried me thither, but you only prove that to its substantive existence, as cognizant to me, my presence is indispensable. I say that to me all Mardi exists by virtue of my sovereign pleasure, and when I die the universe will perish with me. Come you of a long-lived race, said Mohi, one free of apoplexies? I have many little things to accomplish yet, and would not be left in the lurch. Heed him not, Babbalanja, said Media. Dip your beak again, my eagle and soar. Let us be eagles then, indeed, my lord. Eagle-like, let us look at this red wine without blinking. Let us grow solemn, not boisterous, with good cheer. Then lifting his cup, my lord, serenely do I pity all who are stirred one jot from their centers by ever so much drinking of this fluid. Ply him hard as you will through the livelong polar night, a wise man cannot be made drunk. Though towards sunrise his body may reel, it will reel round its center, and though he make many tacks in going home, he reaches it at last, while scores of overplied fools are foundering by the way. My lord, when wild with much thought, 'tis to wine I fly, to sober me. Its magic fumes breathe over me, like the Indian summer which steeps all nature in repose. To me wine is no vulgar fire, no fosterer of base passions. My heart, ever open, is open still wider, and glorious visions are born in my brain. It is then that I have all Mardi under my feet, and the constellations of the firmament in my soul. Superb, cried Yumi. Pooh, pooh, said Moe. Who does not see stars at such times? I see the great bear now, and the little one, its cub, and Andromeda, and Perseus's chain armor, and Cassiopeia in her golden chair, and the bright scaly dragon, and the glittering lyre, and all the jewels in Orion's sword hilt. Aye, cried Media, the study of astronomy is wonderfully facilitated by wine. Fill up, old Ptolemy, and tell us, should you discover a new planet? Methinks this fluid needs stirring. Ho, Vivi, my scepter. Be we sociable. But come, Babylanja, my gold-headed Aquila, return to your theme, the imagination, if you please. Well then, my lord, I was about to say that the imagination is the voli denzini, or, to speak plainer, the unical, rudimental, and all-comprehending abstracted essence of the infinite remoteness of things. Without it, we were grasshoppers. And with it, you mortals are little else. Do you not chirp all over, Mohi? By my demigod's soul, were I not what I am, this wine would almost get the better of me. Without it, continued Babylanja. Without what? Demanded Media, starting to his feet. This wine? Traitor, I'll stand by this to the last gasp. You are inebriated, Babylanja. Perhaps so, my lord, but I was treating of the imagination. May it please you? My lord, added Mohi, of the unical and rudimental fundament of things you remember. Ah, there's none of them sober. Proceed, Azagedi. My lord waves his hand like a banner, murmured Yumi. Without imagination, I say, an armless man born blind could not be made to believe that he had a head of hair, since he could neither see it, nor feel it, nor has any hair any feeling of itself. Methinks, though, said Moe, if the cripple had a Tartar for a wife, he would not remain skeptical long. You all fly off at tangents, cried Media, but no wonder, your mortal brains cannot endure much quaffing. Return to your subject, Babylanja. Assume now, Babylanja, assume, my dear prince, assume it, I say, why don't you? I am willing to assume anything you please, my lord, what is it? Ah, yes, assume that upon returning home you should find your wife had newly wedded, under the metaphysical presumption that being no longer visible, you, Azagedi, had departed this life, in other words, out of sight, out of mind. What then, my dear prince? Why then, my lord, I would demolish my rival in a trice. Would you? Then so much for your metaphysics, Babylanja. Babylanja rose to his feet, muttering to himself, is this assumed or real? Can a demigod be mastered by wine? Yet the old mythologies make bacchanals of the gods, but he was wondrous keen. He felled me ere he fell himself. Yumi, my lord Media is in a very merry mood today, whispered Mohi, but his counterfeit was not well done. No, a bacchanal is not used to be so logical in his cups. Chapter 48. They sail round an island without landing, and talk round a subject without getting at it. Purposing a visit to Caledoni, a country integrally united to Dominora, our course now lay northward along the western white cliffs of the isle, but finding the wind ahead and the current too strong for our paddlers, we were fain to forego our destination, Babylanja observing that since in Dominora we had not found Yila, then in Caledoni the maiden could not be lurking. And now some conversation ensued concerning the country we were prevented from visiting. Our chronicler narrated many fine things of its people, extolling their bravery in war, their amiability in peace, their devotion in religion, their penetration in philosophy, their simplicity and sweetness in song, their loving kindness and frugality in all things domestic, running over a long catalogue of heroes, metaphysicians, bards, and good men. But as all virtues are convertible into vices, so in some cases did the best traits of these people degenerate. Their frugality too often became parsimony, their devotion grim bigotry, and all this in a greater degree perhaps than could be predicated of the more immediate subjects of King Bello. And Caledoni was much to awaken the fervor of its bards. Upland and lowland were full of the picturesque, and many unsung lyrics yet lurked in her glens. Among her blue, heathy hills lingered many tribes who in their wild and tattooed attire still preserved the garb of the mightiest nation of old times. They bared the knee in token that it was honorable as the face, since it had never been bent. While Braidbeard was recounting these things, the currents were sweeping over us straight, toward a deep green island bewitching to behold. Not greener than midmost terrace of the Andes, which under a torrid meridian steeps fair Quito in the dews of the perpetual spring. Not greener than 9,000 feet of Pirohiti's tall peak, which rising from the warm bosom of Tahiti carries all summer with it into the clouds. Nay, not greener the famed gardens of Cyrus, than the vernal lawn, the knoll, the dale of beautiful Verdana. Alas, sweet isle, thy desolation is overrun with vines, sighed Yumi gazing. Land of caitiff curs, cried Media. Isle whose future is in its past, hearthstone from which its children run, said Babylanja. I cannot read thy chronicles for blood, Verdana, murmured Moe. Gliding near, we could have landed, but the rolling surf forbade. Then thrice we circumnavigated the owl for a smooth, clear beach, but it was not found. Meanwhile, all still conversed. My lord, said Yumi, while we tarried with King Bello, I heard much of the feud between Dominora and this unhappy shore. Yet, is not Verdana as a child of King Bello's? Yes, minstrel, a stepchild, said Moe. By way of enlarging his family circle, said Babylonja, an old lion once introduced a deserted young stag to his den, but the stag never became domesticated and would still charge upon his foster brothers. Verdana is not of the flesh and blood of Dominora, whence, in good part, these dissensions. But Babylonja, is there no way of reconciling these foes? But one way, Yumi, by filling up this strait with dry land, for divided by water we Mardians must ever remain more or less divided at heart. Though Caledoni was united to Dominora long previous to the union of Verdana, yet Caledoni occasions Bello no disquiet, for geographically one, the two populations insensibly blend at the point of junction. No hostile strait flows between the arms that to embrace must touch. But Babylonja, said Yumi, what asks Verdana of Dominora, that Verdana so clamors at the denial? They are errant cannibals, Yumi, said Media, and desire the privilege of eating each other up. King Bello's idea, said Babylonja, but in these things, my lord, you demigods are ever unanimous. But whatever be Verdana's demands, Bello persists in rejecting them. Why not grant everything she asks, even to renouncing all claim upon the isle, said Moe, for thus Bello would rid himself of many perplexities. And think you, old man, said Media, that bane or blessing, Bello will yield his birthright? Will a tri-crowned king resign his triple diadem? And even did Bello what you propose, he would only breed still greater perplexities. For if granted, full soon would Verdana be glad to surrender many things she demands, and all she now asks she had in time past, but without turning it to advantage. And is she wiser now? Does she not demand her harvest, my lord, said Yumi, and has not the reaper a right to his sheaf? Can't, Yumi. If you reap for me, the sheaf is mine. But if the reaper reaps on his own harvest field, whose then the sheaf, my lord, said Babylonja. His for whom he reaps, his lord's. Then let the reaper go with sickle and with sword, said Yumi. With one hand cut down the bearded grain, and with the other smite his bearded lords. Thou growest fierce in thy lyric moods, my warlike dove, said Media blandly. But for thee, philosopher, know thou that Verdana's men are of blood and brain inferior to Bello's native race, and the better Mardian must ever rule. Verdana inferior to Dominora, my lord. Has she produced no bards, no orators, no wits, no patriots? Mohi, unroll thy chronicles. Tell me, if Verdana may not claim full many a star along King Bello's tattooed arm of fame? Even so, said Mohi, many chapters bear you out. But my lord, said Babylonja, as truth omnipresent lurks in all things, even in lies, so does the germ of it lurk in the calumnies heaped on the people of this land. For though they justly boast of many lustrous names, these jewels gem no splendid robe. And though like a bower of grapes, Verdana is full of gushing juices, spouting out in bright sallies of wit, yet not all her grapes make wine. And here and there hang goodly clusters mildewed, or half devoured by worms bred in their own tendrils. Drop your grapes and metaphors, cried Media. Bring forth your thoughts like men. Let them come naked into Mardi. What do you mean, Babylonja? This, my lord, Verdana's most worst evils are her own, not of another's giving. Her own hand is her own undoer. She stabs herself with bigotry, superstition, divided counsels, domestic feuds, ignorance, temerity. She wills, but does not. Her east is one black storm cloud that never bursts. Her utmost fight is a defiance. She showers reproaches where she should rain down blows. She stands a mastiff baying at the moon. Tropes on tropes, said Media. Let me tell the tale, straightforward like a vine. Verdana is a lunatic. A trope, my lord, cried Babylonja. My tropes are not tropes, said Media, but yours are. Verdana is a lunatic, that after vainly striving to cut another's throat, grimaces before a standing pool and threatens to cut his own, and is such a madman to be entrusted with himself. No, let another govern him who is ungovernable to himself, aye, and tight hold the rein, and curb and rasp the bit. Do I exaggerate? Moe, tell me, if save one lucid interval, Verdana, while independent of Dominora, ever discreetly conducted her affairs? Was she not always full of fights and factions? And what first brought her under the sway of Bello's scepter? Did not her own chief Dermati fly to Bello's ancestor for protection against his own seditious subjects? And thereby did not her own king unking himself? What wonder then, and where the wrong if Hinro, Bello's conquering sire, seized the diadem? What my lord cites is true, said Moe, but cite no more, I pray, lest you harm your cause. Yet for all this, Babbalanja, said Media, Bello but holds lunatic Verdana's lands in trust. And may the guardian of an estate also hold custody of the ward, my lord? Aye, if he can, what can be done may be. That's the greed of demigods. Alas, alas, cried Yumi, why war with words over this poor suffering land? See, for all her bloom, her people starve, perish her yams, ere taken from the soil. The blight of heaven seems upon them. Not so, said Media. Heaven sends no blights, Verdana will not learn. And if from one season's rottenness they sow again, rottenness they must reap. But Yumi, you seem earnest in this matter. Come, on all hands it is granted that evil exists in Verdana, now sweet sympathizer. What must the royal Bello do to mend them? I am no sage, said Yumi. What would my lord Media do? What would you do, Babbalanja, said Media. Mohi, what you? Asked the philosopher. And what would the company do? Added Mohi. Now, though these evils pose us all, said Babbalanja, there lately died in Verdana one who set about curing them in a humane and peaceable way, waving war and bloodshed. That man was Kano. Under a huge cauldron he kept a roaring fire. Well, Azagheti, how could that answer his purpose? Asked Media. Nothing better, my lord. His fire boiled his breadfruit, and so convinced were his countrymen that he was well employed, that they almost stripped their scanty orchards to fill his cauldron. Kano was a knave, said Moe. Your pardon, old man, but that is only known to his ghost, not to us. At any rate, he was a great man, for even assuming he cohold his country, no common man could have done it. Babbalanja, said Mohi, my lord has been pleased to pronounce Verdana crazy. Now, may not her craziness arise from the irritating, tantalizing practices of Dominor? Doubtless, Braidbeard, many of the extravagances of Verdana are in good part to be ascribed to the cause you mention. But to be impartial, nonetheless does Verdana essay to taunt and provoke Dominora. Yet not with the like result, perceive you, Braidbeard, that the trade wind blows dead across this strait of Dominora, and not from Verdana? Hence when King Bello's men fling gibes and insults, every missile hits, but those of Verdana are blown back in its teeth, her enemies jeering again and again. King Bello's men are dastards for that, cried Yumi. It shows neither sense nor spirit nor humanity, said Babbalanja. All wide of the mark, cried Media. What is to be done for Verdana? What will she do for herself? Cried Babbalanja. Philosopher, you are an extraordinary sage, and since sages should be seers, reveal Verdana's future. My lord, you will ever find true prophets prudent, nor will any prophet risk his reputation upon predicting aught concerning this land. The isles are Oro's. Nevertheless, he who doctors Verdana aright will first medicine King Bello, who in some things is himself a patient, though he would fain be a physician. However, my lord, there is a demon of a doctor in Mardi who at last deals with these desperate cases. He employs only pills picked off of the Conrupta quiescensis tree. And what sort of a vegetable is that? Asked Mohi. Consult the botanist, said Babbalanja. Chapter 49. They draw nigh to Porphyro, where they behold a terrific eruption. Gliding away from Verdana at the turn of the tide, we cleared the strait, and gaining the more open lagoon, pointed our prows for Porphyro, from whose magnificent monarchs my lord Media promised himself a glorious reception. They are one and all demigods, he cried, and have the old demigod feeling. We have seen no great valleys like theirs. Their scepters are as long as our spears, to their sumptuous palaces. Donjalolo's are but inns. Their banqueting halls are as vistas, no generation run parallel to theirs. Their pedigrees reach back into chaos. Babbalanja, here you will find food for philosophy. The whole land checkered with nations, side by side contrasting in costume, manners, and mind. Here you will find science and sages, manuscripts and miles, bards singing in choirs. Mohi, here you will flag over your page. In Porphyro the ages have hived all their treasures. Like a pyramid, the past shadows over the land. Yumi, here you will find the stuff for your songs. Blue rivers flowing through forest arches, and vineyards. Velvet meads soft as ottomans, bright maidens braiding the golden locks of the harvest, and a background of mountains that seem the end of the world. Or if nature will not content you, then turn to the landscapes of art. See mosaic walls tattooed like our faces, paintings vast as horizons, and into which you feel you could rush. See statues to which you could off turban, cities of columns standing thick as mankind, and firmament domes forever shedding their sunsets of gilding. See spires behind spire as if the land were the ocean, and all Bello's great navy were riding at anchor. Noble Taji, you seek for your villa. Give over despair. Porphyro's such a scene of enchantment that there the lost maiden must lurk. A glorious picture, cried Babbalanja, but turn the medal, my lord, what says the reverse? Cynic, have done, but bravo, will ere long be in Franco, the goodliest vale of them all. How I long to take her old king by the hand. The sun was now setting behind us, lighting up the white cliffs of Dominora and the green capes of Verdana, while in deep shade lay before us the long winding shores of Porphyro. It was a sunset serene. How the winds lowly warble in the dying day's ear, murmured Yumi. A mild bright night we'll have, said Media. See you not those clouds over Franco, my lord, said Moe, shaking his head. Ah, aged and weather-wise as ever, sir chronicler, I predict a fair night and many to follow. Patience needs no prophet, said Babbalanja, the night is at hand. Hitherto the lagoon had been smooth, but anon it grew black and stirred, and out of the thick darkness came clamorous sounds. Soon there shot into the air a vivid meteor, which bursting at the zenith radiated down the firmament in fiery showers, leaving troubled darkness behind. Then, as all held their breath, from Franco there spouted an eruption, which seemed to plant all Mardi in the foreground. As when Vesuvius lights her torch, and in the blaze the storm-swept surges in Naples Bay rear and plunge toward it, so now showed Franco's multitudes as they stormed the summit where their monarch's palace blazed, fast by the burning mountain. By my eternal throne, cried Media, starting, the old volcano has burst forth again. But a new vent, my lord, said Babbalanja. More fierce this than the eruption which happened in my youth, said Moe. Methinks that Franco's end has come. You look pale, my lord, said Babbalanja. While all other faces glow, Yumi, doff that halo in the presence of a king. Over the waters came a rumbling sound mixed with the din of warfare, and thwarted by showers of embers that fell not for the whirling blasts. Offshore, cried Media, and with all haste we gained a place of safety. Down the valley now poured rines and roans of lava, a fire freshet flooding the forests from their fastnesses and leaping with them into the seething sea. The shore was lined with multitudes pushing off wildly in canoes. Meantime, the fiery storm from Franco kindled new flames in the distant valleys of Porphyro, while driven over from Verdana came frantic shouts and direful jubilees. Upon Dominora a baleful glare was resting. Thrice cursed flames, cried Media. Is Mardi to be one conflagration? How it crackles, forks, and roars! Is this our funeral pyre? Recline, my lord, said Babbalanja. Fierce flames are ever brief. A song, sweet Yumi. Your pipe, old Moe. Greater flames than this have e'er blazed in Mardi. Let us be calm. The isles were made to burn. Braidbeard, hereafter, in some quiet cell of this whole scene, you will but make one chapter. Come, digest it now. My face is scorched, cried Media. The last day, cried Mohi. Not so, old man, said Babbalanja. When that day dawns, 'twill dawn serene. Be calm, my potent lord. Talk not of calm brows in storm time, cried Media fiercely. See how the flames blow over upon Dominora? Yet the fires they kindle there are soon extinguished, said Babbalanja. No, Dominora can ne'er burn with Franco's fires. Only those of her own kindling may consume her. Away, cried Media. We may not touch Porphyro now. Up sails and westward be our course. So dead before the blast we scudded. Morning broke, showing no sign of land. Hard must it go with Franco's king, said Media, when his people rise against him with red volcanoes. Oh, for a foot to crush them. Hard, too, with all rule in broad Porphyro, and may she we seek survive this conflagration. My lord, said Babbalanja, where'er she hide, ne'er yet did Yila lurk in this Porphyro, nor have we missed the maiden, noble Taji, in not touching at its shores. This fire must make a desert of the land, said Moe, burn up and bury all her tilth. Yet Moe, vineyards flourish over buried villages, murmured Yumi. True, minstrel, said Babbalanja, and prairies are purified by fire, ashes breed loam, nor can any skill make the same surface forever fruitful. In all times past, all things have been overlaid, and though the first fruits of the morel are wild and poisonous, the palms at last spring forth, and once again the tribes repose in shade. My lord, if calms breed storms, so storms calms, and all this dire commotion must eventuate in peace. It may be that Porphyro's future has been cheaply won. Chapter 50, wherein King Media celebrates the glories of autumn, the minstrel, the promise of spring. Ho now, cried Media, across the wide waters for that new Mardi, Vivenza. Let us indeed see whether she eludes us elsewhere, he at last found in Vivenza's vales. There or nowhere, noble Taji, said Yumi. Be not too sanguine, gentle Yumi, said Babbalanja. Does Yila choose rather to bower in the wild wilderness of Vivenza than in the old vineyards of Porphyro? Said Braidbeard. sang Yumi. Her bower is not of the vine, but the wild, wild eglantine, not climbing a mouldering arch, but upheld by the fir-green larch. Old ruins she flies, to new valleys she hies, not the hoar moss wood, ivied trees, each a rood. Not in Marama she dwells, hollow with hermit cells. 'Tis a new isle, an infant's its smile. Soft rocked by the sea, its bloom all in bud, no tide at its flood, in that fresh-born sea. Spring, where she dwells in her sycamore dells, where Mardi is young and new, its verdure all eyes with dew. There, in the bright balmy morns, the young deer sprout their horns, deep tangled in new branching groves, where the red rover robin roves. Stooping his crest to his molting breast, rekindling the flambeau there, spring, where she dwells in her sycamore dells, where fulfilling their fates all creatures seek mates, the thrush, the doe, and the hare. Thou art most musical, sweet Yumi, said Media concerning this springland Vivenza, but are not the old autumnal valleys of Porphyro more glorious than those of vernal Vivenza? Vivenza shows no trophies of the summertime, but Dominora's full-blown rose hangs blushing on her garden walls. Her autumn groves are glory dyed. My lord, autumn soon merges in winter, but the spring has all the seasons before. The full-blown rose is nearer withering than the bud. The faint morn is a blossom, the crimson sunset the flower. Chapter 51, in which Azagheti seems to use Babylanja for a mouthpiece. Porphyro far astern, the spirits of the company rose. Once again, old Moe serenely unbraided and rebraided his beard. And sitting turquoise on his mat, my lord Media smoking his gonfalon, diverted himself with the wild songs of Yumi, the wild chronicles of Mohi, or the still wilder speculations of Babylanja, now and then as from pitcher to pitcher, pouring royal old wine down his soul. Among other things, Media, who at times turned over Babylanja for an encyclopedia, however unreliable, demanded information upon the subject of neap tides and their alleged slavish vassalage to the moon. When true to his cyclopediatric nature, Babylanja quoted from a still older and better authority than himself, in brief, from no other than the eternal Bardiana. It seems that worthy essayist had discussed the whole matter in a chapter thus headed, On Seeing into Mysteries Through Millstones, and throughout his disquisitions he evinced such a profundity of research, though delivered in a style somewhat equivocal, that the company were much struck by the erudition displayed. Babylanja, that Bardiana of yours must have been a wonderful student, said Media after a pause. No doubt, he consumed whole thickets of rushlights. Not so, my lord. Patience, philosophers, said Bardiana. Blow out your tapers, bolt not your dinners. Take time, wisdom will be plenty soon. A notable hint, why not follow it, Babylanja? Because, my lord, I have overtaken it and passed on. True to your nature, Babylanja, you stay nowhere. Aye, keep moving is my motto. But speaking of hard students, did my lord ever hear of Minni, the ontologist and entomologist? No. Then, my lord, you shall hear of him now. Minni was of opinion that daylight was vulgar, good enough for taro planting and traveling, but wholly unadapted to the sublime ends of study. He toiled by night, from sunset to sunrise, poring over the works of the old Logicans. Like most philosophers, Minni was an amiable man, but one thing invariably put him out. He read in the woods by glowworm light, insect in hand, tracing over his pages, line by line. But glowworms burn not long, and in the midst of some calm, intricate thought, at some eminent comma, the insect often expired, and Minni groped for a meaning. Upon such an occasion, ho, he cried, but for one instant of sunlight to see my way to a period. But sunlight there was none, so Minni sprang to his feet and parchment under arm raced about among the sloughs and bogs for another glowworm. Often making a rapid descent with his turban, he thought he had caged a prize, but nay. Again he tried, yet with no better success. Nevertheless, at last he secured one, but hardly had he read 3 lines by its light when it went out. Again and again this occurred, and thus he forever went halting and stumbling through his studies, and plunging through his quagmires after a glim. At this ridiculous tale, one of our silliest paddlers burst into uncontrollable mirth. Offended at which breach of decorum, Media sharply rebuked him, but he protested he could not help laughing. Again, Media was about to reprimand him when Babylanja begged leave to interfere. My lord, he is not to blame. Mark how earnestly he struggles to suppress his mirth, but he cannot. It has often been the same with myself, and many a time have I not only vainly sought to check my laughter, but at some recitals I have both laughed and cried. But can opposite emotions be simultaneous in one being? No, I wanted to weep, but my body wanted to smile, and between us, we almost choked. My lord Media, this man's body laughs, not the man himself. But his body is his own, Babbalanja, and he should have it under better control. The common error, my lord, our souls belong to our bodies, not our bodies to our souls. For which has the care of the other? Which keeps house? Which looks after the replenishing of the aorta and articles, and stores away the secretions? Which toils and ticks while the other sleeps? Which is ever giving timely hints and elderly warnings? Which is the most authoritative? Our bodies, surely. At a hint you must move, at a notice to quit you depart. Simpletons show us that a body can get along almost without a soul, but of a soul getting along without a body we have no tangible and indisputable proof. My lord, the wisest of us breathe involuntarily, and how many millions there are who live from day to day by the incessant operation of subtle processes in them, of which they know nothing and care less? Little ween they of vessels lacteal and lymphatic, of arteries femoral and temporal, of pericranium or pericardium, lymph, chyle, fibrin, albumin, iron in the blood and pudding in the head. They live by the charity of their bodies, to which they are but butlers. I say, my lord, our bodies are our betters. A soul so simple that it prefers evil to good is lodged in a frame, whose minutest actions is full of unsearchable wisdom. Knowing this superiority of theirs, our bodies are inclined to be willful. Our beards grow in spite of us, and as everyone knows, they sometimes grow on dead men. You mortals are alive, then, when you are dead, Babbalanja? No, my lord, but our beards survive us. An ingenious distinction. Go on, philosopher. Without bodies, my lord, we Mardians would be minus our strongest motive passions, those which in some way or other root under our very action. Hence, without bodies, we must be something else than we essentially are. Wherefore, that saying imputed to Alma, and which by his very followers is deemed the most hard to believe of all his instructions, and the most at variance with all the preconceived notions of immortality. I, Babbalanja, account the most reasonable of his doctrinal teachings. It is this, that at the last day every man shall rise in the flesh. Pray, Babbalanja, talk not of resurrections to a demigod. Then let me rehearse a story, my lord. You will find it in the very merry marvellings of the improvisator Quiddy, and a quaint book it is. Fugglefee is its finis, Fugglefee, Fugglefo, Foggle Orum. That wild look in his eye again, murmured Yubi. Proceed, Azagheti, said Media. The philosopher Grando had a sovereign contempt for his carcass. Often he picked a quarrel with it, and always was flying out in its disparagement. Out upon you, you beggarly body! You clog, jug, drag, you keep me from flying. I could get along better without you. Out upon you, I say, you vile pantry, cellar, sink, sewer, abominable body! What vile thing are you not? And think you, beggar, to have the upper hand of me? Make a leg to that man if you dare, without my permission. This smell is intolerable, but turn from it if you can, unless I give the word. Bolt this yam, it is done. Carry me across yon field, off we go. Stop. It's a dead halt. There, I've trained you enough for today. Now, Sirrah, crouch down in the shade, and be quiet. I'm rested, so here's for a stroll and a reverie homeward. Up, carcass, and march. So the carcass demurely rose and paced, and the philosopher meditated. He was intent upon squaring the circle, but bump he came against a bough. How now, clod-hopping bumpkin? You would take advantage of my reveries, would you? But I'll be even with you, and seizing a cudgel, he laid across his shoulders with right good will. But one of his backhanded thwacks injured his spinal cord, and the philosopher dropped. But presently came to. Adzooks, I'll bend or break you. Up, and I'll run you home for this. But wonderful to tell, his legs refused to budge. All sensation had left them. But a huge wasp, happening to sting his foot, not him, for he felt it not, the leg incontinently sprang into the air, and of itself cut all manner of capers. Be still, down with you. But the leg refused. My arms are still loyal, thought Grando, and with them he at last managed to confine his refractory member. But all commands, volitions, and persuasions were as not to induce his limbs to carry him home. It was a solitary place, and 5 days after, Grando the philosopher was found dead under a tree. Ha ha, laughed Media, Azagheti as full as merry as ever. But my lord, continued Babbalanja, some creatures have still more perverse bodies than Grando's. In the fables of Rimendiabula, this is to be found, a freshwater polyp despising its marine existence, longed to live upon air. But all it could do, its tentacles or arms still continued to cram its stomach. By a sudden preternatural impulse, however, the polyp at last turned itself inside out, supposing that after such a proceeding it would have no gastronomic interior. But its body proved ventricle outside as well as in. Again its arms went to work, food was tossed in, and digestion continued. Is the literal part of that a fact? Said Moe. True as truth, said Babylanja. The polyp will live turned inside out. Somewhat curious, certainly, said Media, but methinks, Babylanja, that somewhere I have heard something about organic functions, so-called, which may account for the phenomena you mention. I have heard, too, methinks, of what are called reflex actions of the nerves, which, duly considered, might deprive of its strangeness that story of yours concerning Granda and his body. Mere substitutions of sounds for inexplicable meanings, my lord. In some things, science cajoles us. Now, what is undeniable of the polyp, some physiologists analogically maintain with regard to us Mardians. That forasmuch as the lining of our interiors is nothing more than a continuation of the epidermis, or scarf skin, therefore, that in a remote age we too must have been turned wrong side out, a hypothesis which indirectly might account for our moral perversities. And also for that otherwise nonsensical term, the coat of the stomach, for originally it must have been a sword-out, instead of an inner garment. Pray, Azagati, said Media, are you not a fool? One of a jolly company, my lord, but some creatures, besides wearing their sword-outs within, sport their skeletons without. Witness the lobster and the turtle, who alive study their own anatomies. Azagati, you are a zany. Pardon, my lord, said Moe, I think him more of a lobster. It's hard telling his jaws from his claws. Yes, Braidbeard, I am a lobster, a mackerel, anything you please, but my ancestors were kangaroos, not monkeys, as old Botto erroneously opined. My idea is more susceptible of demonstration than his. Among the deepest discovered land fossils, the relics of kangaroos are discernible, but no relics of men. Hence, there were no giants in those days, but on the contrary, kangaroos, and those kangaroos formed the first edition of mankind, since revised and corrected. But what has become of our finuses, our tails, then? Asked Moe, wriggling in his seat. The old question, Moe, where are the tails of the tadpoles after their gradual metamorphosis into frogs? Have frogs any tails, old man? Our tails, Moe, were worn off by the process of civilization, especially at the period when our fathers began to adopt the sitting posture, the fundamental evidence of all civilization, for neither apes nor savages can be said to sit. Invariably, they squat on their hams. Among barbarous tribes, benches and settles are unknown, but my lord Media, as your liege and loving subject, I cannot sufficiently deplore the deprivation of your royal tail. That stiff and vertebrated member, as we find it in those rustic kinsmen we have disowned, would have been useful as a supplement to your royal legs, and whereas my good lord is now fain to totter on two stanchions, were only he a kangaroo, like the monarchs of old, the majesty of Odo would be dignified by standing firm on a tripod. A very witty conceit, but have a care, Azageti, your theory applies not to me. Babylanja, said Moe, you must be the last of the kangaroos. I am, Moe. But the old-fashioned pouch or purse of your grandams, hinted Media. My lord, I take it, that must have been transferred. Nowadays our sex carries the purse. My lord, why this mirth? Let us be serious. Although man is no longer a kangaroo, he may be said to be an inferior species of plant. Plants proper are perhaps insensible of the circulation of their sap. We mortals are physically unconscious of the circulation of the blood, and for many ages were not even aware of the fact. Plants know nothing of their interiors. 60 years and 10 we trundle about ours, and never get a peep at them. Plants stand on their stalks. We stalk on our legs. No plant flourishes over its dead root. Dead in the grave, man lives no longer above ground. Plants die without food, so we. And now for the difference. Plants elegantly inhale nourishment without looking it up. Like lords, they stand still and are served, and though green, never suffer from the colic. Whereas we mortals must forage all round for our food, we cram our insides and are loaded down with odious sacs and intestines. Plants make love and multiply, but excel us in all amorous enticements, wooing and winning by soft pollens and essences. Plants abide in one place and live, we must travel or die. Plants flourish without us, we must perish without them. Enough, Azagati, cried Media. Open not thy lips till tomorrow. Chapter 52, The Charming Yumi Sings. The morrow came, and 3 abreast with snorting prows we raced along, our mat sails panting to the breeze. All present partook of the life in the air, and unanimously Yumi was called upon for a song. The canoes were passing a long white reef sparkling with shells like a jeweler's case, and thus Yumi sang in the same old strain as of yore, beginning aloud where he had left off in his soul. Her sweet, sweet mouth, the peach pearl shell, red-edged its lips that softly swell, just ope to speak with blushing cheek that fisherman with lonely spear on the reef ken, and lift to ear its voice to hear, soft sighing south. Like this, the rosy kiss that maiden's mouth, a shell, a vocal shell, song dreaming in its inmost dell. Her bosom, two buds half blown they tell, a little valley between perfuming, that roves away deserting the days of her life illuming. That roves away o'er slope and fell, till a soft, soft meadow becomes the dell. Thus far, old Moe had been wriggling about in his seat, twitching his beard, and at every couplet looked up expectingly, as if he desired the company to think that he was counting upon that line as the last. But now, starting to his feet, he examined. "Hold, minstrel, thy muse's drapery is becoming disordered. No more." "Then no more it shall be," said Yumi, "but you have lost a glorious sequel."